All right, are back. This is day two, week two of OOL Sixes. We come back. We had a pretty good first day of week two. A bunch of 3-0s though, so a lot of the teams. I mean, these teams especially, they haven't had really a good chance to prove themselves against these harder teams. Our first game of the day, Phoenix Arizona's and Pumpkins Apostles. We're gonna try to get into it fast. Again, we have 6 games today. If you checked on our Twitter, so and again, they're all first to three. We want to make sure that all these teams are the best that they can be. I'm joined here with Evan and Selena, our two casters. First half of
Hello.
games. Uh, yeah. I think we're still waiting on all the players to get into the lobby.
Not gonna lie, more time for me to enjoy this pizza.
I mean, that's fair enough. I don't actually have any food on me at the moment. I ate some breakfast at noon, as you do typically when it's noon, right? That's a perfect noon meal to eat breakfast.
I'll DoorDash you. I got you.
Azor
No,
is on
thank you.
stream. 6 viewers.
I
The
really
West has
appreciate
fallen.
that.
Well, we're sitting at 6 or 7 views.
We're getting there. Okay, that's just besides the point.
Let's
You know,
not
we're
talk
we're,
about it.
we're eventually gonna make it out there.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. It's for the
When
mod.
the grand finals roll around, okay, everyone's tuning in. But you know what? They should be tuning into. They should be tuning into this matchup between Pumpkins Apostles versus Phoenix Arizona's here today. Both these teams, in a lot of the games that I've casted for the two of them, they've looked really excellent. Frankly, Phoenix Arizona's have a lot of console players, so I don't recognize nearly as many of them. But they're clearly a pretty solid team. It looked good in a lot of the matches that I saw them playing. And then Pumpkins Apostles, the coach team, look, let's just say Unk still got it. All right, that's all I got to say about that. I mean, they're still out there. They're playing like they're playing like they're still players and not even coaches. I mean, it's inspiring to see. It's inspiring stuff.
Yeah.
And both of them are looking pretty good. So I'm kind of excited to see the two matched up against one another. I'm surprised that they both got 3-0'd yesterday. I thought they would have maybe put up a little bit more of a fight. But they do get the second chance here.
Yeah, I gotta say, I watched yesterday's games. Pi looked exceptionally good on Phoenix Arizona's, and then Pumpkins Apostles they've just looked consistent throughout this whole event. And Phoenix also Arizona's also they have Drake. Drake hit that nasty diva bomb on I think Jay Sketchy that Ajax on day two. Uh,
Who
yeah,
could forget?
who could forget?
Who could forget?
Beautiful play.
Honestly,
I think we should be
it
getting
was
into
actually
it
wonderful.
now. I'm gonna hand it off to my casters. And we should be getting into the game soon. We can look over teams. I'll see y'all later.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. hmm
Now, as your caster, I'm kind of discombobulated right now as I just got out of the shower and I kind of feel fucked up right now. But
Nothing wrong with that. That's absolutely
seems
fine.
like since we're about to hit Nepal here, are we ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we get it
So-
all set up here, we can introduce the teams or no?
No,
Oh, perfect. They've
not
already been
necessary.
shown.
We know all the information we need to know about them. Who really cares?
Exactly. These teams really need no introduction at this point. We've seen quite a
Yep.
bit of the two of them. For those of you who've been paying attention, so far for this OOL tournament. We started off with I think 28 different teams, and we reduced it down to the top two from each of those groups. So only 8 teams remaining here as we enter basically the highest level of OOL competition so far this tournament. So very, very good teams stacking up against one another. Going to be some good matches from here on out, I think. And then the thing is, too, here, both of these teams, as I mentioned, they've both been 3-0'd already. So they both lost their first game in the tournament. And since this is double elimination, this is a loser goes home situation for both of these teams. So really, really important, really high stakes here for this tournament. They're trying to keep their playoff hopes alive here, essentially. Both teams roll out on this, sort of fast comps here. Both teams playing with Lucio, but Pumpkins Apostles, as
Seeing
they
a
always
riot
have
comp
done.
versus a zombie walking comp into a full dive comp here. I'm interested to see how teams will play it. It seems like Jack's already in there, taking so much damage, eating a Suzu already. Are they
Yeah,
gonna
really
chase
good.
this?
So far, really good like HP cooldown.
Smokey off the map?
Off the map. That's not how you want to start
Unfortunate
this one out.
happenings.
Smokey dead first, Zidong soon to follow, and now I mean, Pumpkins of Hostile taking their position on the point here. Gonna start up the first little bit of capture. His Evil falls so low.
Ooh, he
Oh
might
my
be able to get
goodness.
cleaned up here. Nah. This is really bad for. This is really bad for the dive comp here. It's like you really don't want the Ryan to be fully set up at this point. It seems like Melody on the roof here, waiting to
Looking for a
prey
little
on
bit of lead,
the next
potentially,
victim.
We're gonna have to see how that one goes, but Evil
But
just a
Evil
little bit too
falls
far in.
down. Just the
It's a
bubble, the
powerful
perfect
position
bubble
there.
placement, making it so that Evil just gets no healing from his team, and everyone just falls over as soon as that happens. And also the biggest problem. Also
Yeah,
the
rest of the team
biggest
is gonna
problem.
follow. Blood Bunny does find J-Cal there, but it does feel like the rest of the team is gonna end up falling here. Blood Bunny's stalling out the point, does manage to find the Diva as well, so 2 trades coming out from Blood Bunny, but unfortunately not really gonna ultimately be enough. But Evil comes out for a little bit more
They're just
stall.
all looking to retest, getting as much point cap as possible here. I mean, as the Ryan Cup, you kind of just want to get as much point pressure as possible here. The biggest issue with the Ryan comp is that if one piece of it is disrupted, then the whole thing just crumbles. And Dive is really good at taking apart one piece. So we'll see how they take advantage of this Ryan comp here.
Right, on this map, definitely can get away with playing either one. It's just going to depend on which team is going to be able to do it better. As Melody gets zoned out really. Shatter comes out. I don't think it came out on anything. Now Evil's dead to a pulse bomb. Alex TFM soon to follow
Jack's
there
all
as well.
alone, about to fall over as well. Looking for a trade, Blood Bunny looking for a trade, but
Probably
Jax
the
get the
only one here.
movement like Jagger, just bubble dancing this diva.
That was
Can't do
tough. I see what you
nothing.
did there. I see what you did there. So that was fire.
Yeah.
Move like Jagger. You might have to
Yeah.
bring that one back a little bit here. That was actually way too tough. And what was also really tough is their fight win there. Looking really good. I'm not really sure what happened to the Shadow there, but Evil in embarrassment is just going to swap onto the Monkey Mirror, choosing to play
Yeah.
no more Reinhardt.
But no Curie here means you're gonna have to rely on this Coalescence for healing, and it just comes right out immediately. Look at this, getting a big giant area. Everyone's getting fully healed here. Just this big ult fight, but no one's taking any damage whatsoever. But Jax falls over the middle of the chaos. Ray with the OC here dealing so much damage. Everyone just gets dealt so much damage as Melody gets traded by a Diva Bomb. What is happening?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened, but yeah, getting the pick on a Jags there
High off
early,
the map.
really crucial there. And I was surprised because it felt like Zidong, had a little bit of the delayed beat there, felt like a better beat. They should have been able to push that advantage. But they ended up just not being able to, as Jags just got caught out really early there. So now setting up this next fight, neither team with a super clear ultimate advantage. Obviously, Blood Bunny with this self-destruct can be really important for zoning on the point, but nothing else for them to work with, as that was a very
Smokey onto the
expensive fight
Reaper
for both
here. It's very easy to walk out here with this Reaper if they play their cards right. The Reaper's walking full speed ahead. Forces the Morphade. Just kind of afraid here to walk. Oh, Zeno just goes down to the Fopper out of mech already. They just took too much damage on this walkout here. And
Yeah, they got
cleaned
punished
up
on
right
the
after.
rotation on that one. Didn't look
Yeah.
very clean from them at all there. And this Pumpkins Apostles team, they really are all about the macro. They do they're comprised mostly just of a bunch of coaches. So you'd really hope that that's the strength that they were able to do. Although
People
Evil
bottling the
show off some of
spawn here. Trying to juggle Melody, but just can't.
Ooh,
His whole
not
team
really
just-
anything going on there. Pi goes up the
His
map.
whole team falls over. Pi off the map again. This is the second time I've seen Pi off the map, just loving the void for some reason. I have no idea. Maybe they keep blinking or something.
Yeah, good news going to be, though, they still somehow managed to salvage that one. The Primal there, not really being able to find too much, but does zone off Melody. So that is at least a little bit of a benefit there.
I like
Like,
mirroring the
what was
Tracer
this again?
here.
Not really
I'm
too much.
curious to see how this will help this encounter here. They opt to go first here. Smokey with the Beyblade just cleans up, just cleans house. All that damage is just soaked up.
Yeah, Evil just didn't seem to really be ready for that. Maybe they didn't think the reroll would be quite ready for them at that point, and just took so much damage to it. Was able to get cleaned up instantly. And even though it was a 99-99, really close round here, it's going to look like Phoenix Arizonas are going to be able to finish this one off and get the first point here on this map. Just a few more stragglers to clear out. Going to throw down a celebratory rush and a celebratory Diva Bomb there as they managed to secure that first point.
I mean, if you're the Phoenix Suns here, you really gotta recognize the fact that you forced them onto your comp and you won the point. This is a very good thing here, but I think Evil's opting to go back to the Ryan here. I think agree with this pick here is point seems more favored to the Ryan here, especially with the full comp swaps here, like the Ryan, the May, the Sim. I'm interested to see how this is gonna work.
Yeah, I absolutely like that quite a bit here. I mean, this team genuinely does like to run these Ryan comps on this point, and I would say of the three Nepal points, the worst one for the worst one for your Ryan, rush comp stuff would have been that last one. So these other two much better for it. You're able to hold your
Opting to
own
go
on
main
point.
here instead of going height here. I like this to take the point immediately rather than take the fight from high ground.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, this comp does a really good job of holding this point, forcing the other team to fight them on their terms, really up close and personal. That's where the Ryan comp is really going to thrive, especially with these May walls, forcing them to jump out really early from Jags. My stream is lagging really bad, so I can't quite tell what's going on. But it does
counting the
look as
pixels
though
here, it looks
Alex
like
TFM has managed to get quite a bit off of that one. The May
looks like
wall
Pumps is impossible on that
allows...
fight. Now I'm watching the stream itself. Joey, can I please see the match?
Yeah, Joey, I'm not gonna lie, I would like to be able to see the match. Joey's crashing out in my ear right now. Anyways, yeah, it does look like Pumpkins and Possums were able to clean that one up. Just off of a really good May wall there, and just being able to set up on point early again. Being able to take the fight on the point, really good for this comp. Definitely gives them a pretty big advantage.
For the bait TP here, maybe to threaten this space itself. I mean, they just keep trying to take angles onto the point here. It might work eventually, but this comp is so good when it plays on point, especially with his defense matrix. Sucky so much. Oh, but they're taking so much damage in this corner here. Alex falls down immediately. Zaydon just takes so much damage. It's still turnable with the B here. Yeah, Jax with the Primal gets Melody down. Oh my god. Jax with this clean Primal. Cleans house here.
Man, it just didn't look like Pumpkins and Apostles were able to, really use that advantage there to get any kills before they got bursted down by this hive comp. I mean, Winston does have quite a bit of cleave damage, can do a lot into this comp if they aren't able to play as aggressively as possible. Ray didn't really find a good May wall there at all. I didn't see it, at least. And that's like one of the really important things to be able to win this fight. You have to get a lot of value out of your May walls here to be able to split up this dive comp, not let them take the spaces they want to take.
Pumpkins and Apostles or Phoenix Suns here with the ult advantage. Big giant ult bank here.
Yeah, I mean, Pumpkins and Apostles definitely do have some, but there's a dunk.
Oh, the pipe gets Melody right up in bed, and Instinct and Evil follow right behind. And
that pulse bomb just gonna be detrimental. They're gonna try and
Blood
stagger the
Bunny.
Diva. They do a whole lot there. Smokey gets traded out too, just for fun there, Raid's gonna be able to find that pick, so could potentially be big for them. Smokey, on that Cassidy, not a particularly fast character at getting back, but it's gonna... Oh, and a DC! Oh, no,
DC on
no.
old stream? Oh my god.
Oh, and that was the Kiriko with Rush, or the Moira, right? The Moira with Cole. Oh, goodness, that's just potentially a little bit disastrous here. Oh no. And now Blood Bunny in the chat. My coalescence, broken hearts. The power just died. Oh, power dying mid-OOL match. We can't let that happen. That's just so unfortunate.
Yeah, so unprofessional of Joey here. Letting your player's power just go out.
I know. How are you gonna, why is Joey not providing a team house for all of these teams? I really just don't understand. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Well, that's just a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully the power restores back for that player soon. Good news is, they do seem to have a substitute player if they absolutely need to, but I'm not sure if that substitute player they have necessarily play support. So hopefully not too big of a delay here.
Yeah, I mean, that coalescence is... Now, I would usually argue that the coalescence wouldn't even matter because it's really bad into Kyriel, but on their comp, it's very useful. I mean, that coalescence really allows you to just, push and walk onto anything ever, and this cast pick here, I mean, they're just gonna walk all over your cast and just immediately kill him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Coalescence, I mean, it's not the best, most important ult in the world, but it is an ultimate, and basically every ultimate, it is potentially fight winning, especially for rush comp. Both of these comps are going to play, stacked up together. They're going to play close up, and that means the Coalescence is able to get a lot of value. So it feels kind of tough that they lost that one, because again, yeah, you really can walk onto the cast, you can walk onto the monkey and pressure them out. So a lot that you could be doing with that Coalescence that they just aren't gonna get to have, because Joey just isn't able to provide electricity to these teams like he should be doing. It's just ridiculous, frankly. It really
Joseph,
is.
the billionaire, just could not provide electricity for this team. A little bit of a cheapskate around this time around.
I
As you
know.
all remember, the
Ridiculous.
first OOL, the Crazy Raccoons team house was provided as seen in the taxes done by OOL last tax season. I mean, it was just. I mean, I just don't
Yeah,
know
it's
what
sickening.
happened this month, Joey. Did OOL not pay the bills? Like I don't understand.
Might
It's
be
a
playing favorites,
billion-dollar
to be honest with you. I think that might have something to do with it at this point. It could be, Crazy Raccoons. That's a big market team. That's a big market team, and as usual, as typical in most sports, the major big market teams they get catered to, and it's sickening, frankly. The good news is, here's the good news. It does look like we're going back into this match. We have a substitute, emergency substitute, Torterra coming in, coming off the bench.
Baptiste with this comp, I mean, it's good enough. I appreciate it, but it isn't a coalescence enough here. As they opt to walk main here, they take angles and they look for the TP on top instead. Normally they just walk right through, but the TP on top allow them to just get point pressure immediately. The wall comes out, both walls come out immediately. The guys can't even get anything from this high dude. The shatter comes out, gets both tanks on the ground immediately. Like, this is insane.
A lot of ultimates coming out, but not kills. As Pi manages to find two there with that melee. Oh my goodness. And without a major ultimate usage or an ultimate investment there, Phoenix Arizonas are still able to take that one, and you might wonder how that fight might have gone a little bit differently if there was a Coalescence involved, but unfortunately that's just not the reality that we live in.
It's a little bit of a role swap from both of their backliners. Very interesting.
Melody going on to the Moira there. Definitely, maybe, I'm not sure exactly
The
which
same
characters
TP play out to
typically
point.
plays,
Let's see if
yeah.
they figured it out this time around here. I mean, they just keep tapping these points here. Oh, they get the flip though. That's very good for Pumpkin's Apostles. They have to sit here on point here and just like deal as much damage as they can. I mean, there's just so much cleave coming out here. Jags is immediately primals get. Alex goes down to Smokey. I mean, Jags is just in your backline swinging and he's just killing everything. But they get two here with Pumpkin's Apostles. I mean, it could be turnable.
Potentially turnable here, but not looking too good. The good news is, 90% that's potentially stallable. Hero goes down there, though, and so does Blood Bunny as well. And now Ray, final nail in the coffin there. 90%. They're going to have to switch to some stall picks here, honestly. I mean, I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to reach the point. I mean, will they stay on the Reinhardt? Reinhardt's not going to be able to touch the points. Lucio does manage to get there, but, I mean, instantly dies as soon as he does. I mean, Flopper going out of mech's not going to stop this runaway train. Another round going 99 to 99, but still just Phoenix Arizona's managed to get it in their favor. That's the thing with the Rhine comp too, is it feels like that whole map, it really felt like the Phoenix Arizonas were pretty much dominating. There are very few true fight wins from the side of Pumpkin's Apostles, but that's the nature of that Rhine comp. That's the nature of running that. You just play the point. You play to get as much point capture as possible, because it's not a team deathmatch. It's about the point capture percentage. But
like
even
to mention-
so,
I'd like to mention the fact that this is the second time that the Phoenix Suns have done this, where they went 99-99 with some team, and they were the ones to clutch it out. I think this team really does have the clutch factor that you need in order to play these macro-heavy comps. And
yeah,
that's
no,
just-
absolutely. They're able to make the plays when they're necessary. Pi comes up with 2 kills with the Tracer there, just at the very end of that fight, completely swings it in their favor. Really, really good play from them. So yeah, absolutely. And now as both these teams go and pick their next map here, we're gonna go for a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Phoenix Suns up 1-0. This seems like
The Phoenix
Pumpkin's Apostles
Arizonas
picked,
are up 1-0. Many people have made this mistake before, but it is the Arizonas, not the Suns. They're not affiliated, I've heard.
Apparently
Completely
not.
different
Apparently not. I
teams.
just learned this information. Even though I didn't just learn this information, I'm actually joking on camera, and I'm
I
continuing
cannot
the
believe
bit.
that.
I'm
Absolutely
sorry.
ridiculous.
I'm very sorry. Thank you from
Well,
the
anyways.
commentary. Anyways, they pick Watchpoint Gibraltar as their map pick. I mean, we've just seen it every single time for second map pick. I don't think I've seen a different second map pick.
Yeah, but it certainly makes a lot of sense. I mean, this specifically for this matchup here, clearly Pumpkins Apostles want to go with a more rush style comp. They try to force the Ryan as much as they possibly can. Meanwhile, we've seen Jags on the Monkey, we've seen Jags on the Ball. We've seen Jags on a lot of dive characters. They do seem to want to just in general play a more dive centric playstyle. And Watchpoint Gibraltar is like sort of a perfect map. Although now I'm just thinking about it, and Phoenix Arizonas were not the ones to pick this map though. It was Pumpkins Apostles. So
I did in
I'm
fact mention
curious
this.
what the rationale is here.
I did in fact mention this. I don't think you quite heard me. Maybe I need to speak more clearly for my co-commentary here. But Pumpkins Apostles did choose this map, which is very interesting for the matchup you just played. By the way, very interesting. Unless they don't care about map picks, because it is. Well, remember that by the end of the day, it is a
Could be
fun
that.
tournament.
It's absolutely true. Maybe they just like Gibraltar that much that they just they want to play on it regardless of whether it's the competitively optimal map for them. And honestly, more power to them. I'm happy for them on that one. Anyways, here I think we're gonna get to the game pretty soon.
Decal saying some very interesting things that we don't appreciate. Please do not talk about our production here like that. We will ban you from this tournament. Thank you.
Absolutely have to agree with you on that one. I ride or die for Azure, right?
Yeah.
That's actually the day one homie.
Yeah, we will all ride or die for Azure. Like,
we all ride or die for
on everyone's life. On
everyone's
everybody's life. Everyone will.
Sometimes.
That's
But I
the way.
have so much to do.
Don't pull up the OOL block.
Yeah, don't be here. Don't be here at OOL block.
Yeah,
might
don't pull up the
have
OOL
to
block, okay?
shorten
We
your pockets.
actually more dangerous than O block, right? It's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Anyways, what do you think of these comps coming out from both these teams here? Both teams running on a brig.
Seeing a Freya here, this is like the first time I've seen Freya, which is surprising because she's like the best thing ever since sliced bread. But I think that the Freya will suffer a lot in the Demon matchup, and Jax is taking so much damage. Getting moved around here.
He's able to live because of a lot of that intense
Melody
matrix
doing?
there. Man, it's just to live Melody with the square crosshair looking fire as HE double hockey sticks here. Really, really fire. Enjoying that quite a bit. Both teams sort of just setting up for this high ground position here. Evil, it's a really good jump on them actually. Good bowl positioning, Jax is trying to stay on the high ground as much as possible. He's getting really, really low. Oh, nade comes out of the instinct. Instinct's what he's peak, and they follow up on it. He gets bubbled off. They're not able to get anything off of that. But the nade eventually gets followed up on. Instinct goes down, as does Melody. Well, it looks like he's coming in with one trade there, but it's really not going to be enough to actually win this fight. Smokey's going to be coming back from spawn here. Obviously, the cast is a pretty prime target for this comp on this for sorry for Pumpkin Apostles. Jesus.
What even happened there? I mean, Ray just like stood still, and then sneaky Blood Bunny just sneaks up on you, instantly gives you, and now they have a pick into this fight here. Very interesting.
Yeah, still no ultimates coming out from either team, but Instinct pretty close to this Nano, as is J-Cal right behind him, but Instinct gets naded again. Oh my goodness, somehow manages to live. The Brig Peel is good enough, and Jax is in a world of hurt here. Could potentially be going down. His Honda needs to hit a shot on him.
Jax has to jump out again. I mean, they just don't really seem to fall for the Alex. Oh my god, Smokey wide swings Alex and gives him instantly. Zedon goes down to Blood Bunny. It's just a trade after trade after trade here. It just keeps trading. Everyone's just trading.
On the point, but I think eventually, they're gonna have to come back to the cart here. They do get Instinct. Now it's just both the tanks with no healing farm on the cart. Meanwhile, supports are gonna be coming back for the Phoenix Arizonas here pretty soon. Recalls force from Alex TFM because the pulse bomb doesn't quite hit, doesn't hit anything with it, doesn't actually see within 50 feet of anything with that one, but no flame to Alex TFM. you know, that's just how the pulse bomb goes sometimes.
Ray's back here with the Freya ult here. Seeing you see if we can use it on someone. Maybe we can get an early pick here. Pi does it. Instinct just treated as well like a.
Oh, Instinct does find
Instinct
Pi
for the
before, but
Pi.
just keep her down.
Denied.
That's a feeling.
Jax
Just not good.
Traveling your backline off the map here. Oh my lord.
Melody
Doesn't
was
even
mid.
matter
Oh,
what
sorry,
you
Melody.
do, but that cap comes out.
Mates, they C9'd it! They won
They
during all of that! The
C9'd,
backline
the
gets
gap goes
completely
out.
zoned, the rally gets booped off the map, and somehow they're just not able to contest the points.
Damn,
Oh,
that stings. That really stings here. If I'm the Phoenix Arizonas here, I think that stings a lot here, especially since we had such a big giant ult fight before that. And we just lose everything for here. Having to walk out against this comp here, they don't really seem to be pressuring. They just walk out for free with the defense matrix. Even looking to go in here, he gets smoking right off the bat. I mean, they trade Melody, but that was a good pick on.
certainly, yeah, the nade was good, the sleep not as much so, and now
Instinct
Instinct
goes
left with
down.
no cooldowns, just gonna fall over to Jags, and Ray seemed to follow suit as well. Blood Bunny out of mech, gonna get found by the flopper as well, so now, that fight, pretty easy cleanup for the Phoenix Arizonas, and that is quite a crucial fight for them to win. The second point on Gibraltar, really, really beneficial from the defending team if you're able to hold it for a really long time.
Oh,
As long as
Jax
you don't let
almost
the
had
enemy team steamroll you, then you're able to hold this for a really, really long time. You know, it's one of the toughest chokes in the game to sort of break out of. So, really,
Yeah,
really crucial.
infamous point. I mean, unless they all swing out of all four places you can walk out of, it's gonna be very difficult to walk there, especially when JCal and Jags are on your case here with the nade dive combo here. Different nade on this hit here. It gets the deeper. Just forced out of mech all right off the bat. Evil takes so much damage on this dive, immediately dies here, and breaks. He's traded as well here. LaFapa turns the fight.
We just bullet shotted basically absolutely nothing. That is really, really tragic, actually.
I just didn't even see it. I mean, just explosions going on Evil here, and then Ray just presses Q, and just two things are happening at once. I mean, it's just dive on this map here. Just so much can occur.
Yeah, for sure here. Instinct gonna come in here with the nano, and Evil's gonna have the primal as well. So gonna have that like sort of extended engagement. You're able to go really, really aggressive with the nano, and then live in there for even longer with the
Instinct
primal.
hits the nade as well, has to use the primal to survive against this. Goes JCal down here with the
really good. JCal goes down as well. Gonna put a lot of pressure on
Right
this
up to
break now
Zidane,
without other
he's on
support.
Zidane.
But Jags' primal is better. Manages to find Instinctive Blood Bunny. Absolutely disgusting primal from Jags. Oh my goodness. I mean,
If
Jags
you
has
think
been a
that you can
phenomenal tank in
out-trade
this entire
Jax,
series.
you are sorely mistaken. Jax will immediately clear your whole backline here. For less ultimates, by the way. For less ultimates that were used.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Now, this is exactly what I'm talking about here. It's really tough to hold this point at the end of the day, you know? I mean, or really tough to push past these small little
The rotation here,
corridors
Jax is going to immediately hit this, though, cut this off here. I mean, they're just in this group here against Melodies.
Bomb doesn't manage to catch anything.
Does it rally for the stun? What is happening? What are you doing? Jax takes so much damage out, though. I mean, they still have a flopper here, but it's going to be hard with only one tank. They're looking like they're walking here on the ship, but LaFapa are still taking so much damage. They have to stabilize. They have to come back.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to get a little bit of a disengagement here, but Pi is still back here in this backline. Does have a pulse bomb. Comes out on the Ray. It's a disgusting stick. Absolutely nasty there from him. JCal does get naded, so Evil's going to try and follow up on that, but the bubble doesn't get on the high ground. And Jax is traded out the backline. Oh, now the
Jax is on your backline.
I mean, you have 7 seconds here left with basically no one alive. Blood Bunny out of mech. Gonna get taken down there as well. And with these last seconds counting down, doesn't look like they're gonna be able to touch that pulse bomb to open it up. Just absolutely disgusting from Pi. I mean, that was just such a good pulse bomb. So crucial to winning that fight. And now, a second point hold for Phoenix, Arizona is looking really, really good. It's not too much ground to cover here, and especially because you only gave the first point to a C9. You know, it could be a lot worse there.
I mean, if I'm Pumpkins Apostles, at this point, we got to swap something up here. It seems like we can't really rotate against them when they're this good at out-macroing us. We got to maybe play the Reinhardt here, maybe play a Junker Queen. I've seen Junker Queen Weaver on this map. It actually isn't even that bad. You just got to hope your Queen is carries through all.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, it feels like they're trying to take the dive here against a really good dive team. It's sort of why we actually did the ultra pick to begin with, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, I just don't understand this thing at all. I mean, you just got like absolutely obliterated on Legion or not Legion, Paul. These guys, my friend. And you just have to deal with it, but you with it anyways. It's just like it just doesn't make any sense. The math is not mathing here, ladies and gentlemen. Like 1 + 1 does not equal 4, it equals 2. So
Yeah, I mean, this is a real playoffs at this point. Okay, we're coming to play. These teams are not going to be any slouches here. You can't just force Gibraltar against a team that's just going to have an excellent dive comp like the Arizonas here. Pi going to start off on the symmetric here to teleport their team out onto that high ground. Taking a long time to set it up. Doesn't look
just
like
looking for the
they're
perfect
exactly familiar
TP.
with how that works.
Look at the
They
nade swing here
really
onto
good.
both the tanks, but that doesn't matter when it's just 2 tanks here. Jax takes a lot of damage on this incoming. Looking for a soft hit here, maybe to stabilize. But still, you're taking so much damage here. They're just gonna farm a lot of nano, and Ray is just like poking you down. I mean, you just
Yeah, Jax is already almost 1 HP. Like, I mean, you just have to chill here for a second. Make sure your tanks are back up to full before you take this next engagement.
I mean, look at the nano advantage here, and it's just nade onto the, and Evil just trades 2 here, but Evil's not escaping this room. You're not escaping this room against a flopper.
Yeah, Instinct trading their life there for the nade. It was really good. They were able to get a pretty good engagement off of that, but unfortunately the trades are going to come out here too, and the trades, again, favoring the attackers here very much so when you're this close to their spawn, you know. It's going to force the Apostles to back up quite a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, they just never win they just never win any of the trade fights of Goods Apostles, and they just 96 on nano here, looking for a nade here, doesn't hit, but they still take so much damage on the initial hit. They can use nano here for this next jump.
Yeah, the jump, you know, doesn't get any kills, but does force Pumpkin's Apostles off of that high ground there. So another really important jump there coming out from Jax. Just taking more and more space away from Evil as they take more of this
On
high
this room
ground.
here comes in the nade, blocks both cooldowns. This bubble was absolutely perfect and essential to this dive.
And now Ray, I mean, trying to high noon to live there. Oh, hit a shot, hit a shot, hit a shot. Oh my gosh, that was actually
The highest level play,
almost got done
still
so
with
dirty
shots.
there.
You guys know it's a tier 1 tournament, right? Jax with the
This is
primal
true. I mean,
here,
these players are
taking you to 18 XP or 35 XP, just juggling you for free.
Yeah, but all these primal trades aren't going to be good enough to actually win the fight ultimately. Ray just manages to hit a couple clutch headshots there, takes out the healing there.
Jax
goes
the
down.
back jump here, and the
still coming
flopper might
back.
get demacked, and Alex is just engaging in this war against Pi, but it seems like it's real. Oh my.
I get it. I really, really get it. No, it's okay because the good news is Pi's going to remain unscathed there. Does have the pulse bomb looking to get something with it. Pressure Evil to jump out. Smokey finds Instinct somewhere. I don't even know where that could happen. The pulse bomb comes down to Ray again. Finds the kill. And that's another fantastic opening here for Phoenix, Arizona. They're going to be able to go in on that. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stop the cap here. Nice headshot onto Alex there as well. A desperation diva bomb coming out to try and hold this point. A nade. Really, really good.
It's
Comes
not,
down to
it's not
Melody.
big enough. Wait, I mean, this is a crazy stagger here. It's gonna be hard because, like, as you know, the Phoenix Arizona are very good at their macro, so they're just gonna stuff you here on this point, especially when they have both support ults. I mean, you're just gonna have no fun whatsoever walking out here unless they don't really care to just stop you from walking out. They just don't care.
Yeah,
Chills though. Jax jumps right
there.
back in.
Oh,
Oh,
the nade
the
comes up
brilliant nade onto Melody forces the rally immediately. Melody just like dealing damage to the ship here, but it's forced so early. It doesn't matter. Oh, but Jax just in time, just to save your life. Jax running away. Nope, has to commit to this with all this low health. They know where to go, but it doesn't matter. The car is still going while this is all happening. Evo has to bubble the car here, but it's just, you have a Cash just poking you down, and the flopper just walking you down. It's just, oh my god, it's so much damage here. We coming with the high dude with the defense matrix as well. Everyone's purple. All purple. All purple. All purple.
So many ultimates for that one too. Both DPS ults, both support ults.
Giant dagger. Jax tries to. I would just
I think
Yeah,
Jax
just
does
get out.
end
Yeah,
up
just get out.
eventually living here, but yeah, just gonna have to back out. That's a pretty, again, crucial fight for them to win. You know, a minute and a half off of the clock, off of their time banks. That's good. And again, you have this really nice choke here to be able to hold. This is advantage to the defending team really, really hard. And now he finds Pi there to open things up. And a pulse bomb on a
Smokey
Smokey
dice that.
deal for
Alex's
that fight.
bomb here. I mean, Alex is looking for some more picks. They just stopped the rotation immediately. I was about to say that they weren't doing anything rotation, but it seems like the DPS are pretty good at figuring that out. I would like more new
Yeah.
hits though.
No, I'm gonna have to agree with you. You know, that's the advantage of this point and holding on to the second point with these comps is that you're really able to punish the enemy team's rotation because it's just so hard to rotate without being punished here. You just have only a set
Another
amount of
nade here,
places
but
you can
Evo
go.
takes so much damage. Oh my lord! And Jax just slept in the ship here. Just immediately dies to Ray. Smokey
even
rotating
get the
through
chance
here,
to
about to get a
climb
crazy
there.
flank onto the back line.
This fight could actually just be gigantic. Ray goes down
gets
there as
Ray.
well, and Blood Bunny's not even on the high ground here. Does have a bomb to be able to use here. So he comes out on the flopper, but J-Cal gets found. And Nana's going to come out here and try and secure this fight win. Gets Pi. I mean, you know, you could argue that Nano wasn't necessarily necessary, but I mean, if I were to argue that, I would just be stupid because it looks like it's still
looks like
very, very
35
reasonable.
XP onto this cast!
There.
35 XP onto this cast! They don't even know what that means. They're not even tapped into the Korean jungle code here. And Jax is just on your back line, still alive somehow. Oh my god, he just got your honor whooped on 25 HP!
Evil trying to hide in that corner there, but the rally's gonna come out here as well.
Seed on
Not gonna
onion.
let the Diva D-Mag, and now, I mean, they've got desperation touches, they're not even be able to.
I mean, that rally on car just cleaned up everything. I mean, there's really nothing else to say about that. They just completely out macroed.
Yeah, really messy fight there from both teams, a bunch of trades coming out from the two of them, but I mean, you know, that's sort of what it's about. You know, that's that when these teams are evenly matched like this, it just sort of ends up, you know, they're both going to be playing each other pretty close. And even though Pumpkins Apostles did get held on that first point, it still managed to be pretty close because or held on that second point rather, because that second point is just so hard to attack from that even if you do have 3.5 minutes in the time bank, you're still, you know, gonna have a tough time getting it halfway through there.
Yeah, and we're gonna go to a quick break here. Welcome back. I mean, what a great series we have here so far. I mean, just Phoenix, Arizona's just taking the macro to another level here on OOL. Just perfect dives all around. And it seems like we're gonna go to New Chunk City, so I don't know if we're gonna see a dive comp here, but who knows, maybe they force it everywhere, and we'll just see them try to dive it out.
Yeah, I believe I have seen Jags just try to still play like the ball, the monkey here. Not exactly sure what we're going to end up seeing, but yeah, I mean, Phoenix, Arizona is obviously a team that likes to run a lot of the dive. And finally, the Pumpkins Apostles are answering that by playing or taking us to a map that is really difficult for the dive. The dive isn't able to find as much value on maps like these. So it does feel like a much better map pick than the Gibraltar was, and even the Gibraltar was quite close. So interested to see what comps these teams come out on.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a monkey Chuck Queen, maybe Jags is just a Winston one trick. Maybe that's the conclusion we need to come to because whoa, this comp is crazy.
Yeah, Winston Queen's certainly an interesting choice here. I mean, you know, these two tanks don't feel like they would have a whole lot of synergy with one another. They're both trying to do sort of different things. LaFlopper eventually switch out of the Diva, so that makes a lot more sense.
The double flex DPS, I think this is probably the approach you want to take if you want to play dive on this map. It's going to be interesting to try to set up into this comp. They're on Ryan Zarya here, the zombie backline. We're going to just zombie walk on someone. Looks like the rotations are coming out though, so we're going to have to walk on the rotation, and when that happens, holes are created. TP's already forward.
TP already coming out, and
Jake
Jake
already
goes
dead.
down so early.
They're just walking it down immediately. I mean, that's what I was talking about. Zidon goes down right before Alex did. Cody's out. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, if you're you're having to rotate out the dive, you're susceptible to a bunch of hits.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely true, you know. That's the thing, you know, this dive comp on this map is why it just doesn't have as much of an advantage, because the rush comp is able to literally outmaneuver you and still catch you, because you just don't have as much room to move around. So, that first fight going in the favor of Pumpkin's Apostles there. A couple of stragglers still alive here. Looking to maybe make something happen as this next fight starts.
Very sloppy fight here. I mean, I'm seeing the two tanks split apart. The Flopper already out of Meg, and Jags is just out.
Yeah, they're gonna look for a reset here. You don't really want to go for this on that Diva. They're supposed to fade really early, but I mean, I just don't know if I want to see them take this fight quite yet. Pi goes down there as well. There's just so much less of the pressure we know on the Diva. I mean, they do find the trade on Alex.
Alex, I mean, this could be totally turnable. I mean, we're building a giant Kyriel here. Oh, but the Coalescence comes out here and you just jumped into a Reinhardt and he's just walking you down. What are you doing? Oh my lord, here, even with the pin onto point, trying to clean up the rest of the people on point. Don't get the flip though. Trying to get some this blade, but Alex is just deflecting your all of your stuff.
Yeah, this is a really messy fight. They're gonna try and, you know, continue this pressure with that beat there, but Pi does not get the beat. Goes down. They still haven't flipped the point here either, by the way.
With the flank, gets Zedong. Oh my lord, that was a great trade here. They can still turn this fight.
It's certainly looking over now, and they finally get that flip. But I mean, Pumpkin's Apostles able to get it all the way up to 99 there. Really only having to use that Coalescence, still have the beat in that back pocket, which Zedong and Phoenix Arizona, they do not have the beat because they use it in order to win that fight. So that's going to be quite good. You know, you have an answer for the Primal, have an answer for, you know, any aggression that you might see from the side of Phoenix Arizona. So they're pretty set up to potentially win this one.
Yeah, but it's gonna be unfortunate when they get their beat forced. The beat comes right out here. I mean, if they're but Jags just gets cleaved so hard. They use the beat to just walk him down, and then just the whole fight is over. Baloney plucks them. Baloney dies to Pi.
Yeah, Pi choosing to invest the pulse bomb there. I don't know if that was the wisest choice. Didn't look like it was too winnable, but again, it is just, you know, a pulse bomb. Not really the biggest loss ever, but yeah, that's a perfect use of that beat there, you know. You use the beat to be able to survive their engagement onto you, and then also use it to speed onto them, and use your massive health advantage to just be incredibly aggressive on them, which again, you know, this comp is just very much built for, you know. It's built to be in your face, it's built to be aggressive and taking fights really close up to you. So ult advantage now looks a little bit more in favor of actually it just looks pretty even here. Blood Bunny close to this grab.
Oh my god, Jack's fully juggling Blood Bunny. Holy cow, looking for another one. Right onto this Moira. Baits right out here. I mean, Alex looking. Oh, with the bomb!
The bomb kills Alex with Blade.
Oh my
and that's just a fight-winning bomb right there.
And Arizona just cleans up the whole fight. Like, Jack's looking for this. Lucy Pig can't get that backline. Don't worry about it. You just killed two with your bomb. So worth.
Yeah, the bomb was really, really big there, and Blood Bunny died before she could even use the grab. So that's absolutely crucial to that fight win there, you know? Some really good ultimates coming out from Jags and Flopper there. But now, you know, you're staring down the barrel of that Coalescence, of that grab, of that high noon.
Maywall is too early here.
The grab finishes nothing! Oh my goodness.
Jacobs gets Melody somehow. I mean, because Winston is so good at catching up. But Smokey with the blade here, looking like Super here, just walking around with that. Oh, but never mind, gets two with the blade. I don't know if it was quite worth it though. Nice for him.
I mean, you know, the fight wasn't necessarily over.
Yeah, he does.
Evil live here? Does Evil actually live? Evil's actually gonna live. Wow.
Wow. Amazing.
Well, going into the next fight, Evil's gonna have the Shatter, Ray's gonna have the High Noon, Melody close to the beat, but not gonna be able to start off the fight with it. And Pi is close to this Blizzard here, dangerously close. If you're Blood Bunny, it's very crucial for you to eat this Blizzard, or else it's gonna get a pretty massive amount of value.
Pins right in, but takes so much damage, immediately dies here. Big
High Noon is so big.
Oh my god! He kills the Flopper right after, and right clicks a Jag.
And Ray just with the 5k there. Oh my goodness, Ray just absolutely popping off. That High Noon was big and then just landed every single shot afterwards. Crucial High Noon, saving the fight there.
As a distraction here for your High Noon. Very smart play from from these two players.
Yeah, it was
Very
quite good. Unfortunately, for the Pumpkins Apostles there, it doesn't look like any ultimates came out from the Phoenix Arizonas there. So they're still going to be coming in here with this Blizzard, coming in here with this
Oh,
heat here,
huge
but-
shatter here! Gets forces to beat immediately, and Jax is trying to go in with the primal. Evil goes down to immediately, but Jax is still trying to look for this trade. I don't know if he can get it on 150 health here. Dealing so much damage though.
Jax somehow able to live that engagement. Absolutely crucial here. Evil's still not back yet, so they're looking to try and still win this fight. But Alex with the blade doesn't get anything. Instantly bursted down by Zedong, and now it's Apostles' fight to. They have to clutch this one up here, or else it's looking dangerously close to them losing the second point here. Ultimate's coming out for both teams, the Kitsune and the Bomb there.
Bomb comes out.
Bomb not able to find anything.
He was like,
But
oh
Evil
my
goes
god,
down.
Evil evaporated. So Blood Money coming next, and then Melody and Instinct.
No, the Bomb finds both the supports! How does it find both the supports? That shouldn't even be possible there. The Blizzard is really, really good.
As well. Melody goes down to Jax at the start of this fight here. Pi might die, but the Flopper dies in the background. Raven looking for the high noon to get Jax. I mean, that was beautiful.
These
They
Evil Bombs,
turned the
man,
fight
they've just
here.
been fight deciders. I cannot believe how much value they've been getting. It's just absolutely absurd. I mean, just ridiculous. These
think-
Lipoco bombs have just been
I think
absolutely ridiculous.
Pumpkins Apostles hurt us. I mean, they turned the clutch gene on. They installed the clutch chip. I don't know. They figured out how to just clutch every fight for now.
Might have a little bit something to do with the fact that this matchup is a lot more favorable for them on this map. Trying to take it on their own terms in this Rhine mirror here. Jax has switched onto the Rhine
Jax, swinging for his
himself.
life here, gets shattered on the ground. Oh my god! But J. Cole goes down. Oh, just a very poor walk. But you
Yeah,
get
and a main
touches,
tank
too.
difference there as well. Although it looks, oh my god, the DPS from Phoenix, Arizona, they're somehow clutching this fight out. They find Ray there as well, and now they have an advantage here even. Instinct's gonna follow as well, so now Evil has absolutely no healing to keep him alive. Just gonna go down there. Neither team had capped the point, so it looks like the Phoenix Arizonas are gonna manage to get the first flip on this, despite Jags dying really early there to that shatter.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I was wrong about the clutching. Maybe you're right.
Yeah,
Maybe
that
the
looked like an
matchup is all that
anti-clutch there.
matters, and they just have they only have the clutch gene.
Yeah, it could be, you know, now that Jags switched onto this Rhine, you know, I definitely like the comp a little bit more. Obviously, it's a character Jags isn't quite as comfortable on, but, you know, still going to be able to do quite a bit here.
The fake here, Instinct with this coalescence
Alex
here,
going
doesn't
down
really
early,
get
the
much
coalescence
for.
just gets literally, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty useless coalescence. Went really early before either team was even taking a fight. He comes out here to try and get them to live this engagement, but a counter beat from Sedong there keeps Jags alive. The M are going to have to come out here as well, and the window is
Pick up with
really,
a
really
big
good.
window. It's even if people smoking. Oh my god!
And they managed to like clean that fight up with that window there. Pretty heavy ult investment there, having to use both support ults. But you know, Pumpkins Apostles use both support ults there as well. And they're going to stagger at the Diva. There's absolutely no chance that they're going to be able to touch this fight. And now Phoenix Arizona's switching on this Rhine comp. It's paying dividends immediately as they find themselves 100-0 on that third flashpoint there as we move into our fourth one.
This might be XQC with this hero pool. I mean, Monkey into Ryan. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm seeing shades of that. I'm seeing shades of XQC here for sure. And now it's looking like
Apostles get the high ground immediately. They get a big giant positional advantage here, but they do have the ultimates. I mean, we are matching ultimates here. We're looking for a. Is Evil gonna turn to there? Yep, they're rotating. Yeah, it's time to turn.
yeah, they're all
Looking
on
for
the
Shadow of the Core. Get that TD!
Counter-shattered.
Oh
Oh my! Oh, that was just disgusting play from Jags. And did I say Jags wasn't comfortable in this Reinhardt? Because he's looking very, very comfortable out here on it. Perhaps it was just an ego pick to try and just one-trick the monkey in this game so far. But no, Jags says, I'm going to have to do it myself. I'm going to Thanos this. And I'm just going to shatter the Rhine. Wow, he's mid-shatter. Absolutely disgusting play from him. And it causes them to win this entire fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Jags just takes the initiative first, even though Evil wanted the initiative. Jags is just says you can't surpass me and just shatters him immediately. Very interesting blue lock moment.
Yeah, I'm seeing incredible aura here from Jags here. I'm just getting chills watching this gameplay, frankly. The Wild comes out to be
Looking for
able to live this high noon.
I mean, gets a blade too, but is he gonna get anyone? Ray gets a huge damage on the Lucio. Can they finish it? No, they don't finish it. A big Mayo ult on point gets Ray, and they can. Oh my lord, this fight. But it's still turnable. They still turn this fight. Paul has to come out to sustain this. The B comes out to match. The bomb comes out. The window comes out. I mean, we're just seeing ult after ult here, but who's gonna come out?
And Instinct's Ryan, and that was Shatter to finish it off.
And TD.
And Jack's just looking so gross on this Reinhardt here, you know? Just every single Shatter is now landing. I mean, hasn't missed a single one and manages to get 2 Shatters on that point there. And it's tied the series up 2-2. And this Ryan swap has just been absolutely massive for them, and it makes sense, you know. I mean, this comp certainly a lot better on New Junk City. It's pretty tough to run the dive here, so switching onto the Ryan, you know, seems like the obvious thing to do. We weren't sure if Jax was going to be able to be up to the task, but it looks like he absolutely is.
Reinhardt, historically really hard character, but you will take so much. You will take so much damage right at the start here. I mean, this is gonna be very hard to walk through this when you're taking so much damage from 6 people. They rotate out for free though. I'm thinking that they're taking a more favorable fight on point here. They're looking to farm their ults. They're gonna be in a shatter here. I mean, let's see what happens. I take it. Lethal gets Maywalled. Looking for a shadow in the point. Get your
Shatter's big, but the bomb doesn't allow them to walk forward. Jags goes down because the Shatter did catch Jags in an opportune position to be killed. Zedong's gonna follow pretty soon, so the Shatter got the value that it needed to get, and now it's just the stragglers on point here for the Arizonas. Just gonna get cleaned up here. Hopefully they, you know, they're hoping for not getting any trades there, and they don't. That's really, really good there. And after conceding only 36%, they're able to get the flip off that massive Shatter from Evil. So it seems like Jags, you know, can dish it out, but can't quite take it on the Ryan here. Getting
saying, don't talk to me until I've had my fat shatter, and he finally got their fat shatter. They finally did it, and now we can finally speak to Evil. Let's see what Evil has to say.
Yeah, Evil's gonna have a tough task here. Jags is close to the shatter again, so gonna have to block that, but under pressure from the high noon, it's gonna be quite difficult to do so. Zedong also coming in here with the beats. Instinct really only having this Coalescence Melody nowhere near that beat. They're gonna go early with the Coalescence.
Initiative. Evil taking so much damage right off the bat, walking with the high noon. The beat comes out, shatter comes out, gets one with it, still pretty big. Feels blood, but he
can't find anything other than he dies mid-remake, and now a 2-player advantage here. Zedong is in the enemy team. I do not know why they were there, but luckily it's not going to matter too much. Still going to be a fight win, and a Blizzard wasted there as well from Alex TFM. I mean, that was kind of a terrible Blizzard, no?
No.
I feel like that one just came out so much after the fight was already over. I'm not really too sure on that one, but what I do know is now Pumpkin's Apostles are coming in here maybe close to the Shatter, maybe close to the B, but other than that, not really having any ultimates to work with here. Meanwhile, JCal going to be able to start this fight out with
their infamous window. They might be able to just completely swap this fight on them, even with the ult bank they might be occurring here, but it's only looking like the Shatter is really the only thing they can come up with here.
And Jags gonna have to do what they haven't been able to do so far, and that is block a shatter. It is absolutely crucial that this doesn't find too much value here. The window gonna come out early, put some pressure onto Evil, you know, not gonna let him have this shatter for free. Jax is going to take some of this space, but Evil's just rotating around behind. And Melody gets found early, though. This rotation is disastrous. They look for the flank shatter, but while that happened, their entire team died, and they're not even able to touch the point. Oh, I come from behind win to get that 3-0 there from Phoenix, Arizona's. Oh, my goodness. And it's just a masterclass of gameplay there from Jags. Don't talk to me until I've had my fat shatter. That's all I have to say about that.
I mean, Smokey doing what Smokey does, just killing your whole team while you're not looking.
Yeah, I mean, give them an opening there, and they're just going to be able to take that without any shield to stop them. And now that's going to be Pumpkin's Apostles. After losing that 3-0, they're going to be out of the tournament there. And Phoenix, Arizona's are going to move on in the losers bracket here. And speaking of the losers bracket, we got another game for you here. It's going to be Doroboto Chop Squad versus SKA. And that's coming up next. We're going to go to a quick break here.
See you then. Welcome back here. We have a very, very interesting matchup here. We have Doroboto Chop versus Ska. Doroboto Chop here being the patented, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like where all the famous people go. All the famous Overwatch Twitter people go. Like all the pro players, this is the team. Versus Ska.
Pretty much.
The known good players. That's pretty much what it is here.
Yeah, they've been again in this tournament for a long time. They've been a staple of the tournament, and a lot of the players' lore, has been playing pretty consistently in OOL at least since season 2, or not season 2, but whatever you want to call it, tournament 2, the second tournament. Been playing for a long time, so it's a pretty well established org in
Joey
this
would know the
space
name,
here.
but
Yeah, but Joey.
yeah,
We don't
Joey's
even know
always
who
just
that
busy
is, to
with
be honest with
everything.
you.
Joey is like a mystical hole of just randomness, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Just,
emphasis on. Never mind. I'm not going to say that. What I will say is,
What's that?
looking at these, can we go ahead and go to the roster introduction here? Is that a reality for us? Okay, if we're here we already are, So, taking a look at Dorboto Chop Squad, we've got HMP and Nogfriend on tank. They got the Hog and Ball going. We've got Solus and Piplup playing DPS here. Stacked lineup there, and then we have Mirai and Soaks on support. So Mirai, usually a DPS player for this team, going to be playing the support during this game here. So I'm interested to see how that happens. And now we're looking at Ska real quick here. We got Funk Addict and BM3 on tank. We got Lore and Faker Lol on DPS, and we have Massive and someone else. I don't know. It looks like they have 3 DPS here on this. Oh no, it's A or U on support. There we go. Perfect. And now we're getting into the game after that rushed roster introduction. Hope that was good enough for everyone.
yeah, I mean, most of y'all know these players. I would assume so at this point. If you're this deep into the OOL tournament, you would know these players that well.
Yeah, I should hope so. I'll tell you that much. I sure hope so. I'm curious to see how this game goes. We got some really star talent here. Solus, really good DPS player, matching up against Ska here, who is just in general
Nogfriend,
very, very good team.
explosions just happening at the Dildux facility. Nogfriend DCs really right off the bat.
Oh Jesus, Nogfred, goodness me, how could this happen? Nogfred, you gotta lock in, okay? You've got some Roadhog to play, buddy. You got some Hog and Ball on Antarctic Peninsula to play.
I mean, the Dylan facility, known millionaire Dylan. Sometimes he just forgets to pay the power bill, and then it just goes out, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, we have to pay that bill."
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They'll get around to it eventually. While they're getting around to it, you want to give me your thoughts on how a ball comp might work on a map like Antarctic Peninsula? You think that's a really good matchup for them?
I'd imagine it would be like just a flanking playstyle, to be honest here, because there are a lot of flank routes on this map, and there are a lot of angles you can't just take on the point. But they're also playing. It seems like they're also playing the ball here, so it might go both ways, technically speaking. But I would place my bets on the Reinhardt if I was placing bets on this.
Yeah, I definitely have to
Space at
agree.
all.
It feels like it's just more of a map that's built for that sort of comp. I mean, just like last time, how we saw on that New Junk City map. Eventually, both teams just had to. They had to conform. They had to switch on to the Ryan comp. They had to switch on to the Rush just because it's what you kind of needed to play on that map. But, Dorboto Chop Squad, they have, HMP is really good at forcing ball in these situations where it might not ordinarily be a particularly good play. So I have a lot of faith in them to be able to run this comp that isn't conventional and be able to find some success for it on this map.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I blanked out what you're saying, but
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I do the same thing to you sometimes, just like I did earlier today when I kind of blanked on the fact that you said something about someone picked a map. Just didn't hear it, went in one ear, out the other. What can I say? We love our casters here. We really, really do.
Yeah, I'm really paying attention to what Piss is saying, but Piss is not paying attention to what I'm saying. And then sometimes I just don't even pay attention to Piss. It goes both ways here at the OOL casting booth. I really don't know what's going to happen here. Like, maybe my caster is just going to disappear mid-casting, and I'm just going to have to take control of it the whole time. You just never know. That's what's very interesting about OOL casting. seems like we're unpausing here. Going back in. Nogfriend is back. The Dildux facility. They finally plugged the wire to the PC back into the wall, and now they're ready to go. I'm seeing an Orisa on my screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing some Ball Orisa here. That is certainly one of the comps of all time. I'll tell you that much for free. Looking a little bit interesting here, but which are the best for him? And it looks like SK is also elected to go with some Ball comp here as well, even though they all are also running the Ryan. So curious to see how these match up into one another.
Yeah, I mean, looking for the off angle here. Soxa and Piplup trying to take some poke on this walkout here. King Quan just looking for the hit onto the front line. It seems like there's a little fight going on.
Yeah, Solus marking the Sombra there on the outside, making sure that she isn't able to like roam back there where she wants to. And HMP is bullying this Ryan. Ryan already 1 HP. Healer's nowhere to be found. Where was the Palestine there? But the good news is the trades are coming in. The ball hit was actually really good. Managed to find Mariah on the Ana there, but the trades are ending up in favor of Dorbodo Chop Squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very interesting to not have an off tank that is present most of the time. It's just they're kind of just like walking around the map. I mean, we finally spot King Kong and what he's doing, but it seems like they swap into Hazard here. I do appreciate this pick when your off tank is trying to flank the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely agree. You know, it feels like these tanks are a little bit more in line with what each other is trying to do, but King Kong gets pressured out immediately. Sticky's come out and he's not able to really play on that side there at all, just gets completely zoned out. Nade comes out on a Robro, so now SK is just going to have to back up and not really be able to fight this quite yet.
About to go down to 1 HP. I mean, how's Nogfriend not dead? I just don't get it. I mean,
Absolutely absurd
Dorbodo
there.
Chop's taking so much damage.
Solus fighting the peak early. Solus actually just doing so much. The addition of Solus into this roster here is just so big. I mean, very, very talented DPS player, no glaze absolutely whatsoever, but it looks like SK is still managing to find these trades here.
I mean,
Oh, the mines are so good!
HAP?
Oh,
HAP with the perfect mine to the point,
so
collects both of
good.
the tanks. I mean, HAP just spotted clipping it in midpoint. That's very awesome.
Yeah, almost by himself there. I mean, just a really unfortunate jump there from Canada play. I mean, you know, you don't like to see that jump from your Hazard if you can avoid it. He tried to throw up a little bit of a block there as well, but absolutely nothing there. Mine's now coming out from King Juan, forcing a rush onto the point from Soaks there, but HMP gets found early.
Right, AMP on point here. I mean, they get. I mean, Soaks just goes down instantly, and Nogfriend is just the last one here, just forcing the point, trying to get as much cap as they possibly can before they go down.
Yeah, no supports. You're going to use the Orisa ult there. A little bit questionable, I would say. Solus and HMP just going to stall it out to 93. That's pretty good. You know, that's certainly one fight territory for you. That's around where you want to be. But Nogfriend just kind of wasting the Orisa ult there, and he's not even switching off. So there will be some questions to be asked regarding the effectiveness of an ult like that.
Sanity of Nogfriend onto that ultimate.
Yeah, that too.
I would
questioning
put you in a
that as well.
straitjacket for even pressing Q there, to be honest. I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. And now, I mean, it's a
HMP
significant
looking for a
ultimate
hit
advantage
here.
for
Gets
Sky
a big
here.
giant slam. Equal dot. HMP goes down to an EMP.
Really good usage of the EMP there. Catches HMP right in the engage when he's all alone. Gets caught out immediately and finds the kill. And now, I mean, Dorbodo and Chop Squad are just backing off of this. They don't want to fight this at all. TP gets forced out there as well, so now they've just fully disengaged this.
Looking for another hit with a nano. Big giant hit. Deals so much damage. But his whole team is traded while he's trying to go for this. Oh, and he just takes so much damage and marked by everybody died. Solus is the last one alive here. And wait, Piplup, oh, Piplup spotted. Loading down.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one there. I mean, you know, when you're running this sort of Anakiri comp, I mean, it does have some benefits. You know, the cooldowns are really, really impactful, and the Nano, obviously, a fantastic ult as well. But it's quite a bit of a more fragile comp compared to the Lucio Kiri stuff, and it makes it more susceptible to backline trades like the ones we just saw, where even though it was a really good engagement from HMP, it didn't end up actually mattering because his backline was dead before he was able to
hit onto Mariah. Just instantly goes down. It was a good 3-2-1, but Solus in the back line here, looking for maybe a trade, but just the fight was won so early on. It's gonna be very hard for a recovery here for Doroboto. Soaks dies, just staggering himself. This is very bad here when you're about to lose the point. And Dogfoot and Dylan's PCs! The Dylan's PC Cafe has gotten hit again! The lore has EMP'd Dylan Dildux's facility once more.
They can't keep getting away with it. The Dildux facility, you know, you'd think it'd be able to sort of sustain some of these EMP attacks here. But unfortunately, just not able to. And now Nogfriend gets DC'd again.
Just
Maybe
like
that's
a
the
Tracer
explanation
getting
for that
EMP'd, just
disgustingly
falls
terrible
over.
Orisa ult. You know, that's the only explanation I can think of, truly.
I mean,
but yeah, that's just not ideal.
yeah. That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie. We gotta
That's
put you.
unfortunate too. It
We
does
gotta
look
put
like
you
they're
in
just about to
straight
lose this
bracket,
round, no
and we
matter
gotta put
what.
you on Twitter. So probably just end the round here and then start anew. I don't know.
I don't think that's going to be happening here. I think we're just going to stay paused here. But, you know, other than that, other than Nogfriend, you know, not really being able to play the game here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It did just look sort of awkward just in general from Dorboto Chop Squad there, just trying to run this Anakiri stuff. I mean, I'm assuming it's because Mirai isn't exactly comfortable on a lot of the
Bait
characters that aren't flex supports, if I had to guess, because I think that person is just a DPS player. So flex support's going to come a little bit more natural to them, so that makes sense. But the bad news from that is
DPS
that
players could be good at Lucio, but apparently that's just not true. I don't know. You just kind of just DPS on that character. I don't really see what the issue could be. Maybe not flying into the enemy team would be the issue, but you know.
yeah, I mean that is to be fair, that is more of an issue than you might think. I think that is a very common plague amongst people who don't play Lucio too often. You just end up feeding your brains out. It's just the unfortunate reality, and I suppose in trying to avoid that, they've put Mirai onto the Ana here. And kept Stokes on the Kiriko, but it looks like it's sort of backfiring them a little bit because, I mean, these backline trades consistently have just gone the direction of SKA there, you know, even when HMP is able to get a really good setup there. So it's certainly not looking too good from them.
When your Anakiri's good, they seem like stronger than I on a break, but when they're not the strongest, they're more fragile.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to play fast, and you have to get nade value. Is the truth. You have to get nade value, or else the comp is basically completely pointless to run over a Lucio Kiri.
It's just hard. It's very hard. I think just double flex backlines in general are not that good. Like most of the time.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to run them a lot of the time. I mean, you know, just typically speaking, they're just not as survivable. They're just a lot more fragile. And on maps like that, you're not even really able to play the spacing that you want to because it's just such an enclosed map that, you know, you're constantly fighting the other team head on, even though you are running the ball as well. And that's another thing too, is running the Orisa with the ball just doesn't seem like to be a particularly good play either. Obviously, Nogfriend was, you know, lagging quite a bit there, presumably, but it just didn't really feel like those two tanks had a lot of synergy with one another, so it didn't look too good to me.
I wouldn't. When you run an Anakiri backline, you really want to play it. You really mostly play it to sustain a resource-heavy tank, like, for example, like an Orisa or like a Zarya or something like that. But the comp doesn't really seem resource-heavy, and that's kind of the problem here for Doroboto Chop. It's just none of the frontliners are that like threatening. So like the frontline of Scott here just like goes right past them and right into your backline. Is just very hard to start a fight when you are missing two players.
Yeah, no, for sure. And now, I mean, you know, they're missing Nogfriend permanently. We're trying to figure out a solution for it, but the Dylan PCs are just completely down. There's no way, no recovery there. It's just not looking too good.
Dylan's facility still not recovering from this EMP attack from Lore. This EMP hit was so strong, that yeah, I don't know. So it just keeps.
It's so strong it took it out permanently. But the good news is, we are finally getting back into it.
HMP hits the mindset point, gets immediately hacked and just, oh my god, eviscerated! Holy cow, did you see that? We did an instant replay on that evisceration. Solo's trying to get another touch here, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they're just down so much and Mariah goes down and Solos goes down right after. I mean, you just saw that, like, just immediate annihilation. I've never seen a ball die faster. And usually that's a character that doesn't really die that often. Usually they just, like, get out with 1 HP, but no, HP did not get out. Seems like another pause coming out here.
Oh, okay. My favorite thing ever. I'm really happy
sorry
that
for my viewers at home.
we are just
trying to avoid it,
always pausing and never playing the game, because that's what we like to do here. We like to actually just have us talk instead of
I do enjoy podcasting with my co-caster a lot, but you know, sometimes it can get annoying when I'm actually trying to cast video games. I know. I know it's insane.
You know, I feel you on that one. I really do. Coming out of this next one, we're seeing a little bit closer of a mirror between these two comps. We're still seeing HP on the ball, of course, but Nogfriend's elected to go on over to the Hazard here instead of the Orisa, which, again, I like quite a bit more. You know, those two have a lot more in common with what they want to do. You know, they synergize a lot better. So, good with the direction there.
For TP out here, TP a backline here, looking for the Honor Brig instead of the Honor Curie. I think this is very smart. So as a main support, so getting on their heroes will help your team and Hamp off the map immediately. I mean, the Viper just immediately just boops you off the map and you're just dead. Just so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not the position you want to be in if you're trying to win the video game, but Nogfriend finds a trade on the candidate to play. I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late, though, as Nogfriend goes down to 1 HP, and Lord finds Solace there as well. We're just going to finish up Dogfriend there, and they get the first cap there for SKA, so looking pretty good from them so far. Going to force Dorbo and Chop Squad to just completely reset here, probably. Although they seem to be taking the fight over here, they're just going to be staggering each other out. King Kwok goes down.
Dealing so much damage. You saw that? He was dealing so much damage with these spins. Lord looking for another hack here. I mean, they're kind of just staggering themselves over and over again. Oh, Lord's trying to get a hack, but just keeps getting interrupted. Viper goes down to Mariah. I mean, the Suzu comes out here, the nade was wasted, basically.
And Soul's able to find a pick onto the Roller there too, dies for it, but you know, the good news is they're able to find some positive trades here, find some purchase on the point finally, you know, getting some percentage on there before they're even able to touch.
So by
Hazard point control.
Just a cooldown trade, but off the back, but King Kong dies to Piplup. It was just a ball trade. We were trading balls here.
Yeah, neither team with their ball alive here, so just gonna be a classic Overwatch 2 5v5 situation here with the Hazard mirror. But Russia's gonna come out from Love Palestine, so SK is gonna get control of the point as it forces Dorbo to Chop Squad to just back off there. The good news is for Dorbo to Chop Squad, they do both their support ults here, so they're going to look for an engagement with the ball and the nano there. Finds Love Palestine instantly, and both supports for Dorbo to Chop Squad are instantly dead, and Robo follows suit as well, even using the high noon, still can't survive there.
I mean, Dorbo to Chop really took the initiative here to end the fight, and
oh my god!
And welcome back to the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, episode 36 of the Selena Piss podcast. Today we're talking about how blue the sky is. The sky is very blue today. I love how blue the sky is. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, for me, it's looking a little bit gray today as we've just been experiencing the most lovely weather where I am. It's some great cloudy skies, rain all the time. My life is really dreary, and not a lot of people know this, but it really is, and I mean that.
That was certainly very deep and very invigorating for me, to be honest here.
I'm happy about that. Hey, look what happened. Nogfriend's not in anymore. It's actually Finn, as you know, we take this OOL shit very, very seriously, which is why we'd never allow any sort of
just get the flip. They don't opt to flip here, allowing Scott to just like take advantage of this fight here. HMP gets 2 though. One mysterious pick and one against Laura. They're just like waiting for the mines to be over, and then they can start walking onto Dorbo to Chop here. The Hazard comes out here. Hazard ults on Mariah. Just goes down. Oh my god, and then Soaks is next. So unfortunate. Oh, but Khan gets traded.
Solus, even with that play, just can't do enough. The beat comes out to counter it, and Solus goes down there as well. And it looks like it's just going to be too much for Dorbodo Chop Squad to be able to overcome here. Even with Finn coming in, not going to get any more DCs, hopefully, but the DCs have done the damage enough. And, in addition to that, SKA just playing pretty well, playing really good.
Reinhardt coming out here. Look at this final battle of the point here for the Crusaders.
Yeah, for the Crusaders indeed, as the mines come out here as well for King Kwan, which is instantly going to force HMP to be playing in a position where he could get picked off by Lore there. Finn's mech is going to go down instantly as well, and now that's just a wrap for SKA. A very pretty dominant first point win, or second point win at least there.
Listen,
DC's notwithstanding, of course.
Listen, the PCs at the Dylan Cafe explode sometimes, and we got to experience the worst and the best of it.
Yeah, certainly not ideal, but hopefully they're back to get a really banger map going on this map too, which Dorbodo Chop Squad is going to be choosing as we go into our break here.
Actually, I think Dorbodo Chop.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
It looks like we're going to go to another Watchpoint Gibraltar from the request of Dorbodo Chop Squad. Makes sense. Again, this team loves to play some ball. And I'm not really sure what tanks Dorbodo plays, but, he's in, and he's going to be playing some. So we're going to find out. And yeah, as we go into some Watchpoint Gibraltar here, just like last time. Great map, I'm glad we're seeing it.
I love Watchpoint Gibraltar as much as the next gal.
Scream if you love Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Actually, that's it. That's the end of the sentence. I just love Watchpoint as much as the next gal.
Yeah, good comms. Good comms there. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. What are you trying to say? I'm a little bit confused.
No, I'm just stating the fact that I like Watchpoint Gibraltar. I just wanted to state it in a funny way. It came out wrong, and now I look like a moron and sound like an idiot. So
no, that's not true. Don't say that. Don't say that. You don't sound like an idiot. The good news is we get to see some more Piplup on Echo action here. I mean, this is really this is what it's all about. You get to see Piplup on a team with a bunch of other random people. No one cares. Piplup's really the only important person. That's the Twitter guy, the Twitter Echo guy playing the Twitter
We only know
Echo.
Piplup on these teams. I mean, I don't know who anybody else is. HMP guy, don't know who that is. Don't know who the Soaks guy is.
But Solo's already finding some first blood.
Laura's already dead. I didn't even know what happened there. I wish I could see that. Look, bouncing. Forcing a recall from Solus.
Yeah, the recall already out, which means he's not going to be able to play as up there anymore, not going to be able to hold on to that cart. They're going to have to back up that high ground and allow SK to push it
for a sneak attack, just stickies the ground. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to see that. That's some really good stickies from our
HMP dies.
Oh, found really early. Lord just finds the pick on there. And that's just going to be a lot of high ground needed to be conceded here, and now Solus also goes down, and now you're just gonna have to back up all the way.
Piplup looking for the pick, look for the trade. Oh, it doesn't seem to get anything for it. The hit comes out from HMP to peel his team, but Finn still goes down.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do there.
Gets a pick up Lore. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's quite big, certainly. But it's just it's a little bit tough here. Canada plays
hit on Sakanada.
Can they even follow up on it though? HMP's getting a little bit of a boop action going, but no actual damage found on the Canada play so far. Viper goes dangerously low though, and he does have this beat, so you really like him to live. The pulse bomb is good. Rover goes down, and Viper follows suit there as well. And now the rest of the team for Ska is all just getting and my stream is frozen, so unfortunately I'm actually not able to see what's going on. Okay, and we're back in exactly what I said happened.
Eating a virus before the fight happens here. I mean, it's going to build towards this EMP, which is going to be very crucial to win this fight here, especially when we have a giant ult bank on the support line.
Yeah, no, for sure. Both teams coming up on both of their support ults here, and in fact, like just for the most part, both teams gonna have a lot of ultimates to work with here. You're hoping to get some massive value out of your overclock here, out of your downpour.
Get a bunch of damage, but gets out with her life here. And looking for gets another hit here. Soaks with the rally, but takes so much damage. They're looking for a follow-up on this backline. They're taking so much damage. The hazard all comes down here. You're just everything used on you. The Soak still lives with the rally, the NATO rally here, just trying to clean up as much as they can. But Biplub goes down, and Mariah goes down, and Solus is next in the chopping block.
Yeah, I mean, clever use of the word chopping block there when we're talking about Doroboto Chop Squad. That was low-key fire.
Hey, wait,
Really impressive recovery there from SKA there as they managed to win, even though Lore with that EP went down early. Just a really, really good use of both of their support ults there to aggressively push their advantage that they found, and they managed to get a lot of kills there even without having that EMP, and now they have it in their back pocket for this next fight as HP goes down so early. That means they're just gonna get the cart's all the way already halfway through on this second point here.
Yeah, Doroboto Chop's gonna have to come up with a different way to walk through this very choke heavy point. It's gonna be difficult with all this ultimates they have to fight through. But Finn swaps onto Doom here, maybe for just the touch. Never mind, back up to the.
EMP is good, but it doesn't actually end up canceling any of those mines, but HMP does have to go down, and Soaks is soon to follow there as well, but no Kiri on the side. Oh, they C9'd it! They just capped! This fight doesn't even matter! They might lose it for all they care. It doesn't matter at all. They capped the points. Oh, another disastrous C9 we're seeing on this map. These teams so careless about their card presence here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard when you have to, when the cart gets pressured so much like this, it's very hard to get as much touches as possible. But as you can see, they got C9 because of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really
Solus
important.
on the back line here gets forced out with recall still. Not actually fully chased here, just cooking up another mines here. Okay, one going for the mines here, looking for a slam. Soaks flies right into the mines, but a perfect movement allows him to escape. But Mariah is not so lucky. Pippa goes down as well. Solus at the back line, taking the attention away from the front line. HAP also taking attention, but Solus is gonna go. Oh, but Solus is so low, he's gonna go down. Oh, but Finn also gets demeched here. I mean, this is just all the resources getting forced before the fight even occurs.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a little bit unfortunate there. Now they're going to be able to use their downpour here as well. Does get eaten by Finn, but Soaks trying to force the BAP into this ball dive comp. It's just going to be a little bit
with a nano blade gets hacked. I mean, they just get nothing for this nano blade. He needs to recover some health here. Look at the chase this Lucio. Doesn't seem to get the pick here. Doesn't seem to be able to clean up anything, but HAP gets a love. And Kanata goes down as well. I mean, this is a lot you need to recover from. Hey, Viper goes down here. It seems like Doroboto Chop actually swung the fight into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, the Nano Blade there was... It didn't actually find too many kills there, but it did force out both of the support ults. And with Doroboto Chop Squad still winning that fight, an absolutely crucial fight win there. Because now, I mean, you have this EMP, you have this overclock here that certainly can get a lot of value, but you don't have the support ults to put in with. Canada Blade dies really, really early. There's no Immor for the side of Doroboto Chop Squad, but, I mean, getting that first pick is absolutely crucial there. And forcing King Quan out as well, very, very important as... in addition to that.
Somber here, looking for Lord here, but he's in front of both his backliners. Wait, he forces out the translocator.
Yeah, the mines are going to come out really, really early, and not really splitting the team as much as it is just, you know, sort of not letting them walk in until they've cleared out all of those mines. But clear them they have.
The high ground here.
The EMP is good. You find Piplup with that slam engagement there, but Canada Blade goes down. Now Solus is trying to find what he can. Oh, jumps into the mines!
Solus goes down here, but Soaks is on a warpath to kill everybody. Finn goes down immediately, but Soaks has had nothing to put on his wall here, looking for Viper as his next person. Trying to get a fog trophy, but oh, it seems like the purple guy's coming for you, and he wants your head as well.
Yeah, but I think those trades are going to end up being enough. You know, once you get to this third point here, the trades do, you know, they do add more value to the defenders than they do the attackers. So the huge trades from Soaks' window there do end up with them sort of be able to stabilize here a little bit.
Oh,
but
the HMP goes down first, and then the B comes out here. So hard to cover for this. The Nano goes out onto Piplup. Maybe Piplup can make something happen here with this Nano.
Yeah, I mean, the rush is going to come out here as well, though. Gonna be able to clear this out. And now, with only 49 seconds on the clock, they do manage to cap that third point. But, you know, getting to cap it all is absolutely fantastic from them. Really, really good performance so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very hard. It's very hard. That last point is when, I don't know, that comp, I feel like that comp is much better at attacking more than is defending, but there is very much things you can do. The third point of Watchman Patrol, they're very, very notorious as being hard to defend. Very hard to defend. It seems like it shouldn't be,
sure.
but it's very hard to defend. Kind of like Kingsbow first, you don't really get to defend it as much as you think you can.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. And, you know, both teams trying to take in that ball mirror, you know, it does just feel like you said, you know, more of like sort of a comp that has those engagements that you can use for attack. But, you know,
Joey took the N right at like Joey.
Really don't know what that means.
Crashing out. Yeah, Joey tried to crash out here. I don't know what's up with Joey.
Joey's just absolutely freak. Who knows what would have been typed after that M? It's just absolutely crazy, you know. Now Joey's, I mean, you're talking about. Oh, I was telling them no, like, buddy, why didn't you just type out N and then O right after it? Like, is it really that much effort? Do you have to shorten it?
The O key is just right there. I mean, you could just press the O key. I don't understand why we can't just press the O key on our keyboard.
Absolutely
I don't
ridiculous.
care.
Anyways, the good news is here, we're getting into this next round here where we're seeing another ball mirror, King Kwan versus HMP.
Lord
And this
chasing
is quite an
HMP
even
here.
one.
Oh, but Lord gets his Translocator Force out. I don't think that's a favorable trade here.
Just looking at the ugliest crosshair I've ever seen from Piplup. Why are we using the default on Hanzo? That is just sickening.
Hey,
I'm
don't
getting
hate
sick to
on
my stomach
default.
looking
Don't
at
hate
it.
on default. It's good. And King Kong
Yeah.
goes down to Solus. I think it's the mech though. These are very good free fight trades.
Yeah, definitely really good. Looking, you know, forcing the tanks from SKA to just play a little bit further back here, not letting them find a whole lot. Finn goes down early, though, getting demech'd before that fight really even started. And even though Dorbodo Chowskas was able to get the cart all the way out to there, in the process of getting it there, they weren't able to, you know, win the fight or get any really good high ground control there. So, gonna have to reset here now.
Yeah. Sign goes down. I think that is a very favorable trade if you're, but HMP looks for the slam on high here, and King Kododo goes down. That's not King Quan, guys. That's Kanata plays. Sorry.
Easy to confuse the two. Both have names that start with K, you know. I mean, it's just a little bit unfortunate that they decided to do that. Not the kind of the casters there with that naming choice. But Soaks with the window, I mean, he's just been so consistent with this, always being able to find at least one with it. Robro goes down, and that's going to be a really important pick there. They're going to look for a recontest with that. Oh, it's just so good. The beat engage is perfect. The slam on a Solus, and Piplup ends up with both of them dead. And now the EMP
He comes out onto HMP, though. He's going to get fried. They need the Nano to let him live, but he's still taking so much damage. He goes down here. Kanata chases and he dies. Well,
Yeah, I mean, and now they're going to stagger out this Diva here as well. I mean, they're going to make him all
this is
the
a
way
oh
out there.
no, this is a devilish dagger. A devilish
Very,
dagger.
very
Deep,
easy.
but
Look at the
Solus
pulse.
gets one! Solus gets one to Roboto!
And that pulse is actually really, really good. That's quite a good trade there, you know. The Diva's certainly going to come back fast, and the Cassidy is. Lore making sure, you know, no one's really able to get on the point here. King Kwan here has the mines, and they have the rush here as well. Looking to engage with either one of those. They know HMP has
So
some
damage
mines.
to HMP, look at the C9 doesn't get it. Solus in the pre-fight here, getting marked up by 3 but goes down. It's very unfortunate for Turbo Chop. HMP looks for mines, gets hacked out of the slam though. Still gets the mines though. Robo just on the high ground. Server admin point. Oh, but the Diva flies on top of you. It's very unfortunate. Has to walk around. But Vin doesn't seem to really care that much for his life. Just goes down with his mech. But Mariah gets traded by King Kwan. HMP gets lore.
Yeah, still finding some trades here, but Viper, you know, that pick onto the demech Finn probably, oh, I was going to say the final nail in the coffin, but now Solus has returned, and now Piplup with the changed crosshair finally hitting his shots now, maybe able to kill a Viper there. Yeah, gets the pick on a Viper there as well. HMP going down to the window
Circle
out.
9 making
It's
you
so
rage
big,
hack.
it's so big. Oh my
Circle
god, the
9.
window play from
Ladies
them,
and gentlemen.
absolutely disgusting.
Mobile, what are you dragoning?
True, it's the biggest dragon ever! Touched down the high noon with the sleep from Mirai! Oh, and now they're able to close out this first point. Just have to kill the Lucio. The Lucio's gonna go down there as well, and Piplup and Sogs are able to clutch out that fight. Finally with that changed crosshair that's hitting everything.
On the OOL stream, it has very much been scientifically proven that Circle 9 is the best crosshair in the game. There's nothing else that really stands up to it.
It's true, science has proven it, and you know, if you're disputing science, I mean, I really don't know what to say to you. You're just uneducated. That's really all I can say.
Yeah, but getting educated in this room, Fintech gets so much damage, having a full lesson being placed on top of him. HMP though giving another lesson on ball economics, because you're taking so much damage and you don't have any cash to pay for it.
Yeah, it's a really good nade in there as well, but they're just not going to be able to close out the fight. They suffered too many losses there. They elected to go to the Sigma here. Certainly an interesting choice. I mean, I see the vision, you know, you're able to play on this high ground, able to sort of spam the mini choke points that you have on defense, but it just, you know, it doesn't really feel like particularly good for this map, you know, when you're wanting to be so mobile and, you know, get some hits onto people. It certainly has its place here for sure, but maybe not the one that I would necessarily choose to go with here. As now Canada Place here is looking for a good downpour combination with this EMP. The first picks come out here for Dorado Chop Squad though. Piplup fighting with Palestine. No support ults here for the side of SKA, and that's a perfect fight start there. Canada Plays uses the downpour, but can't quite find anything at all with that. And now, I mean, it looks like Dorado Chop Squad is able to sort of force them into that area there, but EMP
comes out for more. Kills the HMP kills Lord. They see that
no,
again!
The C9!
Double C9 here!
They cannot touch the point on defense. It's impossible for them to do it. They literally cannot. They are incapable. And now, I mean, you know, you probably could have won that fight if you were SKA. I mean, the EMP was good, the beat was good, but now you've invested all of those ultimates.
You're gonna go down though to more, and Viper's next to this chopping block here. No pun intended again.
No, the pun was intended. Even if you didn't think it was intended, I intended it. I'll tell you that much.
About to get hacked and go down. Just taking so much damage. The lamp is forced earlier. Piplup looking for a dragon, a smoke dragon, as the derby viewers would know it as. HMP getting hacked here, getting marked by the Samba. Very hard.
like CSGO.
But Keyquad takes a early death here. HMP looking for a slam, but the backlight just backpedals this easily. Viper goes down to Soaks, and Love Palestine has to TP out here, gets all of his cooldowns forced.
Dire Straits here. Now they have to reset and spawn quickly here in order to get this 66 final point. Finn, I think, missed the flux there and goes down early. That was not the play. You didn't have to go that early. Oh, but the pulse bomb is so big.
We're just standing at the pulse bomb. We're just standing at the pulse bomb here. I don't understand. Solus and HMP just clean up. Like, what are we doing? Get off the blue glowing orb. I don't understand. What is the issue?
Yeah, they're just not able to react in time for that one. It's just very, very unfortunate for SKA there as they get their time bank beaten out by Dorado Chop Squad. It seems like they've sort of found their map here, you know, a map where they're able to play this dive style. They're able to play the ball, but they're also, you know, finding success with the Sigma on this map as well. We'll see if that continues when they roll out on defense here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a horrible way to go out. I mean, just on misfortune after misfortune for Ska. I hope this streak doesn't continue into this round here, but Dorado Chop does have the carry potential, so that misfortune might be what carries them through here to the end. I'm seeing a comp swap here, a potential comp swap.
Seeing some interesting things here. We're seeing a break Kiri.
I'm seeing people dance in front of me, doing the fisherman's dance, if you know that. Many people don't
Yeah,
even
that's
know
pretty
emote
fire.
names, but I know emote names. Do you know emote names? You better know emote names, or I'm coming
I
for you.
really don't know any myself, if I'm gonna be
And Finn
perfectly
is
honest with
floating.
you, but
Finn is floating, by the way, guys. I'm glad Sigma can float.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense, canonically the guy already does float and, like, controls gravity and shit, so it makes sense that he's able to do a little bit of floating like that. Seems reasonable enough to me. And again, Finn's going to be rolling out on the Sigma BAP, this sort of dive and poke comp hybrid we've seen from them. Definitely has been pretty successful so far. I mean, Soaks
But
is
I
just
think it's
so
so much
good on that
damage to the
Baptiste.
point. McQuan just takes advantage of the hit of vision aggro and slams them all. And they just keep pushing the car, goes right under, but HAP keeps getting miniature touches here. Piplup on the ground here, looking for some hits here. Oh, but Solus is in the midst of danger with no cooldowns. Gets out for free, though. King Quan taking a bunch of damage here. HAP still contesting the car.
Yeah, it's just going to be a test to see whether or not they're able to, bully this Baptiste like they should be able to with this massive, like, mobile comp. They forced it in more really, really early, and now Canada plays just 1 HP, gets demeched. But again, with no immort, it seems really difficult for the Baptiste to win that 1v1, but HP cleans up lore after he gets the kill. So even though they lose their Baptiste, they are still winning this fight.
But Reclaimed is forced here. I mean, there's just you're down so many resources here against this team. Oh, but Solus cleans up the rest here. Oh, it's just unfortunate for Ska. I mean, your resources
Yeah, I mean,
just
that
get
pulse
forced
bomb there
early.
seals the deal. And
And-
now, I mean, you just have you just have this first point defense here from Dobro Chop Squad. It's gonna be pretty hard for SKA to find anything here, as the cart didn't really even make it past the bridge.
Initiating match.
Yeah, I mean, like, you just put yourselves on the chopping block, and Dorbo to Chop just chopped you right down.
That was tough. That was friggin' tough. I'll be honest with you. That was actually way too cold.
That one got me smiling. I'm not gonna lie. I
Yeah,
thought
no,
of it
for real.
beforehand. I thought of it beforehand. I was like, can I say this right now? And this is the perfect time to. This is
You were
like,
cooking that one up.
It's like the caster can like say anything here.
Yeah, no, I got you. I get you on that one. Well, I mean, a minute and a half on the time bank for Dorboto Chop Squad. It wouldn't be ridiculous for Ska to manage to defend this one for a minute and a half.
Yeah,
It's not
just
like the
needs-
longest time.
Just needs one fight of immeasurable time and then one short or one long fight. And then it could be either or. If they win a long fight, then they will probably win the whole series. But again, I can't see the footage here. Joey's currently dealing with 90 production issues as we speak here. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, but eventually, he's figured it out, and that's what we love about him. He's able to solve those problems in real time. So let's gonna start off on the Symmetry here to get his team onto that high ground. HP on the Roadhog, gonna be taking the honorable Hog 1v1 with Canada play here. I mean, I just love to see.
Talk got
how
my
much I
big
love
old
this.
hook.
Oh, not hitting the big old hook there yet, though. I mean, but they do, manage to get this high ground, rotate the map here. King
but
Kwang
King
gets found
Kwang
early.
Gets caught out. And Lil Pulsine is down some cooldowns here. Finn is just under you, poking you, and Kuna plays tries to poke him out, but he gets forced out. Finn looking for the EMP hack onto Finn, but it doesn't matter. He's taking so much damage just to TP out. Maybe he can get a hit on Mariah, but HMP is also taking Vision aggro, so it might be hard to get some follow up. HMP gets Viper, and King
now
Kwan is
Fight's
back here.
certainly-
And that's gonna be a
HMP gets
dogfight for the
another one!
car, but HMP gets
Where
another
did
floor here.
Find all of these.
HMP's getting all of the picks here.
Yeah, I mean, forces that hook, but the hook ultimately just does absolutely nothing to them. Hog, not a very effective counter to ball in this comp where it's really important where you put your resources, and now Finn and Soldier just able to clean the rest of this up. Only King Kwan remains on the point here, the last line of defense in between Dorable to Chop Squad and winning this map, and now even he goes down. The window even is going to come out, the Nano's going to come out as well, and this is just too much for the rest of Ska to deal with as Dorboto Chop Squad closes out that map in extra rounds, and now, for the first time in this entire playoff series so far, we have a 1-1 score.
Whoa. Whoa.
This is pretty amazing. Pretty revolutionary. We haven't seen these yet, This is an actual close game where both these teams are fairly evenly matched. So I'm pretty excited to see where we go next here as SKA is going to be able to choose the map that we're going to go to. So we're going to go to a quick break while they're figuring that one out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome back here. We're gonna go into a different map, I guess you say. I've seen it before in the OOL stream, but I haven't seen it that much. We're gonna go into King's Row here. Very interesting pick from Dorboto Chop, I'd say so. Especially for their call.
Yeah, certainly one of the maps that I think these teams really like to play whenever they're able to. You know, some classic 6v6 Kings Row, always something fun to be able to go ahead and do, and you just don't get to do that. In today's day and age, you know, you got some coordinated 6v6 Kings Row. That's some sort of stuff that you're only really getting on the OOL channel, you know. Some lovely competition going on as these teams are going to be rolling out on what's likely going to be a couple rush comps here. Although, of course, HMP is still going to be on ball. That's really the only character this fellow plays, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with some ball action.
Yeah, there really isn't. I mean, it's a fun character to watch. As King Juan's also going to be rolling out on the ball.
Fun character, infinite skill ceiling. I mean, it's honestly one of the characters I enjoy the most seeing, to be honest. But,
absolutely, yeah. I mean, especially because it's not a super common thing to see. You know, I mean, most of these maps we're seeing a lot of Ryan, we're seeing a lot of Zari, we're seeing a lot of Diva stuff. But I mean, we're getting treated to something a little bit different here, which I'm a big fan of. I'm loving that.
Yep. Looking like they're gonna roll out on the Ryan comp here with the Widow Genji DPS line here. Very interesting, and maybe the Widow first shot. Never know. The Ryan seems to be walking here, gets booped in though. It's gonna have a bunch of angles, and then Solus gets picked out here on this top left, but kind of plays here. Also is traded. I don't think that's a favorable trade if you're Ska.
Yeah, Dorboto top squad definitely in the position they want if they're getting that sort of trade. Not having your Reinhardt's a very big engagement tool that's going to go down. The Kiriko and the ball are soon to follow.
Ryan, Soaks turns the diver on your head. You thought it was a dive to them? No, they're diving onto you.
Yeah, I mean, Soaks, typically this on a backline, it's pretty susceptible to some Genji ball sort of diving stuff that you could do. But Soaks has just been so good on this Baptiste that it's just not really even mattered too much. He's just been able to get it done. He's always been good for it, I mean, I guess, those European players and their Baptiste, it just sort of goes hand in hand, I guess.
Don't talk to me till I've hit my fat window.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I do love myself some Baptiste as well, so I'm certainly happy to be seeing something like this. But Solus gets picked off first again.
And now traded as well, but Piplup goes down, and then this Cass is just walking on your backline here. It's gonna be all over for now.
Yeah, that fight's just gonna get decided by the fact that Solus and Piplup dying really, really early. You just don't have any damage, and damage is really, really important to be able to pressure out this Ryan, pressure out this ball. They want to be playing in your face, playing aggressive. And if you don't have the damage to sort of weather that storm, they're just going to be walking all over you like they just did. King Quan close to this minefield. HP actually already has his, so definitely those two will be interacting here, maybe looking to counter the rush with a minefield potentially, or perhaps an initiation with it.
Yeah, maybe an early mines here. I'm suspecting an early mines here. That's kind of more of HP style to take the initiative first. Looking for a little spider spot here. Although Robo hits the flashbang on him with it. Oh, the giant mines of the Kuda has to force the beat come out, but it doesn't save Ryan. Oh my lord, Quana's trying to recover this fight, but it doesn't matter. They have to get out and they have to regroup as a team.
That's the advantage of the early mines there for sure. You get that fight win so fast. So much pressure on that Reinhardt instantly, and that's the thing with that character is, he doesn't have a block, he doesn't have anything crazy. If you're able to get angles on the guy, he's just sort of cooked. But Soaks is gonna fall down early to King Quan. The Baptiste, as I said, is a little bit susceptible to this ball. It's a very good character into that, and the overclock of Piplup is gonna get shut down here as well.
Traded though, not a favorable trade when you just use 2 ultimates for this fight, and now their ult bank is just kind of just worse here, to be honest here with the 2 DPS ults here. King Kwan cleans up the rest of them. HMP looking for the runaway, gets out for free.
Yeah, not getting value out of your nano and out of your overclock
the King Kwan is still chasing HMP. Like he got out.
HMP is not too likely to get caught out here, full health on that ball. Probably going to be able to survive that. But, you know, going into this next fight, yeah, you have the Blade, you have the Flux, you're pretty close to the Mines as well. But if, you know, if I mean, Ska's able to play their cards right, it should be much better. Oh, the Shatter comes out onto the Sigma, and they're instantly going to aid as well in response to that. Gonna find both supports. Lore is just so nasty. Add it to the clipped up. There it is, Lore. Absolutely disgusting Dragon Blade from him, and he just does it again. You know, he's good for it on this Genji.
Just put your motion blur on it and put it in the dump, bro, because that was disgusting.
Absolutely beautiful there from him, opening up with that Shatter onto Finn, so Finn's not able to flux it or rock it or do anything to it, and then it's just home free for Lore. You know he's going to be good for it on that Blade when there's so much little in the way to stop him. And now just only using the Shatter and the Blade, they're a pretty efficient fight there, and Solus used the Blade himself. So, you know, that's a sort of ultimate trait that you're very willing to take if you're SKA here going on to this third point.
To the ramp.
Finn gets boomed off! Oh, how? Oh, goodness.
But HMP gets 2, but it doesn't matter because K-Quad gets 3 with his mines. He says, fuck your mines, I am the ball guy now.
Yeah, Kingquan's been playing really, really well here. I mean, you know, going into this, I was familiar with HMP's game for sure. You know, a very talented ball player, of course. But Kingquan has been just as good, if not better, in a lot of these cases. Very effective at playing this ball, and as we can see there, you know, significant difference. Fliplock's trying to be Fleta here. I fear he is not that guy unless a few shots are hit here. You know, you get the window, you only have to hit the body shot.
Soaks is trying to burn the cast, but he gets shielded off here. Just this ball that just keeps booping you away. It's so hard to get a clear shot on anyone. Genji looks at clean up, but Lord cleans up Pitbull up here, but Canada Blaze goes down, but it doesn't matter because Lord's in your backline killing everybody. It doesn't matter when Lord could just kill everything and just be uncontested.
Yeah, Lore cooking up another fat clipped up clip there, killing 4 there by himself. Absolutely disgusting, managing to just take out that backline that's oh so vulnerable. Oh,
I saw the motion blur. I saw the motion blur on those clips, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, I can see it already. Beautiful. I really can see it already, and I'm excited to see it when it eventually gets added in there. Just really looking good from Lore. In fact, I think we just need a permaspec that guy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I need Joey to look at the people who could take your damage. Thank you.
Yeah, oh God, Joey can't do anything right. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, let's hashtag blame Joey.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Can we get some next frame, please, or next slide, please, spam in chat right now?
Next frame, easy clap. Easy clap.
I'm gonna need some of that going right now. But anyways, yeah, so Dortmund Shot Squad get full capped on there. 2.5 minutes left of the timing for SKAs. We see exactly why they went with this map, feeling very comfortable.
I mean, yeah, it just seems like the more traditional the map is, the more favorable it is for SKA here. It seems like they're very good at playing these like rush heavy maps where their kinks are really allowed to freeform it, really express how good they are at taking the space and really holding it there. Soaks onto the Zenyatta pick. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that.
Interesting here. Definitely, you know, can get some value here in the 6v6, but when you're playing the Ana Zen, it just feels, you know, a little bit worse to me, you know? I mean, you're going to have to find other ways to protect your Zen against this ball, and this Genji here is just a very vulnerable character, and if you don't have, you know, some sort of Brig or some sort of other main support character in order to defend him, then there's just not a whole lot you can do. But of course, you can't really afford to do that because you're missing out on so much healing if you play a comp like that, so a little bit of an interesting choice here, but we'll see how it pans out.
Really taking the fight to this Reinhardt, pushing him back here to the next corner. King Bakana plays just takes so much damage here. HMP looking for another hit, but Finn is taking so much damage as well. It might go down. He forces the block. Oh, but Pitbull goes down to Love Pip Palestine. Oh, you just so much damage. But Lord gets traded back here. You guys are still in the fight. You can still turn this for your sake.
Yeah, just a 5v5 here. Neither team with their flex DPS alive, as Solus, you know, been hitting a lot of body shots, but hasn't really been able to find a kill here. As Orion just pins directly at him, gonna force him out a little bit here. You know, so far so good. King Kwan falls down the way.
HMP says, I'm the ball guy again, and now Kitsune comes out. Norris here looking for some kills here, but Finn's taking so much damage. Holy cow, get double boost into the point, and now now Laura's looking to clean house here.
Oh,
Bro,
finds the
just
hit
gets the
actually
kill.
onto King
So
Quan.
tries to save him, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's too far away. You can't save that man. That man is a super soulless. Gets the cleanest right-click melee I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, Lora's looking disgusting on this Genji here and not even going to let Mirai walk into spawn. They're going to find him before he's able to do that. And, I mean, it's just looking like a really good cleanup there. And just a very solid reaction and recovery from Scott. You know, losing the ball early there, but still able to make a play with the rush, finding Finn, you know, moving him into your back line and finding that kill early.
To be with the mines here, but I think it's a little too early to get anything for it. Although there is a fight occurring in this mega here. Put this. Oh, but the mines comes out from King Quan here, maybe to cut them off so King Quan can live. It's getting chased by 5, but Finn is walking. Finn is walking and taking so much damage. He dies immediately. It doesn't matter. Oh my god, that was so unfortunate from Dorbo Chop here. You were trying to walk with your man, but it just seems like there's a disconnect between what your backline wanted to do and what you want to do. And now Finn is on the Orisa.
Yeah, and it is just sort of tough to just play this sort of rush style when you just have like the Ana Zen. It seems like a little bit incongruent, you know, when you're walking in, you're leaving them to be very, very vulnerable. But the DPS from Dorado Chop Squad, they're just doing so much here. Finding 2 picks really, really early, and they're going to be able to find some presence on this point, finally, for the first time in this round so far.
If you're looking for the hit on point here, looking to mark out King Quan here. Finn looking to take this corner. Very scared for his life on 1 HP here, but the Kitsune comes out from Sax and looking with the high new to zone everybody. It's but doesn't get anyone with it. HP, it's so slippery. But Laura comes up with the blade here, trying to get Laura, but this is the dash. He's too fat. He's not skinny enough on this Genji. He's 25 HP. Looking to get the trade at Soaks, but he's just dead. Unless dead.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the motion blur on that clip there. I mean, I just didn't really look as inspired there. A little bit more of a desperation blade from Laura, an uncharacteristic one for sure. As Dorbo and Shot Squad are finally able to find a little bit of success on this map. They've managed to cap that point, and they're pushing up on this a little bit to find some space here as well.
Laura onto the Echo here. King Quan is just contesting this point here, trying to make it really hard to get your momentum started. I really do appreciate that from King Quan. He's gonna look for another slam here. HMP. Oh, mine's off the Rhino. Just keeps moving him over and over again, showing you all his ball techies. But he gets the Kitsune. Oh, but the Suzu's not enough. He still gets the kill.
Yeah, and HMP showing me his balls there. I'm really liking that. He's just so good at this character. Does get found there, but he's already done enough to win the fight, and that's the good news. So yeah, I mean, again, these 2 balls, they've been able to do so much. I mean, in this game so far, it's really just been King Quan versus HMP. You know, who's going to be able to do more in the fight? And in that one, HMP does a great job of pulling the ride around, manages to get it for his team there.
Yeah, I mean, the mine's at the point. King Quan gets immediately evaporated. The Finn on this corner here taking so much damage and forces to get the nano here.
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
Finn dies with a nano up in 97 to the Terra Surge, and now the fight has flipped completely back to a winnable one for SKA. Souls pulls out the blade, finds Lore, but not gonna be able to find anything else here.
But Kiko's gonna go down. He's anti here. Oh, but he gets the shield, and they just go to the next corner with a sustain.
Dies. High noon. Oh, that's just insanely big. Really good team play there. Managed to get the speed boost and the shield. There's not anything they can do to that high noon. Mirai can't hit a sleep through the Rhine shield. And although Canada Play gets traded out, he's done enough. You know, he's for the Crusaders. He's done his thing. He's done the honorable Reinhardt. You know, this is what we love to see.
60 seconds.
I mean, yeah, Mirai goes down here to King Quan. Early fight. This might be a really bad pick if you're a Dorado. You don't really have any healing left. Oh, but the HMP is taking so much damage. Has to get the orb and sustain himself. But Laura's on the flank here, looking for a little sneaky pick, especially with this copy here. Could be very deadly, but HMP always on the flanks, always ready to just mark you if you're trying to flank on this team.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing about the 6v6 for tank players is, you know, you could sort of play a little bit of a deterrent, play stuff with a shatter comes out.
Don't talk to me to my big shatter, but it doesn't matter. He takes so much damage, he can't even follow up on it. 2 ults come out, 2 panic ults, because I admit that. Oh, but Mariah goes down in the midst of the chaos, and Finn goes down as well. Lord with the copy here. Look at him walk into Soaks. You're looking Soaks is looking for the craziest flank of all time while his whole team is dead. Oh, very characteristic for Soaks here.
Yeah, and that shatter coming out there too. Yeah, obviously Canada Plays took too much damage right at the start, wasn't able to follow up on his own shatter, but he still got Mirai and forced the Trank. So they were able to just get that pick, back off for a moment, and then go right back into it and win the fight there. So looking really, really good for SKA on that map. I mean, we see exactly why they went there. They felt very comfortable in that King's Row, and despite some really good hero plays from Solus and from HMP, it just ultimately wasn't enough to actually ultimately win that. So that map goes to SKA, and now it's 2-1.
Wow. And that will take us to a break.
Yeah, I think we're going right there.
Welcome back here. We're actually not even taking a break at all. We're actually going straight back into this. But Surface is going to be my map pick. Their map pick. This is going to be interesting. It rewards both the comps these players want to play here. It's going to be very interesting to see who really can take the space better, because this map is very complex on first point, and I'd like to see who has a better idea of how to take the space.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Suravasa, I think, a very versatile map. You're able to do so much with this one. You can run some characters like the ball, you can run some dive stuff, but it's very optimal for some rush stuff as well. So I'm curious to see, what these teams are going to go with. Are we going to continue to see the sort of hybrid comps where we're seeing some ball and some, Rhine rush tank comps as well? Or are we just going to see some full dive from these teams? I'm kind of curious exactly where they're going to be going.
We might see the mixture though. We're seeing a ram cast, which would indicate rush with the Juno, and then they're running the ball. Sombra Kiri will be dive. Very interesting comp that's coming out here, but the problem is their backline's gonna be very fragile into HMP, who's gonna love this. He's gonna clip your whole backline. Let's watch this as it occurs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And right away, HP going onto this, and Finn hitting with him there, but HP goes down. Not as much health as you have in the 5v5, and some of these players may not be 100% used to it. And now they're able to take advantage of that, trade right back out at them. Finn goes down as well, and that's going to be the final nail in the coffin there. Finn on the Doomfist. Looked good there at the start, and it is definitely good to have this sort of full dive against, as you said, this fragile backline of the Kiri and the Juno. But if you're not able to survive those hits, then it's just going to be really, really rough for you.
Yeah, HMP looking for the hit, but Laura marks him. They're looking to kill HMP here, forces HMP to get out of here. Though in this corner, looking for a slam onto the back line. King Kwan takes the initiative to slam first. Oh, but it doesn't matter. They take so much damage on this slam. They just lose it all.
Yeah, I mean, so far the team that has gone first with the initiation has been the team to lose, which I find pretty interesting here. But that's just sort of how it's panned out. And now Solus and Piplup on the Genji Tracer here. That's just going to be Kobe and Shaq going up against this fragile backline here. Going to be able to find those pretty consistently, like they just did there. The only nice thing for Scott here is they're coming up on this EMP pretty soon. On the slow is really good. I thought they were going to catch the Lucio there, but they don't.
Ram form comes out here as the block for his life. Kono goes down. The trades, they just keep trading. Whoa, goes down to the Piplup. Pulse bomb.
That's just going to be the fight there. That's going to be the nail of the coffin to win that one, hopefully, for Dorboto Chop Squad. Not very expensive. They just have to use the pulse bomb to secure that one. They're going to have the beat. They're going to have the rush. It's actually going to be a rush mirror here. And the only question is how much value can Lore find with this
big giant ult
EMP.
fight is definitely going to occur here. I mean, Kitsune comes out first. Here comes the EMP. Soaks gets and then he beats right after. Oh my lord, and the Finn gets a pick up to Viper.
And Soaks just played that one absolutely perfectly. Got the kill, didn't get EMP'd, and then beated so that his entire team could live the EMP. So absolutely no value there from Lore. Really, really unfortunate. If there was one player you had to catch of that, it was the Lucio and the Kiri as well, of course, for the Suzu. But just not managing to catch the Lucio there. The beat comes out, and that's all you really need in order to win that one when you're already so far engaged, right? So now going on to the second one, Dorboto Chop Squad managed to get that first point with relatively low ultimate usage. They still have 4 going into this next one.
Yeah, I mean, these ult banks are looking very good here, but I favor more Doroboro's ults here as they are kind of the ultimates that I would prefer to have in this fight. HOP looking for the hit here, but takes so much, he's eviscerated again! HOP, automatically eviscerated, the Solus comes out with the blade though, with the follow-up here, gets lore,
Oh,
gets
and Solus just disgusting.
Solus puts his motion blur on and is dead to the slow.
Yeah, but
Awesome.
you cut that one out of the clip, and that's the good news, and that's the wonderful thing about the montage.
Yeah,
The
never
thing is,
ask the
that
Genji
fight-
player.
Yeah.
Never ask the Genji player why the clip ends after 4
Don't ask them.
kills.
Do not ask them. Okay, they dashed. They kept dashing and they dashed into the enemy team. It's actually literally what happens every time. A little bit of an expensive fight to win there, as I can't see anything on my screen. I'm just staring at Joey's desktop background. But now we're back, so that's the good news here. Mirai gonna have this Kiriko rush, and Pippa's gonna have the pulse. We're gonna see what they're gonna do with that as the rush comes out really, really early.
Jump out at first, Viper's right off the map here. HMP very. Oh, HMP gets 2 with the same fire boost.
I'm just seeing montage clip after montage clip from this team, you know? First Solus with that 4K Dragon Blade, and then the boop on the map to start the fight in Dorboto Chop Squad's favor. Just really, really good play from them, as they're looking like they might even be able to shut SKA out here, potentially for the second point.
Yeah, Doroboro Chop playing hot here, and they're striking while the fire's hot too. Love Palestine goes
was
to the
fire.
Moira instead of Kiri, and Lucio comes out, but Lord's looking to mark Piplup. Piplup opts to leave.
Oh, King Kong with the Roadhog! Finds the pick out of Solus early. If they're able to touch here, they're going to have advantage. Viper goes down, though, and that was the person to touch, and Lord can't quite make it on there, and that's going to be the second point in favor of Dorboto Chop Squad as well, as they finish off the few remaining stragglers here from Ska.
Yeah, I mean, they just had the point cap here. They had to go quickly, but their touch wasn't that good. I mean, they're still just full stagger. I mean, they're just full stagger this Ram. This guy just no fun at all from this Ram. He's just absolutely not having any joy in his life.
Yeah, Ram is a really tough one to play into here. You have the Doom, the Ball, the Lucio, all these characters that are just messing around with you, and nothing you could really
So
engage
it's the early
on
diff
here.
with the Viper to just open the fight here. I mean, this is what you want to see. Finn looking for the slam. Omega gets pulled right in with the ultimate. It goes right down here. Bobo answers back here with a pick.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the value of the Hog pick, right? I mean, you know, normally Hog just not a very good character, but, you know, into this comp where you're running the ball and you're running the Doom, a lot of mobile characters that the Hog hook can absolutely shut down if you're in range. And right there, we saw him shut the Doom down with very, very good effect.
Yeah, I mean, once you're hooked, it's just over. They're hooked again. He can possibly die here, but Kikwan keeps taking so much damage and so much stun here. HMP's mines landed at the point. I mean, they're looking to try to do something this year, but the Annihilation comes out to protect themselves from you.
That's certainly a bit of an
Mid
interesting
ult.
one. Finn dives back into the Annihilation. That's the ult to get out, but fuck! And Robro, oh, they were just stacked up, waiting for the meteor strike to hit the two of them. And now there's almost nothing you can do to turn this fight here. You're gonna Coalescence. Finn does just end up going down, but I mean, forcing the rush there as well is actually
Not that bad of a trade if you're Ska. You know, you don't hate that. The rush for the Coalescence, certainly the rush is a little bit of a better ultimate, but it's just ultimately not going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, Scott just get as much point touch as possible. Dorboto having an actual ult bank here is not expecting it, but they do have the EMP and the beat here from Ska. I assume that it's going to be a beat for beat fight here because they're going to open here with a blade. Hopefully.
Yeah, no, that's a similar thing I'm hoping here. And Lore with this EMP just absolutely has to catch Soaks in here, whether it's before or after the beat happens. If they allow a beat to be, in existence, that's going to be the major issue here.
Soaks Lord finding Soaks, but that doesn't commit to it. Finn gets hooked immediately. Looking at so for the point, finds Soaks here, tries to kill him, but he's whiffing. No, he's whiffing. He gets the pick anyways here. Viper goes down in that instance as well. Here, Mariah trying to keep everyone up. Oh, but Solus is taking so much damage. He just goes down. The flip comes out, but they're missing some ults here to maybe try to fight this. But it seems like Scott just is able to clean it up.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you could tell Lore was not trying to make the same mistake as last time. He was hunting Soaks down even before he planned to engage with that EMP, making sure he kept track of him. And ultimately, you know, even though he did whiff at least half of his clip there, didn't really end up mattering because the EMP was enough to get that kill. So really, really important, really, really crucial there. Very good that they got that pick. And now, you know, 2-1 here, a chance for SKA to pull this back and close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, HMP looking for this backline here, but they're both very living backlines. HMP gets hacked, and now has to get out of the fight. Hoggle comes out here, gets spin off the map here. They beat as well. I don't think it's very necessary, but it's whatever. That's the Suzu, the Solus, and now let's just go down. But Mariah might get picked here. No.
Yeah, not the best beat in the world, but also could be a lot worse, you know. I mean, Solus isn't particularly close to that overclock, so in terms of defensive needs, you know, it's not really a pressing issue. But the good news is, I still cannot see okay, yeah, I can see the screen again, so I can actually talk about the games. That's the good news. HP gonna go early with these mines. Viper instantly! Oh, and that's just absolutely massive.
Oh, but Piplup gets traded!
On there as well. Even though Piplup does get traded there, you know, ults are all coming out from both teams, but still advantage for Dorboto Chop Squad. The Meteor Strike going to come down, do a lot of damage onto many of the members of SKA, but not going to find any kills. Form forced out for Canada play, and Soaks this Viper again. Soaks isn't even a main support player, and doing absolutely so much on this Lucio.
Soaks is a main support player.
Soaks is a main support player?
He is a main support player.
Oh, okay. I just kind of figured that he wasn't, considering he was playing Baptiste and Fury for the entire game. But I unfortunately do not know ball. Thankfully, Selena does, so we're good.
Soaks is the main support for St. Clair College, who is like a top 5 college team right now.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't know anything about that. I don't really know anything about collegiate other than my own shitty college team. But anyways,
here, but the EP comes out, but Piplup goes down. I mean, that was a horrible trade. The worst trade humanly possible for Lore.
Yeah, somehow manages to get the EMP off and die, and also bring one of his teammates with him to the grave. So certainly not the trade that you would want to see there.
You should be looking for a dastardly hit here, scheming for this next year. Looking at your backline, very succulent, looking for your cooldowns. For the hit here, to get to the slam, but hacked out of it! Very good. But Solus gets the... Solus OCs for the recovery for this.
Solus hit a shot! Oh, Robo's 1 HP! Okay, finally manages to hit it on the Tor. Pretty hard to miss that one. Tor's got a really, really nice and big hitbox for him. Gamequan finds the trade there, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think the final stragglers are going to be stuck out here by Dorboto Chop Squad as they manage to take the 4th map of the series, bringing us to a map 5.
Holy cow, ladies and gentlemen. Is this the first map 5 ever in OOL history?
Yeah, this is the first map 5 ever seen in OOL history. There's never been another one, even though Joey is telling me that I'm wrong in my ear. I believe in my heart that I'm correct, and what does Joey really know anyways?
Joey's
so
just
yeah,
a
really good
stupid
performance
blonde.
there.
What does Joey actually know about his own tournament series?
Nothing,
Let's think
of
about it.
course. Why would he know anything about that? Anyways, as these teams pick their maps, we try to figure out some of these stream issues. We're going to go to a quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to our map 5. First map 5 of the tourney, not of the entirety of OOL, but first map 5 of the tourney. I had a feeling this one would be a banger. You know, these teams, it was hard to choose which one of them we thought were going to win. And, you know, they've just been trading back and forth so far. So I'm excited to see what we're going to be doing on this map 5. We're going to Runasapi for our 5th map here, as that is by the choice of SKA, as Dorboto Chop Squad has won the most recent map here. So we're going to go ahead and get into this here as soon as both teams are ready.
I mean, I've actually, like, no jokes aside, I've actually never seen this map played on OOL, so I'm very interested to see what it's going to be like.
Yeah, no, me too. And, you know, you definitely, this isn't a map that's exactly built for ball, but you certainly can get away with playing some ball on this map. Not that whether you can or can't quote unquote play ball on a map is going to make a difference with these teams because they just love playing the ball no matter what it feels like. But yeah, certainly definitely decent for it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Circuit Royale and we're just picking ball. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I really think they would. I
Yeah.
think we would be seeing some ball on circuit. That would be my guess. And Joey's in my ear talking about ball on circuit ain't even bad. I mean, can we kill him?
I mean,
Can we actually kill him?
Joey is in fact diamond as we currently speak. So you're not
Okay,
taking
chill
every single
on being
patient.
diamond. Chill
I
on
thought you
being
were like
diamond,
this.
though.
I thought you were like Masters 3 right now. What happened?
Yeah, well, no, I am, but like, you know, I haven't played in a while. I'd probably be diamond right now if I tried to play the game, to be honest with you. Anyways, this is besides the point. This is besides the point, okay? We all hitting GM this season, right? All of us.
I don't know, bro. What do you mean this is the worst season of ranked ever? But you know what isn't the worst season of ranked ever? This game. Right here.
Because it's 6v6 and it's OOL and it's a tournament. And we are watching SKA come out on Hog and Ball. Oh my god, how I've missed you, Hog and Ball Torture. Thank you and welcome back.
Been looking for the slam in the back line here, but it's caught out immediately. HMP is forced out as well. HMP is gonna die for that hit. That game was kind of strange. It just was kind of a pool noodle, as you like to describe here. But they're looking for the little zombie chase down here, and they get Solus for their troubles. Lord still looking for the chase down. Maybe some ult charge instead here. Just get the corner. I'd agree with that.
Yeah, and Sombra a really good pick into this comp, you know, able to shut down the ball, able to shut down the Doom, and, you know, the Hog performs a similar function as well, so it's almost a bit of a counter comp in a sense. Certainly some good matchups here, and as we see right there, Finn getting hacked and hooked, getting the full treatment of the comp right there. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. These mobile characters, you know, they're able to be shut down with some of these CC efforts from SKA here.
Yeah, Kanata looking for the hook here, doesn't quite hit it, but Solo's also looking for the rail, doesn't quite hit it. I'm seeing a theme here. I don't like this theme. Oh, but Kanata gets the hook here onto the trap too, immediately dies. The fight breaks out. Finn walking with his gold, but Mariah goes down, and now Finn is the next target as he's hacked. Oh, hooked too. I mean, he took so much damage, and they're up so many meters already. Scott. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a domination. It hasn't even been 2 minutes here. We've already got first checkpoint, 80 meters on the board. I mean, again, these comp matchups here, they're forcing Finn to switch off of the Doofus and onto the Orisa. You know, Finn, maybe not as... Oh, and Piplup slammed up into the air and perfectly jacked by Robro. And now, I mean, you know, it's dire straits here. You got to back up a little bit if the Dortmund Chop Squad, but sooner or later, you got to get this contest. And you're going to be doing it into an EMP, a Minefield, a Coalescence, and a Beat. And a Pulse Bomb to boot.
I mean, they have support of their own. They can definitely make this happen here. But they're really just not... They're just not wanting to open the fight. But the EMP
cancels the beat. He wasn't ult tracking it. Didn't have the EMP in mind when he was doing it, and it's just disaster after disaster for this team. They managed to get another fight win off of that, despite so easy that beat, because it just gets completely shut down by the EMP. Solus dying late as well. HMP is there for the touch, but I mean, in less than 3 minutes, it looks like we're already gonna get a full cap on our hands. Oh, and the pulse!
They stuck! People get stuck!
Oh
HMP
my goodness!
HMP is looking for the distraction, but Finn takes so much damage. The lamp comes out early, but Finn goes down, and now the wire is down as well. But Viper trades it. HMP trades Viper. Looking for dear life here, like they're trying to contest this point as much as they can, but people get hooked again out of recall. Oh my lord!
And somehow, despite hooking Piplup there, I think Solus ended up going down. Not quite sure how that's possible, but what I do know is that they are cleaning up here. There's almost no hope for Dortmund Chop Squad here. And on that map 5, despite being so competitive the rest of the series, they are just going to get shut out in a very, very quick fashion.
In under 2 minutes?
Under
Wow.
under like 3.5 minutes, I think there. I'm not quite sure what the exact time bank was, but the only regret that I have is that our dear viewers can't see it at all because it's slide by slide right now on the stream. A little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is, you know. I mean, this OOL shit's it's a little bit tough to run, and I can understand. You know, I implore our viewers to have a little bit of sympathy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and that's gonna bring us to another break here.
Yeah. Next up is Rad versus Fitty Party.
welcome back here. We have a very special matchup for you today. Very special matchup. We have Fitty Party versus Rad Esports. This is gonna be
Yeah, I
a
mean,
battle of the gods.
absolutely. I mean, this could be potential finals. To be honest with you here, I mean, my personal pick for the finals is probably gonna be Rad and Gabe Deutsch. But this is certainly a really good, a couple really good teams going at it here. Fitty Party and Rad Esports. Rad Esports, our org presence in OOL, I think the only one that actually made it into the playoffs. So we love to see that from them. And I mean, personally, they're my favorite to win the entire tournament. But Fitty Party, I think, is potentially going to give them a run for their money here. And we're going to see here. We're going to get into this first map here of Ilios. I mean, both these teams probably wanting to run some sort of a dive style. I believe that's what they've run thus far. I'm not actually 100% sure what Fitty Party runs, generally speaking. I don't believe I've cast one of their games yet. But what I do know is that we're getting into the game right here, right now. Game 3 of the playoffs of OOL Day 2 starting right now.
So to some people's surprise and some people's misfortune, I've seen Kibbs kind of favor the ball more often than not. From what I've seen of their gameplay, is right there.
Yeah, there it is. Kibbs is dangerous on that character. Okay, people don't know ball on this one. Okay, Kibbs is actually just completely nasty on this hero. I'm noticing we're not seeing a Smarties appearance here on the support like we usually do. A little bit interesting, but it is what it is. He wasn't available. He's probably sleeping. He's a bum, so that wouldn't surprise me too much. But yeah, so we're going to go and get into it here. Both teams going with a dive, but looking a little bit differently here. Fitty Party running on a Brig with the double bubble, whereas Rad Esports like to go with Lucio Kiri with some ball and some hazard stuff. Some of the stuff we've seen a little bit up until this point here, so we'll see which one actually ends up coming on top here.
Yeah, I mean, Kibbs already taken the lighthouse, preventing any of the DPS or any of the tanks from really standing here. Get a big giant angle onto their height here, and I mean, Coralora is taking so much damage already right off the bat here, while they just have so many angles onto your height while capping the point.
Yeah, the bubble already forced there from Coralora, so I mean, that's a very major engagement tool that's already been used, and now they're going to absolutely be capitalizing on that. Jolteon already finding Rowan to start off this whole thing here, and I mean, I think that's just gonna result in the rest of Fitty Party backing up a little bit. Coralora ends up off the map.
And Fitty goes down,
how that
and
happens.
Rebordo just goes down with him. I mean, it's just like a nice cleanup job. A nice understanding of where to stay on the tanks and where to really make it really hard for the enemy team to just have a setup in general.
Repoint already flaming their monkey there. I might too in that situation. That's just a little bit inexcusable. And Coralora instantly switching off the Diva. So no main take for the side of Fitty Party here. Jolteon gonna instantly find the pick on the Repoint there. Not another team really finding anything too crazy here, but I mean, this fight again going in favor of Rad Esports once again. Even though World of Mine does manage to get traded out, it does cause World to kill themselves with the secondary fire there. So.
He seems to catch a Jolteon here, I mean, and then Fitty gets another one. Seems they're going too far into the spawn. And Fitty will capitalize on that.
Fitty's actually on the Kiriko here, not the character I would personally associate with him on, usually more of a DPS player, but when duty calls, sometimes it's necessary for the DPS player to play a little bit of Kiriko. But that's definitely a DPS player teleport that we just saw. Oh my goodness, kind of just a waste of a pool down there.
Jolteon having just so much space to just walk it down main and just keep left clicking. Just left click, left click, left click. Everyone taking so much damage from Jolteon and just cleaned up by the rest.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's one thing this guy could do, it's walk around and click heads on the Cassidy, He's definitely built for that. And speaking of built, it looks like Rad Esports has built up a considerable ult bank here, and Kips has instantly used the mines in their spawn, finding one right away.
Get the wall too to make it so Rowan cannot go anywhere, and Royal is, just shortly joins him. Roboto and Fitty tries to just go to point here to maybe get a point cap here, but Fitty gets just touched on point. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, Fitty did just, it's just not really even close here. They might have found like one or two elims there, but overall, like, I mean, extremely dominant round from Rad. I mean, I said Fiddy would be able to give him a little bit of a run for their money, and I think that's still definitely possible, but certainly didn't come on that map, and that's just a little bit unfortunate there. We'll have to see if they make it a little bit more competitive here, or if it's going to be more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, that point is just really hard when they get the height. When they get the lighthouse height as like the new like meta change of that map, once you get that height, it is very hard to clear it in the first place or even do much into it. It's really just a battle of who can get that lighthouse height, and Brad just seemed to got it first, so they just take a bunch of angles on your tanks and you die.
Yeah, we're playing the faster comp, so it certainly makes sense. Kids reconsidering the ball pick, gonna elect to go with the Doomfist instead. And we have a major switch up in the comp of Fiddy Party as well. Not even running any dive at all. Gonna go some Orisa Hog, go into some classics here. I love to see it. And the hook already coming out, but does find the one shot on goal, but Jolteon able to punish him for it. But it does look like this is going a little bit differently than the script.
Oh, but Jolteon is just left-clicking down main. It's looking very critical for them. Fatalis takes Rowan down, but World gets Fatalis, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be enough here. You're kind of just by yourself here, taking as much damage. Oh, but it seems like they're still in the game here. I mean, like one of those mine is down. Gibbs goes down as well. I mean, it seems like they actually had the chance to. Rat seemed to have the chance to flip the point, but they just didn't. From the chance. My co-commentators lag yet, but Senna gets picked during the lag. It's very insane, and Ava gets picked as well. Seems like this fight is even, but there's just a difference of cooldowns here. But Rad are easily able to capitalize this, and the Orisa goes down because they just use other cooldowns. Vidi goes down as well. Jolteon's looking to just walk down main and just hooked. Oh, but the hook connects and he goes down. But the trades are not in your favor if you're Vidi Party here. Oh, but well, this mine just collects your soul, and Senna is down. Not the real one, by the way. Fortunately. Yeah, Rad is looking for the early setup here onto this their choke, but it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be very hard to walk out here if you're Fiddy Party. We're looking to walk out here, Coral Lord, taking some space here, but Rad seems to be more content with the walkout, kind of just trying to force your cooldowns here in the TP. Oh, but Fiddy just TPs the wrong time and gets caught out. Both the backlash just caught out, immediately dies. The whole team is folded like a lawn chair. Just very poor cooldown usage, and just Rad just take advantage of that. They're very good at it. They're like the crazy raccoons of this tournament. They just see your cooldown and they take it, and then Fiddy just collects Zac. Zac is just critted down main here, unfortunate. And my co-commentator has exploded. Vitalis is taking so much damage to this Hulk ult, but it doesn't seem to collect the kill here. Vitalis is so low, but Royal's taking a lot of damage here. Vitalis gets, Roboto goes up for the Vitalis and kills him. Portal going to the point here, looking for a fight the point here, but the Katsune comes out from Ava, but Jolteon just quits you down main and you just die. And Jolteon just gets hooked and dies. Oh, but Ava is just looking at got a big giant angle here, just taking advantage of this and just healing your whole team. I mean, it's just very hard when these people are so aware of your cooldowns. If Fiddy just gets down and just drones down main, I mean, what are you supposed to do there when you're just taking so much damage on and your kite is eaten by a Juno orb?
Hello. I've returned. Don't really know what happened there. What I do know is that it's looking still pretty dominant here from Rad Esports. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong at all. It's just, like I said, it seems like they're just like the CR of this tournament. They just see your cooldowns and they just hunt you down immediately before Reporter tries to get a touch here. But oh, you take so much damage, you can't get that.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate here. Thing here too as well, something to note, I guess, if you are, someone who is a ping truther.
They were on NA ping for that map, I believe, and many of the Fitty Party players were EU. So I do think on this next map they're going to be going to EU ping as well. So potentially some of the impact there, some of the storm can be weathered a little bit for Fitty Party there, but we'll see if it makes a huge difference. And as these teams go ahead and pick their next map, we're going to go to a short break.
Welcome back.
Hello, everyone.
You're going to go to King's Row. I personally hate
Surprising
this map,
choice.
but unfortunately,
It's
you are
okay to
going
not
to have to
get
watch
division.
this.
Good news is we're not getting orange Kings Row. We're getting blue Kings Row, which I'm a very big fan of.
I like that one.
I like the blue one over the orange one. That's just my own personal opinion. But yeah, no, Kings Row is kind of nice. In 5v5, it's certainly lost a lot of its luster, but in 6v6, I think it's still quite a good map. I don't have any hatred in my heart towards Kings Row. Okay, it's sort of like a long lost friend. Whenever you come back to it on 6v6, at least that's my opinion. Team's probably gonna be running. Honestly, Kings Row has opened up so much. It used to be like you pretty much only ever run the rush stuff. Now you can get away with a little bit of, some dive stuff on occasion if you really want to. But it does look like both these teams are going to like to run a mostly rush style kind of comp here with Fitty on the Baptiste here. You love to see that.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of interesting comps on my screen right now.
Yeah, I am seeing Zach on the Symmetra and Jolteon on the Bastion. What may be the rationale here? Is that a viable pairing there? Is that real?
Yeah, the Bastions Metro, it could be good on this map if you know TPs properly and you just rotate on their high ground, but we'll see what they do here. I'm guessing they are going to just TP out to the height and take it from them early on, or maybe they take it top left, who knows, or they walk through hotel, which is actually a good idea because you flip the map on them and you get some picks on them. You teleport onto the height, you're cleaning up Rowan immediately. Amazing play, and they're looking to flip their point on them.
Yeah, and Rowan is in what he presumably thought was pretty safe positioning there, but the TP brings the Reinhardt and the full charge Symmetra onto him, and he's dead in an instant. And it was a really, really good play. You're absolutely right, pretty unexpected there. The wall claims the life of Karoloa as well. And it's just going to be a little bit of cleanup here. Nothing really too crazy here. Fitty Party is going to have to let that first point go.
Yeah. As you all know, King's Row first, kind of just historically undefendable, but rest of the map, pretty defendable.
Yeah, for sure. You do have some nice lanes, that you can sort of control on the rest of this, so it's a little bit more reasonable. Fewer avenues that you have to remain, vigilant of. It's a little bit nicer, a little bit more defender-oriented here. But a TP behind takes the entire front line of Rad into the back line of Fitty Party.
I'd like to mention that Rad is in fact attacking here. They are just.
What did I say? Did I say that Rad isn't attacking? Am I stupid?
No, you did. We were just saying
okay,
it's
never
such
mind.
a.
I was just so confused. I'm my bad. I'm starting to get a little loopy here. You watch enough Overwatch, you start to go a little crazy. But yes, you're absolutely right, and it was a really good flip from them. But now the team's a little bit split. Jolteon kind of stuck in the spawn here. Oh, but now it just looks really bad for Fitty Party. Royal is just kind of caught out here.
I'm trying to look for the rotation here, but I don't know how it's going to be when the entirety of Rad Esports is right in front of you. Actually, never mind. Rad Esports is pushing your front line here, and they are just destroying your Ram, but Zac goes down with them, and Royal goes down, but Reporto trades Jolteon. Just a very interesting fight here. Rowan with the OC here. Maybe we could turn this fight in their favor. Oh, they get booped off the high ground, and now is in the hazard all here and just down immediately, just dies. Reporto just eating while down like 4. It's a very interesting pick here. Fitty looking to try to escape here, but Vitalis is on your case. The lamp comes out, but oh my god, the shatter comes out here. Shatters the Ram off the map. just an endless stream of
Fucks
things
up the
going
charge a
on.
little bit though. That's just a little bit unfortunate. Kibbs goes my life after that, and honestly, I'm having a very similar reaction because literally, how does that not pin the Ram? Good news is though, Jolteon's on the case. He's gonna go Soldier here. Gonna end up finding up the cleanup kills there, and it just looks like perfect like push and pull here so far from Rad. They know exactly when they want to go in and when they want to come out. They're just playing their spacing really, really well. It's kind of a beauty to see, to be honest. You know, even a team that's had so much success so far, such as Fitty Party, you know, they're still looking like they're absolutely they're looking like noobs, quite frankly, versus this team right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fiddy tries to save his teammates, but they just all get punched out of his lamp here. Oh, but Fiddy has to walk off this high ground here, and Coral loses the annihilation, but he's just fried right there. Poto trades Jolteon, but the cart is just keeps
Oh, but
going.
Riproy actually just finding so many picks here. Lucio dips Eva and then able to find 3 final blows afterwards. Gonna manage to save it for him there. I mean, that's just really, really good plays from your Lucio. That's what you love to see. I mean, Riproy, just an absolutely excellent Lucio player. W Glaze, I think, for me, I think that's just true. Anybody with eyes could have told you that one. And it gives Fitty Party a little bit of chance to stabilize here, as Riproy also comes up close to this beat.
Yeah, they also have a grab here and a pulse bomb, so you might see the old classic grab pulse bomb combo here. I doubt though, because they have so much damage. They're looking for the TP on height here. It's gonna be a perfect time to use the grab. Oh, but the beat comes out here from Roberto, and the grab hits the Moira. There's a very good pick for them. Vinny is 1 HP, has the TP out here. TP's right into the arms of Ava, dies immediately for it. Coral holding this point down for their life. Looking for a little chase here. Rolling off the map. What the hell?
I don't know how that one happened, but again, getting the trades here. Trades are going to favor the defenders, but unfortunately now it's not looking like trades. It's looking like just kills for Rad. They got their beat push out from Fitty Party, but now Rad is able to make a little bit of a push here of their own. Even without any ultimates, they just full cap. They didn't even give it a chance to touch the point. And even times I hate C9ing as a little bit of BM there for you, but I mean, I just cannot believe they gave it up like that. It looks like they had a little bit. They had a few players there, and they felt they could have touched that potentially, but they just weren't able to do it. And now at 3:09 in the time bank.
Yeah, I mean, Ava known BMer just goes right for your throat if they have any chance to BM you. Very
It's messed up, man. It's really messed up.
Yeah. Very sad.
It is really, really tough. So yeah, 3:09 on the time bank there. I mean, it's really going to be tough to replicate an attack like that, or even, you know, just as much as just getting a full cap on King's Row at all, you know, especially into that third point. Very, you know, the defender advantaged there with how close the spawn is. Even typing a little discount dis. Zach is a discount dyslexia. You know, I can see that. I can see that for him. I can see that for the guy, you know, doing a little dyslexia cosplay on the Symmetra here. That looked good here, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just see it seems like Fitty Party is just helpless against Rad Esports. They might look for the TP on top or something like that. No, Zach is just setting up some turrets here, a little trap for any Widow players who want to be up there, but I don't think Fitty Party's gonna just grab the bite. They're not gonna take the bait here. They're gonna play this Lucio on a backline here, very fragile into the hazard, but Vitalis gets shredded right off the bat.
What even happened to make Vitalis get shredded that quickly? I mean, now Will's just making mincemeat of this backline here with no hazards standing in their way. And that's just so absolutely free there. I mean, you give Fitty Party an inch, they're going to take a mile off of you there, you know, as Eva switches over to the Life Weaver. Just definitely looking a little bit interesting here. A few straggling members of Rad still alive here, but it does look like they're just going to get staggered out by Fitty Party. It's going to be a first point. As you said, Selena, you know, I mean, it's just a defensible first point. You just can't do anything about it.
I mean, we have several tier 1 coaches complaining that you just can't defend it for Capitology, and Hunter complained that it is just undefendable. I mean, if that doesn't say much, then I don't know what will. Looking for the little fight here in the corner, but the pedal here is gonna make oh, but Coral takes so much damage on the corner. I mean, this is very, very strange here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams still not really finding any picks. Kids just pinning into the backline, splitting the team off, and Senna gets caught by Jolteon there, but Jolteon also going to go down himself, and trades are just coming out from both teams here, both looking very, very even. -1 tank and -1 DPS, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so both teams just sort of setting up here, not really finding anything, but this backline here, as I've just noticed on the side of Rad, is just looking a little bit ridiculous. We have some
Stranger and Stranger,
business
every time they
going
get to
on.
press H, they just swap from the Stranger character to the next Stranger character, but Ava gets tracked down and hunted.
Yeah, I mean, Lifeweaver might be a potential meta pick character at this point, you know, not nearly as troll as it used to be, but, you know, not, certainly not a great character either by any metric, and Kibbs just, for some reason, so far into the backline that it's ridiculous how he even got there, and now, I mean, Vinny Party rolling up to this last point here with a 4.5-minute time bank, and if they're able to push this through, I mean, they're just going to have so much time on the clock for this last point here, which is very beneficial for potentially meeting the enormous time bank that Rad was able to build up themselves.
Be here, the Hazard all comes out as well, but the high dude pedal is out as well. Look, it's but the Teta gets
pulse! Oh my goodness! God, just that's absolutely crazy there. Senna making a hero play, managing to find that pulse. There are some trades coming through though. The Alarial managing to find many members there. Doesn't really end up with any kills, but I mean, you know, somehow, some way, Red has managed to win that fight despite the 2k pulse bomb from Senna there.
They snatched the wins from the jaws of defeat, and now it's time for some setup. I'm interested to see what the setup will be this time. Zach on a crazy flank here. I mean, this is gonna be insane. I mean, Gibbs on the Diva is gonna be very interesting to watch here. Zach killing Malka somehow. Very interesting. With the OC, not gonna do much. They opt to just leave the fight. Yeah, Senna dies too. I mean, you just gotta get out of there while you can. They might chase this while take the mass base. Well, Fitty goes down next as well. We're not kiting properly as you can tell.
Yeah, certainly not there. And I mean, yeah, the Magadai to the Sim span there is absolutely crazy. Gibbs is balls deep in the spawn at the moment. Gonna try and make it out, but doesn't quite make it out. Punished for the egregious play there a little bit. And Zach also goes down as well. So no kids, no Zach. They're gonna be 2 down going into this fight. And Jolteon looks like he might get caught here as well if he's not careful. Yep, and he was not careful. He's gonna get caught down there as well. Which means there's pretty much no chance of Rad being able to win this fight on this point, unless they get their respawns back fast enough.
Sort of just like preventing the Fatalis from getting this touch here, but Fatalis gets the touch. He gets caged though, but the Coral goes down, the Hazard comes out, Ruin is down. I mean, they could just turn this fight easily here, but Bad double support also immediately. The wall comes out, the bomb comes out, the high noon comes out, the beat comes out. I mean, Rad is just using everything to make sure they don't get this.
Yeah, but it's worth it though, and Jolteon is making hay of this while the sun is shining. Manages to find 3 there well covered with that beat and that wall, and it's just going to be somehow Rad turning that despite losing 3 on the entry. And it's just absolutely crazy what they're able to do here. They're able to clutch out fights that, by all metrics, just should not be clutchable. And it's a little bit ridiculous that they're pulling it off with such consistency, even with a Lucio Alari backline. But I suppose that is just how good this roster is.
Yeah, I mean, oh, but there. It's just strange, but Royal just diffs Fatalis, somehow just walls him in and just makes him eat so much damage. Zach looking for a little poke on their initial hit here, but Royal's mind is just dealing so much damage on this God spot here. Gibbs goes down. I don't know where Gibbs is at right now. What is happening? Zach is on this high ground leading a server admin, just shooting balls of destruction at you. Zach somehow gets Roboto with his turrets. I don't even know where they're at. Vitalis on the corner here. Well, Zach is just still sniping your backline. He doesn't care now. His head is taken off. He's looking very headless horseman right now. Rowan goes down, but but Ava cleans up Senna as well. I mean, they just eat so much damage. They don't really get a fight to stabilize. Oh, but Ava cleans up Roboto as well, and Cole goes down. Might go down, but no, safe for now. Gibbs goes way too deep into their spawn and dies for it.
Yeah, I mean, the tanks are just getting unbelievably aggressive for the side of Rad. So consistently, too, for absolutely no reason. They just keep going all the way into their spawn, and they just get bailed out by the rest of their team. Although this time, they might have been playing a little bit too close to the sun here. They are 4 down, and now they're 5 down. And I think this might end up being their undoing here, unless we see an unimaginable stall from Kibbs here. I mean, no Zach, no wall here. That's just going to be really tough. And Kibbs goes down there as well, and Rad loses that point purely to their own overconfidence there. I do still have confidence that they'll be able to win this map if they, decide to at any point. But I mean, just a little bit of potential intentional sloppiness there.
World is mine, just walking it down main on Zen. I have no idea what took control of Nixo, let alone Mary at that point. Just full walking it down main, gets critted immediately and dies. I just don't understand it. They're probably putting a stopwatch on Nikki and just waiting how long she can just die, how long she can walk down main before she dies. I mean,
yeah, I think that might be it. You might have actually tapped into exactly what Rad Esports' strategy is here. You are certainly onto something there. So yeah, the Zen Lucio backline certainly interesting here. And keep in mind, this is winners finals, by the way. Just so everyone knows, this is winners finals of OOL. So this is the sort of competitive gameplay we like to cultivate in our esport here. We love to see it. We're using the beat in the wall to engage here. Zen is just kicking the hog. Oh, she just goes down.
Nikki just off her medication, just walking it down main. Does not care for anybody. Just wants to kick you, hit you, slam you, throw an orb at you, whatever she can to deal some damage and some mental hurt onto you. Oh, Gibbs gets blocked by the wall here. The beat comes out from her portal.
Yeah, they do find a little bit of an engagement here, but Ripwood just gonna go down, maybe.
What is Nikki doing?
She's just done. She doesn't give a fuck. She's just gonna trink off the map as her team wins. And that is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, if I'm Fitty Party right now, I'm just feeling like a little bit upset. I mean, I'm just getting not only beat down into the ground, but also styled on in unimaginable ways at the moment. Like, it's a little bit tragic, I think.
Do you appreciate the medicationless strat? Just don't take your pills that day and just pick Zen and walk it down main. But that
Something to be said for it,
break,
for sure.
though.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to a quick break.
I'll come back here. I mean, you see the Rudasapi pick here? I haven't seen the second map. Wait.
It's the third map here, and yeah,
Third
we're
map
going on
here.
the Rudasapi.
I might be off the pills.
It's okay. Nothing wrong with
Sorry.
being a little bit off the pills. I mean, normalize that. That's actually a good thing. And as we've seen, it's been a strategy that's been working extremely effectively for Rad Esports so far in this game, as they are up 2-0 despite doing a lot of plays that would strongly suggest that they are off medication. And yeah, now Fitty Party decided to take us to Runasapi for this third map. I have no guess on the strategy or anything like that, because to be honest with you, this has just been a beat down from start to finish.
It's
And
gonna
any
be
fights,
6 troll characters. I'm expecting Rad to walk out
Yeah.
on 6 troll characters.
yeah, I'm
And they are
expecting
going to
something
win this
similar.
match, and I am going to go to bed right after, because I would need to mentally cleanse myself of what just happened. They actually didn't walk on 6 troll characters.
Oh, but Report has unfortunately disconnected somehow. I don't know how this happened, but noob down
Reporto
is all I will
gone.
say. That's just a little bit unfortunate. You don't like to see that. That's not ideal. You're getting beat down on this match, and on top of all that, you're also disconnecting from the game. I mean, it's just a little bit unfortunate here. Just sort of delaying the inevitable. I'd imagine Fitty Party are similar to death row victims right now. They're just sort of sitting on death row, waiting for the inevitable, for them to inevitably be, taken away for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Fitty Party, I'd also give in to the troll and just walk it down main on 6 troll characters and have as much fun as you want.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. You know how you get a last meal? I think this can be their last meal as they're rolling out on some Lucio Mercy with Fiddy on the Lucio here, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. And of course, these loser tryhards on Rad Esports rolling out on a somewhat real comp here with the Bap Lucio. Certainly something going on here. That's what I can tell you.
There's something indeed here as Zach gets our early damage on him. Royal takes so much damage at the start of the fight here, just out.
Not really a whole lot to heal that damage back out since you have Lucio Mercy here, but luckily, Ball is pretty self-sustainable, and even with this cracked comp, this crackhead comp that they've got here, they've managed to get the first meters on the board over Rad Esports here. Royal does unfortunately just get cut down there, and Koroloa is soon to follow as well. Meaning the trades are certainly in favor of Rad Esports here. Rare point on the Mercy going to fall as well. And now, looks like Rad Esports are going to be able to take some meters of their own despite suffering the loss of their Cassidy there.
Yeah, but the loss is very felt here as they walk it down main with no way of the world. The Fatalis looks for the jump ring, so the Pharaoh doesn't get much here, but Zach just cleans it up right after. Zach's on 1 HP, he might get picked here. Nope, he gets out for free. Porto gets the res. I mean, this is very interesting. We're seeing a Pharah Mercy combo. This is going to be very interesting. Fiddy on the loose here.
Fiddy is certainly on the loose. Fiddy gets caught by the Cassidy and is going to be claiming hacks on that one. But it looks like they're still managing to be able to win this, especially with that barrage just gonna ruin barrages right in Jolteon's line of sight, and that's just gonna be a couple quick passes to the head for him. He's gonna manage to cut down the Mercy there as well, and looking for his third victim in Fiddy, and Fiddy is victimized there, along with the rest of his party, unfortunately.
Good choice for that player, but we'll skip over that.
Certainly just it's not really my choice of words, it's just something that Swag Monkey aka Jolteon is very familiar with doing. It's all I'm going to leave it at that as we set up for this next fight here.
That's Fiddy quits it down, walks it down main here, but somehow doesn't immediately explode for doing that. Roy also forgot to explode though. Somehow Nikki and Ava are just flanking you like in your own room. It's very interesting. Fiddy gets slammed here, doesn't die for this, but Oral dies here, and there might be a Fiddy Maniac on the loose here in your backline. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Rowan just picking soldier decided to walk it down main, gets hunted down like a rabid dog, and just put down like 1-2.
Tried to escape from Zach. It is a lot like, if you're trying to escape from the hunter, it's eventually, you're just gonna get caught, there's nothing to do. Zach well-timed. Oh, wait, where did that go? Where did that go? I'm getting the top left, I'm not getting any order, I'm not getting anything. It's counting up, yes, no, it's gotta be bug. It's gotta be bug, of course. That has to be it.
Gonna use the Fatalis here. And he's just blocking down main, and he's hooked, and now Fatalis is dead. Zach kicks the trade back, dies anyways.
And it's just gonna be eventually a fight win, and the window comes out.
Windows down 9 players. I agree with that window, and I want to see more windows like that in the future.
Same. I have to 100% agree with you. That was a really good and clearly medicated window there. Definitely no indication here of any being off of meds or anything like that. And Kibbs has just occupied the attention of 3 members of Fiddy Party here somehow. I mean, just by rolling around and doing nothing and just being really big and fat, to be honest with you. Because how else could you take up so much
his hacks off on the fair here. I mean, he's still not killing her. Getting pushed by this Fatalis, but Fatalis aids in and just immediately explodes. Zach looks for the trade back, but gets it. They call us forced here. They're forced to run away here. Looking for a trade on Zach. They get Zach. I mean, Rowan is just very checking down main, and looks for this pick onto Jolteon, just dies.
Yeah, Kids with the mines there does manage to pick off Royal, but not going to get a whole lot else here if I had to guess. Going to go down as well. And so this 100-meter lead from Rat Esports might start to get a little bit shorter here as Fitty Party starts to get a little bit of cart progress going. But, you know, still Staggers coming out here. And if they can catch Fatalis here, this is absolutely huge.
That's a very, very good pick. You know, that's just going to end up them staggering a little bit more. It's going to be even longer before they're able to take this next fight. Kid's still being a nuisance in the backline here, just not really, you know, giving up any space at all.
With the ball, but the ball doesn't really care and actually gets high noon somehow. No idea how that happens. I didn't even hear the high noon, but yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah, there's still even more trades here as Rat Esports has essentially managed to get this fight to go as long as possible. Fitty forces the Immor from World is Mine here. And eventually the Baptiste is going to go down, but not before Zach finds the train of the center. While this is all happening, Fairpoint manages to get the cart almost all the way to the checkpoint. But eventually, even they are also going to be cut down. And Schulteon, what happened there? How are we off the map? At Swag Monkey, you're going to have to explain that one to me, because I just don't quite understand it. And we switch on to the gym cracks. Okay.
The Rainbow Hero Challenge, picking all the heroes in the rainbow color order.
I've heard about this actually.
Yeah,
getting some orange on, you know, some Roy G bivs. I'm loving what I'm seeing, and of course we have Galactic Junkrat, because why wouldn't we? And of course that Junkrat pick is going to result in an instant fight loss from Red Esports. Zach still manages to clutch that fight out. I don't even know how that's possible. But the checkpoint, the first checkpoint will be secured from Fitty Party. So a little bit of fight here. You know, we're seeing a little something.
I'm actually begging Joey to please type end the match now before I pass out in my chair, because your commentator here is about to pass out any second from this boring match I'm watching. It Rowan goes down and Fitty as well. I mean, it just keeps going back and forth, and then it just somehow happens in Rad's
The
hands.
mates in chat. Dude, I don't know about you, but this is a little bit exciting to me personally. I'm enjoying watching these players just kind of fuck around a little bit personally. But you know, only 3 minutes left. Get to power through here a little bit. We're almost in the clear. That's all I've got to say. Before Rat Esports takes their crown here. Oh,
All you gotta do
big on the
is
Zach.
survive this next 2 minutes here. At 44 seconds. Oh,
Type shit on in the
goes down
chat.
and Fitty goes down as well. Oh, Fitty type shitted on. I don't even understand what happened for that to even occur. Tall 6 for this pick, but like,
As we can see here, very fun character of Hazard. You know, you're 1 HP, trying to 1v1 a Kiriko, and all you have to do is just hold right click on her and not take any damage. So it's pretty cool. It's a really good character.
prototyping. I can't see where you're moving. There might be an issue of ping here. Oh, just another EU blaming ping as always.
Yeah, it's just a classic. You know, it's the only excuse that we come up with. But you know, the reality is they're just worse than the Americans.
The Americans are taking the American dream to you, and there's just simply nothing to do about it.
What are we beating? What are we beating?
While down 9 players, while not able to like even get the fight started.
Will just wasn't able to be fast enough to escape the testicular torsion that kids just put him in.
And Nikki might be able to flank here, just shooting at nothing. Got the main support aim here. No sense of aim trading whatsoever.
Not too much on having really terrible aim, but you know, even if she were able to hit every single shot there, she would actually still be doing 0 damage because of how far away she was. So a very optimal place to flank Baptiste from. As Zach, you know, the only person who's actually doing anything here, just manages to, you know, farm the entire lobby on the Echo. Really, really disgusting stuff here. Somehow the Hog, by the way, has just managed to find the pick on the Swag Monkey. I don't really know where that came from, but I think even eventually he's gonna get found
And caught out and eventually shut down as well.
And it feels like this has just been one long, non-stop fight that hasn't ended. Like, it doesn't really feel like there's any
Line in between when a fight ends and when a new fight begins. I mean, it's just all blurring into one fucking mess here, if I'm being honest.
This is a great joy to 66. It just if the game's not being played normally, then there's just one long fight.
Yeah, it's pretty true. You know, you never run out of tanks to engage. You never run out of players to fall on top of each other. It's really just exciting stuff. As finally, you know,
We're coming to the close of this. Only 20 seconds left here, but of course we do have a quite lengthy overtime, which I'm for sure Fitty Party's going to try and make last as long as possible as an incredible window and beat come out from Red here.
Coletta.
Just looking really, really good. I mean, there's just like 15 million different 1v1 fights happening at the same time, but we're going to pay attention to the one that's happening on card here, as this is the one that's going to be deciding when we're actually allowed to leave this horrible hell of an Overwatch match, and eventually Rad Esports is going to put Fitty Party out of their misery. Just a few remaining stragglers here, going to try and stall out. Setup finds the pick onto Lucio, but I mean, you're running out of people to even get on to the point as the Pulse Bomb comes out there as well. Kill before the Pulse Bomb can even hit. And now it's just Fitty alone. The last representative of Fitty Party can't even get on the point. And that is going to be that for this match. Rad Esports gonna take a pretty commanding lead there, as again, they are still the favorites, I think, to win it all. The Crazy Raccoon of this tournament. And we're gonna see if they're able to continue this momentum into their future games. Coming up next, I believe we have the future losers bracket games coming up here. So we'll bring those to you after a quick little break.
But before that, I'd like to say a quick goodbye, as this is our last time talking on the air for today. Thank you all for having me. I appreciated every single second and every single moment of every single match that I just watched, except that last map. I hated every second of it. Please never make me watch a match like that again. I will legit leave if that happens again.
I could not have said it better myself. Thank you so much, all of you guys, and peace out.
And welcome back to OOL. We have She/Her Dragons versus Gabe Deuce Sim Club. This is the winners bracket, I think. And
yeah, winner semis.
Yeah, and I think this game will be pretty good. I think the favor is in She/Her Dragons court, but I think Gabe Douche has a really good chance in this match, to be honest. I could see this one going the distance.
Yeah, we're starting out on Ilios. We've seen GDFC look really good on the dive before. In other tournaments, I'm a really big fan of their Ana Brig. Their ball, some questionable perk choices, but they won the last 6v6 tournament, and I don't see why you shy away from a comp that you've shown you can win on.
The traditional comp being the Ball Diva, I mean, it's just so I really like the Ball Diva a lot. I mean, especially with the Steamroller perk that Ball has. I think in 6v6 it is by far the best perk in the game.
Yeah, like
just so much displacement and the amount of damage and ult charge you just rack up by just spinning in circles and.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you open up on a map like Ruins. I think Ball probably the best tank on this map.
You're seeing a ball come out from She/Her Dragons in Yoshem.
We're seeing a Juno Brig with it though. Typically, you want a more pokey backline with this. Everyone just kind of plays independent. We're seeing more of a zombie look from GDFC.
Well,
but we're going back to the lobby for now.
It might. We are fixing ping issue real quick. But with the zombie comp, I mean, Ruins, you can. I think Ruins is one of the points you can play brawl, a brawlier style. You really need something to walk at in that comp though. The Juno Brig, a really good target for just walking at, but if you can't secure that kill and the Juno Brig lives through it, I mean, you're just gonna get angled on since you're all kind of walking in a similar lane.
Yeah, but because of ping issues, we're getting duped. We're starting on well instead. I don't think the zombie look is as good on this map as Ruins. Typically, you want to set your Ana up on the high ground, fish for nades. If you hard force cage, maybe the windmill, you could still get away with it.
we're seeing the zombie look still coming out from GDFC. I expect them to go cage first and stage in there, and then try to find the Juno Brig backline.
Hospitality, Korea style.
From She-Her Dragons, where we're seeing the normal ball comp with the Ana Brig still. We've seen some of this where you just play a normal 5v5 comp and then slap a ball in there, let them do whatever they want. It's a wrecking ball, just go kill shit.
All right, now as the map starts, you're starting to see GDFC rotate towards cage, and just starting to stage. Not really much happening. Kindred up top, just waiting for her opportunity to do anything. And Sad finds Set on all the madness, but Kindred finds the trade, just sitting up there waiting for their Winston to move.
When Winston for Juno, I feel like that's a trade you take every day. You can stabilize with the Brig. This team, it doesn't require much healing. Only really needing packs onto Senna if she gets killed by a diva.
Kindred finding Trace, Yang in the cleanup. But, I mean, look at the amount of space that Gabe Douche has to walk into the point. XQCL finding really low, but Kindred's there to find Shadow. Just so much angles that She-Her Dragons have. It's so hard to play this zombie comp when you just get angle maxed on.
It's so hard to walk into a ball, especially on this map. You can hide everywhere. Shadow did go over to the Kiri. I don't like that as much as the Moira. You don't have the AoE heals. I'd even prefer an Ana here. Have a big impact ult in that nano. You can just walk down to Juno Brig for free. But Yosem just gets a first pick. Can't fight with that.
Yosham, definitely a big threat in the backline, but I think Kindred might be a even bigger threat. I mean, she's just so good. XQCL eats a bullet shot from Julia, and I mean, I guess you take that, but she's demeched and has to kill herself.
You're letting the ball comp get set up. There's so many little alleys they can hide.
What a boop from Yosham!
Yosham gets an early boop.
Oh my god! What a
Sad swapped off to Winston after that fight onto Zarya, playing double off tank. Not a look you typically like to see. Kindred doesn't like it either as she kills Sad.
I mean, maybe
I never get tired of this.
I just don't see the vision behind the Zarya, but neither does Sad apparently. Go switching over to the ball. I think the ball is a lot better here than the Winston and the Zarya. I think this comp
I feel it's a little.
Sorry to cut you off, but I think this is kind of a trap coming out from She-Her Dragons. They want them to play the Winston into this. I mean, it's just so extremely hard on Winston to find anything here. But Yosham deploys the mines and finds Shadow. Starfrog finds the stick on a Sad, and beat comes out from Kilo. Yang finds the trade, but will it be enough? I don't think so. It's a rush in the spawn, and they don't get the touch.
They don't even get a touch. I think Kiri Lucio. I don't think it's very good into this. You don't have the AoE heals to help your front line. It's a bit better now that you swap over to a ball. Or, excuse me, I'm fumbling over my words. I'd like to just see them like, just full swap, get off to Lucio, play on a Brig like we've seen them have success on in the past. We're playing Brig Lucio now though, which.
Bit of a joke.
Not something we've seen since summer 2022. Oh no. Excuse me. They are playing the Ana Break. Kylo onto the Ana. Not what we saw last time.
Kindred on the Hazard. That's a bit of a more aggressive pick than the Diva. I like it a lot, especially since you're already winning. You want to see if you can push your advantage that much farther, you know? And they don't really have anything to shut Kindred down except for Kilo and Pyro.
No, there wasn't much staging happening from GDFC, so why not just give up the peel tools, go super aggressive, 5-man on his backline, and they get sad immediately. It's working.
I mean, Kindred, she's just so good. It's always a pleasure to watch her play the game. Just a bunch of cleanup coming through now, and they just have so much space.
Ball and Hazard in a 5v5 mode. In Infinite Space Creators, you put both of them in a 6v6 against a team like GDFC. They look a little lost right now. There's nothing you can really do, even if Kylo hits a big sleep.
Yosham slept but gets out of trouble as Yosham just rolling through, creating so much damage, just dislocating everybody on GDFC, and Let's fight. That's the fight. I mean, Yoshem creates so much value just by displacing. And Gabe Douche, they just keep on walking these small corridors that just allow them to get booped around.
And at some point, Sad did swap over to the Hazard, mirroring Kindred. I think there's no scouting going on. They all walk forward. They're trying to set up. But her Dragon is already set up. It's Starfrog finds Kylo so early with the pose.
Humongous slam setup from Yoshem. Just an absolute humongous angle from Yoshem with the gigantic slam, just setting everybody up. Yoshem dancing in their spawn, really just rubbing it in. Mines deployed by Yoshem in their spawn. Poor Pyro. You don't get to walk on a spawn, buddy.
Typically fighting like this, you think it's so greedy. Shadow swaps over to the BAP. You dump all your ults in their spawn, but it doesn't really matter because GDFC, they don't have any ults. They only have the nano boost.
Kindred kills herself as
making it a
Senna is
5v6.
AFK with Yoshem, but Senna is still AFK and ties to Sad at the violent leap. Yoshem finds True in the backline though. I mean, I've only seen 2 sub-maps and I'm already of the opinion that Yoshem MVP. Oh, good recovery, but Julia finds 3 in the backline. 4, just no one contested Julia.
No. See, I'm of the opinion. This is just a complete mismatch. These 2 teams weren't really meant to ever face each other. Completely different platforms. It's a miracle that GDFC got any kills that map, I think.
And we are going to break now. See you in the next map. And we're back with Watchpoint Gibraltar, and well, last map was a bit of a sweep. Maybe Gabe Douche not trying as hard they possibly could be.
No, GDFC they got washed in the dive mirror on Ilios, but that was a ball dive. Gibraltar, very solid Winston map. I think they're gonna try to force that. That's what they're more comfortable on. And even if you lose, it's what you're comfortable on. Just force that. Try to make a difference.
Well, we're seeing a Doom Hazard come out from She/Her Dragons.
This is just kind of nonsense.
You have 2 heroes that are practically the same, but one is better.
You've got Junker Queen with a Doomfist gauntlet, and you have Doomfist. I don't know why you'd want to pick both, unless you're super confident and you just want to have fun. Which after that first map, if I'm She/Her Dragons, that's what I'm doing. I'm trolling the fuck out of this game.
Attackers incoming.
This comp coming out from Gabe Douche. Their tech hasn't even out. Well, we're on a pause now. Never mind, we're back.
This comp from GDFC. It's definitely a comp.
Yeah, it definitely does something. This is just like, I just don't say, Caleb. I'll be honest. This comp is trash, and
what?
This is the sit on payload and jerk off comp. Hell yeah.
Well, they lost Ilios because they couldn't touch the objective. Maybe they can win Jib if they do nothing but touch the objective.
Yoshem just trying to find an M punch, trying to find an opening, and we're back on pause. Sad trades Yosem, who maybe overextended quite a little bit.
No, but in the middle of that, Julia, her game crashed. They're up 64 right now. This first point, low-key unlosable for GDFC at this point.
I think Pyro might have EMP'd Julia's PC.
Sometimes that's what you have to do. If I'm ever losing an official bet, I get on my little telephone. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. I call up Mr. Beast. I say, I need you to hit this guy's house. My good friend, the Big JD, he says, I got you.
God, just calling up Jimmy on the old phone, you know, speed dial because me and him are close like that.
But my big red rotary phone that I keep on my desk. I crank it up. I crank it up.
That's the Mr. Beast phone.
Directly. But Mr. Beast doesn't matter. We're unpausing the match. It's still 6v4 for GDFC. They're just gonna sit on this card, jerk off like a bunch of dickheads.
Yeah, not much is happening except for their 5-man sitting payload. Starfrog just poking from the above, trying to maybe get some extra ult charge, maybe find an opening. Pyro TP's up top, immediately forced off as Kindred dives in to them and instantly explodes because there are 6 players looking straight at her with a lot of guns.
No, CC. This is an old strategy. The before times of OOL that Western teams would use whenever they played against Koreans. These players, they scrim high on PC. They're used to playing dive on this map. They know what to do against dive on this map. You play something so dog shit that it just fries their brain. The Lazuli strat of playing Roadhog on Gibraltar, it works because they don't know what to do. They've never seen it before.
Now we're seeing a ball JQ. I see the vision. Maybe not on this map, but you know, Kindred jumps off top, gets insta-rocked and explodes. Pyro TT's on top, but immediately forced to drop as Yang pops a high noon, and GDFC is just sitting on cart and jerking off.
And it's frying the brains of She-Her Dragons. They don't know what to do.
They don't even
Their
touch.
FPS, no, they don't touch for 2 points in a row. Their FPS, it's too high. Their 180 time, too fast. They don't know what to do against this. It's frying them. Pyro just kills 2, Blossom.
I don't know how Pyro's getting the ult charge either. I'll be honest with you, Caleb. There's not much for a Reaper to shoot here, except for a ball.
Yoshim comes in, they die. Kindred goes in, they die. Reaper, bang, 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 shooting the tanks with the big shotguns. It's so much ult charge. Senna has her bola shot available. We'll see how they do it. They get the first kill of the map.
Yang, really just going away from the group and, well, it's just something you can't do here. But Starfrog now on the Pharah. I really like the Pharah pick here, especially on the outside portion of Gibraltar. Just so much pressure you can put up in front of just sitting at the back of the map and being safe. But they do have Yang and Kilo on Bap and Cass.
I would like the Pharah pick, except GDFC, they're a console team. They're not gonna miss on a Pharah. This is so easy. Yoshim set up for a flank here. Gotta look for
humongous nade coming in, gigantic follow up from Yoshim, and the window gets popped. But Yoshim just doing enough of the damage that they're just falling over. I mean, that nade coming out from Senna is just beautiful. Big burn in the room, but they're all fine. They go back to spawn and restabilize.
They're selling out a little bit. There's too many high grounds at this point. A little bit too open to be able just to jerk off on cart. I'd like to see a ball coming out here instead of a line. Make a little bit of disruption.
Pyro TP's on to Julia, but gets instantly denied as Sad rips the flux and finds Mimikyu, but Yoshim, Starfrog, just finding a gigantic barrage in all the chaos. Set up perfectly by a ball slam, and I mean, that's what's gonna happen every time on this third point, I think, unless you gotta change the comp. I think there's just too many angles, too much high ground, too much space that your tanks can't access.
I think we missed an unseen strategy here with the ball pick against the console team. You roll through, the aim assist is too strong. You drag their crosshairs away from the pipe. Now everyone's turning around, their ass is exposed. But Yang picks up
Yang
Sparkle.
finds
It doesn't
Sparkle
matter.
with the high noon, and it's Kindred in a very bad spot, stuck in a room all by herself. But Pyra maybe TPing onto. Well, Yang got EMP'd, unfortunate. But Pyro TP's onto Julia. And that's.
I wonder how this is gonna go.
Yeah. Pyro's Wraith is immediately forced, but I don't know if he can get the proper help.
No. They saw Yang, they're finally turning this third point, they might cap. Senna, she got on her big rotary phone. She calls it up. Joe Biden, I need your help. Please take out Yang. He's too good. Joe
The
Biden,
counterintelligence. Holy shit.
prostate cancer be damned. He took out Yang.
Ass cancer be damned. He got Yang out the lobby.
That's all you can ask from a former president, is to get a console cast player out of my lobby.
I mean, just Julia, friends in high places, you know?
We thought GDFC having ties to Mr. Beast. Jimmy Donaldson himself was tough.
Try Joe
we got
Biden
the red
on
line
for
to the
size.
president.
Yeah, the ex-president, should I say. Who now has ass cancer, to reiterate.
Soon to be president again, by the way. No leaks. I did get the script early. We're not supposed to be saying this, but I don't think anybody important enough is watching this broadcast to get me in trouble. I will be looking out for red laser pointers coming through my window any
A
moment.
black van is outside.
A black van is pulling up to my house. Mr. Beast, I need your militia. Come save me.
Mr. Beast can spend a few $1 million on a privatized militia.
He does have a militia. Have you seen those videos?
No, I can't say I have. Anyway, we're going back into the match now, and
Pyro, about to get exploded by bullets.
Bob committed to kill Pyro. Holy fuck! Yo, Shadow's AFK!
He wasn't ready.
Someone tell Shadow the game's back on.
Attaboy, Bob.
4K coming out from Julia. GDFC seem to be doing the mannequin challenge. Found some black beetles in my city. But that's okay. Yang got EMP'd. It was a 5v6 anyway. Those first two picks for them, it doesn't matter. They were gonna lose that fight anyway.
It was a 4v6. Shadow was AFK. Oh, nice shot from Julia on the Pyro. Just trying to contest the high ground on Reaper, but Kindred's causing so much chaos in the backline with Yoshem, and they're just forced back into spawn.
It's just going in, you roll around too fast, you seal their crosshairs. Nobody on your team's getting shot. All your team, they don't have to worry about that. They aim with their entire run. They just shoot the bad guys.
Kindred just holding these doors real tight, maybe not trying to give it much space. Yoshem trying to find a slam, but fucks up the grapple and
Watch
is forced to back off.
They have a shatter available, no shields on the side. She her dragon.
Humongous bird,
What a shield.
humongous slam, and wow, I mean just these setups. But Kindred's pitted, and Kylo finds Julia and all the madness. GDFC starting to stabilize, now trying to find their stride on taking space, but less high ground on this side of the map. But there's still plenty accessible to the defenders. Good bash coming in from Mimikyu, but Pyro rips the Blossom, and this is not enough.
No,
Oh, Kylo went for a shoot window, but unfortunately, you know, unfortunately for Kylo, he's not
sometimes you can get away
Korean.
with that. But,
Or he might be. I don't know, actually.
no, see, it doesn't matter if you're Korean. Because you have 1/10 the frames the other team. You're gonna lose no matter what. It's not fair.
Yoshi, I'm trying to find a very greedy slam inside the room in their spawn, hoping that no one has eyes or the FOV settings on their consoles just isn't good enough to see it. Yo, Kylo, there's someone next to you, buddy. Flux is ripped, but Sad is killed in the middle of it. And Orbital Ray is popped, but so. I mean, this is being angle maxed. I've said this a lot, but like, it's what's happening.
No, this point, it's so easy to angle max. There's 15 million high grounds. You can set up your ball, you can set up your hit scan, you can set up your Pharah on different hit scans, or excuse me, on different angles. You can't contest all those angles. Someone's gonna get slammed, someone's gonna get shot in the head, and you're not even gonna be able to walk out of your spawn.
Sheer Dragons just controls every door for them to walk out of spawn, and unfortunately, Pyro paid the price. But Kylo, trying to contest the angle that Julia's on, but gets quickly dispersed of, as Sparkle, Star Frog, just ult dumps the door, and that's the end of GDFC's attack. I don't think you can get away with this comp on defense, to be honest.
No. Excuse me. She-Her Dragons, they look so good on that third point. But those first 2 points, they were done in like 45 seconds combined. I'm curious to see if they'll be able to attack them better than they defended. If I'm GDFC, I'm going full dickhead mode. I'm playing that same comp. That mega room across from the attack respawn. I'm hiding in the stairwell. As soon as they walk out, they all get set up. I'm running on whatever portal they stuck on the card, and it looks like they're hearing me. Mr. Beast leaking the script into their call right now. And Yang gets EMP'd again. Joe Biden, ass cancer be damned.
Like, at what point do you just stop calling off the EMPs? Like, they're already losing. You know? You really have to call up Joseph F. Biden to EMP Yang off cooldown.
What's the F stand for there, buddy?
Well, I can't say, because there's a red laser dot pointed at my skull current moment, so unfortunately Joe has invaded my state and my town to silence me on this broadcast.
He's invaded Saigon D's Michigan and is enacting his task force.
Yeah.
To take care of poor Mr. Adams here.
You know, my uncle was actually part of the Secret Service. It's true information.
Oh, was he one of the ones who killed JFK, or are we not allowed to say that?
Yo, man, quit leaking shit. You already leaked the fucking script earlier. Calm down.
Okay, excuse me. Let's get back to our actual GDFC. They're asking for another pause. They hate playing the game, and we can see that because they're gonna be bunkering down here. The ultimate noob trap. We'll see if She-Her Dragons is smart enough to go over the high ground that GDFC have no way of seeing.
Well, I really don't know what to say at this point, Caleb. It's just, I'm seeing things on my screen that just aren't making sense.
I'm seeing a bunch of bullshit. I'll keep it real. Yang, they were on the tracer there. I wonder if they'll have 5 people down, bunkering in like a bunch of dickheads, leaving Yang, the sole survivor, to contest that high ground on tracer. 1v6 if She-Her Dragons is smart and just walks up there like humans.
I know at the start of this match I said this could be potentially close, but it seems to me that Game Douche just don't want to play.
No. Oh, excuse me. They're being given a 5-minute timer right now before they blow up Shadow's Xbox, killing his entire family with the little bomb that Joe Biden placed inside.
It's like those old Samsung phones, the Samsung 12 phone that was exploding in people's hands. I mean, like,
yeah. It's rough business out here if you want to play for OOL. That's why I retired after losing a hand.
Yeah, I lost too many maps and my PS5 exploded, so I had to switch over to my Xbox. I mean, all this in a for-fun tournament, it just seems a little rough to me, but who am I to say, you know?
When you've got the connections in high places, when you could just call up Jimmy Beast on speed dial, you have Joe Biden. I'm sure others. Why not use them? Even if there's no prize pool, there's nothing. If you say I won OOL, people are gonna look at you funny. There's no bragging rights even.
No, you get to post on Twitter. Isn't that awesome? I think that's worth it.
I love posting on Twitter. Shadow stuck all the way in spawn. This bunker, it's gonna be a little bit weaker without the brig.
Can Shadow even make it around to the corner to when the time the payload comes over?
They might just get ass blasted. They're not even going down there. They're gonna probably stay high ground with Yang, I think, or they're just gonna AFK back here. How did Yoshim get back there?
Lamp gets dropped, so does Maywall, but Shadow gets picked in the back line as the Cairo is forced, and now the entire of She-Her Dragons is closing in. Yoshim with the M punch finds Pyro, but Yang finds Mid-Q and all the danger. Kindred just chopping through them, getting so many axe resets, and she kills 3. Beautiful stuff.
Ash reportedly called out to Doomplank. Nobody listened, probably because they're spectating. They're not allowed in the call. I'm pretty sure they're not even on GDFC. They're GDFC ult tracking in all chat for them. Sad dies so fast. They're gonna angle backs again.
Something tells me that GDFC don't really care about the outcome of this match.
Oh.
I don't know about you, Caleb, but I mean, seeing Sad walk out there, I was gonna say it's sad, but it's rather depressing. I mean, he couldn't even get the fucking jab spin off.
See, Kylo incorrectly ult tracking.
It's a bait.
Against
Wait,
themselves.
1,000
It's an
IQ
ultimate-
bait.
And this is what I was about to say. I think this match is the ultimate bait. They're throwing this on purpose. They're making it look easy for She-Her Dragons, expecting to meet them in the finals. She-Her Dragons, they chill out. That's what GDFC turn it up. They instantly win map 1. That's a quarter of the way to winning a final right there.
Kylo kills 2 even without the lamp bait or the window bait. Surely they gotta know he has it now. And just on this off angle, infinitely poking.
He seems to be the only one on GDFC trying his best. Starfrog, no headphones in sight.
Wow, Yoshim immediately noticed. Glad to hear that. And I mean, Kylo only looks like the only real player, like, alive in moving their character. I'll be honest. Bob gets thrown down main as it kills 2, and the rest of She-Her clean up.
No, but we saw this on the GDFC attack too. They rolled through the first 2 points really easily. We were thinking, oh, maybe they can take a map, and then they got full health. Kylo gets staggered here. How is the entire enemy team all the way up there?
Oh, XQCL gets pulled out of spawn by the knife and can't spawns. How depressing.
And what
Couldn't even
with
save
those
KD.
staggers? With those staggers, this is gonna look like it's gonna be 1 fight for 3rd. And She-Her Dragons, they have a Ray, it gets ripped immediately.
I don't think there's been an ult used by the side of Gabe Douche, to be honest. Oh, there's
There's 2 coming out right now. Kylo rips the window too. They're turning this 1 million ults for a fight win. I think that every day.
Mine's on point. Maybe he's trying to zone them off maybe trying to get them to back off point, giving them some space, but ultimately I don't think it matters. Rally and Blizz just for 1 brig. Committed
1 million ults for a fight win?
And then Shadow into their spawn. Am I dreaming? Caleb? Pinch my skin. Slap me in the face. I can't tell what's happening. Kindred rips the rampage and finds 5, but like they have the lamp, so they're kind of fine.
I think history is repeating itself right now. We should get humongous stabilization coming out on third. Senna is super close to this Bob though. GDFC shown they don't really know how to deal with that. They don't know if they want to kite, if they want to burn it. They seem to just look at it every time and let the Bob kill full.
Yang trying to take the 1v1 before the Bobs get popped, but ultimately loses. And XUCL falling dangerously low as Senna on this off angle, just doing so much. And that seems to be the rest of Gibraltar. Blade instantly shut down. And that seems to be it. That's Gibraltar.
I'm gonna say that map, it seemed a lot closer. Some bullshit came out. Every time we went over to Senna's POV, she was in a spot I didn't know when Ash was alive. Carlo asking if he can do more. I don't think he can.
You seem like the only player willing to play the game. I mean, look at those axe resets on this play of the game. That's some beautiful Junker Queen gameplay. Oh, well, unfortunate that you can't even see the play of the game, but I'm telling you, it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. GDFC, I'd like to see them try a little bit harder the next map. If they go down to losers, they have to play another match today, and you'd hate your tournament life to end just because you came up against Thanos with all 5 Infinity Stones. And you got boomed by a team that you were never going to beat.
That seems to be our cue to go into break as we go into the next match. Stay tuned, folks. Oh. Okay. Okay. Alright, and we're back with the final map of Sheer Dragons versus Game Dew Sim Club.
Don't say that. Not so fast. This is a best of 5. GDSC, they might win. Pyro on the Mercy. Iconic hero pick from them. I like to see that. Making the necessary adjustments to
win.
To start a reverse sweep. A mysterious 7th player appearing in the top right of my screen. Never mind.
Alright, well, a bit of off-rolling going on. Maybe this is the final form, like Rock Lee taking off the training weights against Gara, you know?
Yeah.
Seeing a Mahouga Queen coming out from She-Her Dragon. Double shout.
It's just some nonsense coming out here. Yoshim sitting up on top of the statue, sad, playing the soldier. I like to see this farm the Malga a little bit, maybe rip off the Kiri's head, excuse me, the Juno's head.
What is happening? Yoshim getting a little creative on the Malga and almost instantly falling, but Timler finding Yang. That's pretty decent trade if you ask me.
That's a really good trade for GDFC. Especially because they have a diva to stabilize with. Yang's gonna be back a lot faster, and now no tanks available for She-Her Dragons.
Sad finds Kindred and Shadow finds Ash in the off angle. Honestly, this is going a little bit more full of life than what we've seen the last 2 maps.
Maybe this was a secret meta. You try something new. They're maybe not quite ready for it. A tank player playing Sojourn. They play different than a hit scan does, so you're not sure what angles they're going to take or how they're going to fight you.
Yoshim going into theater by themselves while Julia pops the high noon and finds 2. Or this is Senna on the Julia account. Sorry, I keep on missing that one up.
What? See, that fight, it looked dominant for She-Her Dragons, but Kendrick got traded. They're swapping over to Ryan now. And GDFC, they're going to get a clean recontest. And they have a nano OC available.
How did Yoshim get out of there alive? How did she get out of there alive? Absolutely incredible. Kindred, final shot. find the fire strike onto Shadow. As the OC gets ripped from Sad. Maybe he'll make me happy with this OC, but it's not looking like it so far. The rest of the cleanup comes through, and maybe they go for the spawn hold, the classic King's spawn hold.
No, I think it's just gonna hold his choke. There's not much they could do to really break through it. Ball struggles on the street phase, I think. He's a lot better on the first two maps, but look, he just has a swinging like a dickhead. Hope for a slam and a miracle pick on Kingtrid.
XQCL taking a lot of space with this rally, and Orbital Ray gets popped in response from Mimikyu. Yosem trying to find a stomp onto Sad in the room, or in the pub, sorry, while Pyro's sitting in there, and Bomb gets ripped from XQCL. Kindred is back with a shatter. Wow.
Nobody shattering the voices, shout out at Hottie, same exact spot too.
Kindred just trying to flex her muscles right there, trying to look into the prophecies, trying to maybe find a nice shatter, but no one was there.
Sometimes you have a little voice in your head telling you to go for a play, and nobody's there. Yang listens to that voice, starts mines in the back and dies instantly.
Yosham slamming in from the cage on point all by themselves, getting finally the care they need, but they eventually fall, and they don't give up a second point quite yet.
No, they hold it. It's so close. They're coming up on another nano OC. Hopefully they can find something. Rally mirror and no ultra value for She-Her Dragons. Only a rally to play with. Both these DPS ults. You have to be on it to get value with them, I feel.
Kindred fighting Yang but missing the pin, and the rally gets popped from Pyro trying to find Julia, but is unsuccessful as Pyro is 1v6, and the rest of the cleanup comes through from Yoshem and Kindred. Staggering? Really? This is just rude. Good pin from Kindred, just extending the time Diva can stay alive.
Shades of fried wiener right here.
And the BM shatter.
Valuable stagger though. You pulled 2 ults out because they're trying to be funny on stream. That's like an infinite money glitch, I think.
Yeah, it's an infinite money glitch for a team that maybe doesn't really want to win. So
even if you lose, you still gotta get money.
Julia fine. The OC gets ripped out main. As Shadow gets picked by Julia, and the OC finds Yosham, but will it find anyone else? I don't really think so. No. Pulse Bomb goes wide from Ash, but she's still in like. Oh, never mind. Her head gets taken clean off.
That fight, it was lost from the start though, because Senna, she walked around like a dickhead. It just killed 2 people.
60 seconds remaining.
I don't know how they let her do that. Maybe they have their headphones on backwards. Maybe not at all. They don't like talking to each other. I wouldn't want to talk to my teammates after those first 2 maps either.
I'm a little lost for words, but Sad, giving me finally something to talk about. Finds the pick out of the Timler as Mimikyu drops the Ray, and Kylo falls, but Sad, good for there too, but Kindred trades them out, but no supports online, and things are looking dire. Shatter online for Kindred if he wants to go for maybe for a quick little play. I mean, people are low. It's definitely doable, I think. Kindred, 5XUL, and Shatter's Sad, and that's it. I mean,
no, GDFC. I feel like this map, Shadow going for a touch, they get it. They start every fight so strong, and then they just forget to kill Kindred. Problem solved as Pyro gets the first pick, but they tread on Yang.
Julia's so good for the early picks. Finds 2 in Shadow and Yang. Bash, almost perfect timing onto the Diva Matrix, allowing Julia to find more with a high noon. But Yoshem just in the back line, forcing the nano, but it might be too little too late at this point, as the point ends at second, almost to third.
See, but now GDFC, they get to implement an ancient strategy, attacker's advantage. Ash offering a Torborn V1. Not sure if it's for the map or just for fun. If it's for the map, I have a feeling I'm gonna get a call. My boss gonna be angry as fuck. This match is supposed to be a 3-0. She-Her Dragons dragging it out. They're playing with their food a little bit. Maybe not showing the competition what they're fully capable of before winners and grand finals tomorrow.
We just see what kind of nonsense come out from both sides. I'm seeing a Moira Weaver ball for the side of Gabe Douche.
I actually like this a lot. See, Kylo being a console player, familiar with the Halo franchise, Weaver has a needler on his arm. I see the translation there. Relatable skills. Pyro playing Moira. Moira's fun. And you cannot win an official match if you're not having fun.
That's true. That's true.
Pulling out all the ancient strategies to try to pull this match out of the grave. It's already 5 feet deep, but I don't think it's ever too late to win.
Yoshem just looking for the opportunity to walk through theater, and that's what they get. Trying to find a slam on Sad. He just crumpled underneath the humongous weight of Yoshem's muscles, and XUC also falls while Yang just gets bodied on ball.
No, the nonsense it worked for them on Gibraltar. It's not gonna work on Kings. Kings, it's a map you see a lot more comps played on, so they're more familiar with how it's different types of comps, and they're just pressing disadvantage. They're gonna hold them in their spawn while they cap first. A 5v6
The flanking
up here,
Mauga.
I don't think that matters.
The flanking Mauga just drawing so much attention and trying to find a slam in the back line, while Kindred finds 2 with the X swing. But Sada and Shadow
traded out
find
by the
Ju.
DPS line.
Kindred just staying safe in the bookstore, while the rest of the team just finds cleanup. Yoshem, still the flanking Mauga that no one has cleared quite yet, is on Kylo, on the Weaver, but tries to get away, but the burn damage might be too much.
Oh, it is a little too much. Yoshem implementing the ancient strategy that I actually developed from my coaching playbook is that Mauga, he's like Wrecking Ball. You run in, you slam, you pop your shield, that's your shield, you shoot your 2 big guns, ba 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 ba. Nobody can kill you, and right now nobody's killing Yoshem.
Kindred in their spawn rips the rampage, just making out of space with Yoshem. They find a trade in their spawn. I guess Pyro and Kilo just really fucking hate Sad. But I mean, look at the cart progress. They were able to do that as like a three-person dive squad.
Yeah, they get 90 meters out there. But like you said, they hate Sad. I'm gonna come out and say on official broadcast, I hate Sadness too. I wish everyone was happy all the time. Sadness,
Controversial
no place in
take.
this world.
Controversial take, Caleb. I think. But have you ever considered sadness is what makes happiness so much sweeter? That's what the true thinker thinks about these days.
I'm pretty sure that's what the first Inside Out movie is about. But humongous ultra coming out from both sides. A bunch of nonsense happening on all areas of this podcast. That kills two.
Sad and finds 2 with the collat, I think. Bomb up top, not really gonna find anybody. And mine's still available if Dave Douche want to commit, but I don't really think they need. Ray is committed from She-Her Dragons. Maybe the mines are needed, and they really think they can win this. I think it's quite winnable as they control. They just flip the map on them. But Pyro is back from spawn. Just a really easy target to take care of once they come back, and just so much Someone needs to contest. Yang gets hit with the anti from the Rampage, and that's the final map.
She or dragons? I want to say dominant. The word I would prefer is a silly 3-0.
Yeah,
Is
I would agree.
a lot of pauses. Yeah, they're going on to winners finals. One more match win, and they're gonna play in grands again. Senna looking for a repeat from last OOL.
This is next match is Fitty Party versus Sorry, I just heard it, but I just blanked.
Fetty Party versus Ska.
That's what it is. Thank you very much, Caleb. Stay tuned for the next match. And we are back with Fitty Party versus Ska. First map we're gonna have here is Antarctic Peninsula. I think the last time these two went against each other, because they come out of the same group, it was rather close. I think you see something like that again.
Yeah. Last time Fitty Party, they had the upper hand in a matchup. They won 2-0 in groups. But Ska, they came first out of the group, and Fitty Party, they lost earlier today. So I'm curious to see if their mental is reset in the time of that GDFC match, and if and if they're more confident coming in, facing a team that they know they've beat before just last weekend.
Honestly, Gabe Douche definitely gave him a long time to think about it. On Fitty Party, well, of course, you have Fitty, Rowan, Poke, or Pokester, Farola, and a filler named Junbin. The real Junbin.
Ska, on the other hand, storied team, I'd say at that point in OOL. They played in every tournament before. Lore, one of the most consistent flex DPS players in the tournament. I'm really excited to see how they turn it up. Maybe a bit of a chip on their shoulder, want to get revenge at Fitty Party after losing in groups.
Antarctic, one of the more brawlier maps. Well, most control maps are pretty brawly, to be honest, but you can really run the brawl at any point in this map. Let's see what comes out. You're seeing a hazard ball coming out for Ska, and a pulled pork, but no pull, so just pork, with a Kirilu and a Echo Tray, which is
I think the double flex is fine. I'd rather see a Sojourn here. I too good in 66 to pass it up. But a really squishy backline coming out for Ska. I wonder how they'll be able to handle something that goes a lot faster, like this comp that Fitty Party has.
Sticky comes out, not really finding anything but ult charge, and Sleep comes out really early, finding Poke, but that javelin spin from Corolla finds the nade, and still Poke still pays with his life. And Slam coming in from Kino Kwan, and they just have to give up the space now.
Yeah, that one pick is so valuable, built off the Sleep, hit by Conda plays. They just kite out a point flip for one kill. I'm surprised Fitty Party didn't try to fight that out a little bit more with how brawl heavy their comp is.
Pokestar getting sped in, finds the hook onto Lore, but Lore gets carried out, and Hero finds the bingo with that wall. I mean, unfortunately for Fitty Party, their comp is really countered by these really hard divey style kind of comps with the ball that has. You have the two stopping powers with Corolla and Poke, but you really have, if those two like can't deliver early, the extended fight gets really scrappy.
It gets really hard. I think it's a bit of miscommunication between Pokester and his DPS. He's hitting the hooks, but there's no follow up. Hog doesn't have the consistent one shot anymore. So you need Echo or Tracer, anybody on your team really, to shoot the person you hook and they'll die.
The bingo is booped out of place as the nano goes onto Hero. Hero trying to find the bingo in the back line, getting speared back and just constantly CC'd. Rips the downpour, finding Junbin and Corolla, and wow. What a really good nano, to be honest. Really what you want out of it.
Really good fight from Scott. They use 2 ults. The nano, they push forward, they make the space. Hero sees the vision, rips the downpour, hits 3 people with it, and they confirm on all 3. Usually you only get a kill or 2 with that. Getting 3 is huge. That confirms a fight win. And this is entering final fight territory here.
Lord gets hooked but gets saved by the wall as Poster finds Hero just still cut off, and the blade gets ripped from Lord, but can't really find anything much with it. A zoning blade, as some would call it. Corolla finds Robro, and well, that's how this comp really operates. You find that first pick if they mess up their first engage, and that's when the advantage turns in your favor.
Yeah, now here, Fitty Party, they have 5 ults. This fight, I just want Fitty to Gianna hit a big nade. Only went off that. You need these 1 ult fights if you win. You can't overcommit when you have such a big advantage.
Curie Rush comes out from Love Palestine, matched by Junbin, and the ball gets locked up by the spear. King Quan falls, but Robro thinks it's so winnable. Rips the OC and rips from Rowan's head off. It's still really contesting Fitty back here on the Echo. The Echo Duke Tracer, sorry. But the pulse pump goes wide. Fitty doesn't quite hit it, and Fitty's looking like he's in a lot of danger. Love Palestine gaps Junbin, and Corolla rips the Terror Surge. I don't know exactly on who it was for, but maybe just to live?
Maybe, but that fight is that big scenario for Fitty Party. Lord, they find Fitty, they trade out on King Quan, but it doesn't matter. They used all 5 of their ults out for a bunch of nothing, and Scott, they get the point flip. Hero finds 2. I think this is round 1 going to Scott.
No one able to touch
good
for
touch.
Fitty Party. And I mean, just when you get infinitely angled on when you're on this Hog of Orisa, which I don't think really works well together anymore with the Overwatch 2 version of Orisa. Maybe they're hoping for the shield perk, but I don't think it's all that effective. Maybe you want a Sigma instead. Maybe you want a ball just to constantly pull attention and let your Hog just take obscure angles and find hooks that way.
Maybe even a Zarya. Bubble your Hog. Pokester, whenever they walk out, they look for this hook. They get slept. That forces a Suzu. Bad discipline from Junbin. You don't want a Suzu to sleep. You want a Suzu the nade. And then the Ana, they get a free nade.
Zarya Bubble also cleanses the nade. Don't really need to rip the Suzu.
That's like having 2 Suzus for your Hog. Corolla, it's like going over to the Diva. The Quick Flip Classic, honestly.
And honestly, pumping more resources in your Roadhog might be the game plan here. As you know, Pokester is really looking really good on it. Lore finds Rowan in the backline off the back of Nero's face. And Hero is looking very, very low as Corolla finds the pick. Random Hog Pigpen finds the kill onto Lore, and that looks like it's going to be Fitty Party cap.
On paper, this comp looks like a lot of nonsense, but how they're playing it, everyone's just playing independently. Before they walk forward, they get naded, they get shot by the hazard. Hero swapping over to Diva now, a much more traditional comp for Ska. And I think I like this. They're gonna be able to full commit onto a backline. Robo falls low, nade and Suzu force. Excuse me.
I mean, excellent off angle from Corolla, forcing those cooldowns and making it out alive. King Quan looking for a slam on high, finds Fitty and Corolla, but Corolla doesn't fall, but Fitty gets traded by Lore. I mean, for Lore, by Poke. Hero finds the trade on the Rowan, and just Poke is forced into this small corner where he's able to get naded. Looking very dangerous, but Skog gets point flip as Corolla falls.
They're trying to get a late kill on Jinmin. They do. There's no make a group spawn. They don't. They're gonna be respawning a little bit later. That's more percentage. They get sticked up. A Pokester gets Hero Spec so early. You can't let that happen.
When you play Hog and a Diva, 9 times out of 10 you're hooking the Diva, and that's what you're really looking for. Huge deflect from Lore.
humongous deflex. That's what we're talking about. One of the most consistent flex DPS players we've seen in OOL, and they're still performing. 4 tournaments deep. It doesn't matter. They get it done. Old age cannot keep them down.
Lore finds Corolla out of the mech, and as Pokester rips the whole hog, trying to find the trade onto the enemy mech. The bingo.
I'm getting
trying to
deja vu here.
stabilize.
Trades the mech immediately.
I know. Pokester finds Conda, just stuck in a corner. Not really you can do much on the Ana if you don't have the cooldowns, and Hero is just left behind.
That's
Eventually,
like
Love Palestine falls, and the mech goes through, but they get the cap a little later than what you would hope.
No, but that fight for Scott's so good. You trade the rush and a whole hog, like 2 pretty good ults, I'd say. Rush more than whole hog for a diva bomb, and look at the ult advantage Scott has. Robro rips the OC immediately.
But he finds Love Palestine as Pokester also finds Robro 47 in their spawn, really just not letting them have the space that they need to get set up. 65 left onto the point caps, and King Quan really needs to find something else. He needs to go on a different angle, maybe force them back to the point by forcing them back by going to point.
That's what I was thinking. But I like how Fitty Party's playing this. They know they're at an ult disadvantage, so they have to go way faster. They're forcing mistakes in their spawn. But King Kwang has mines, so they just shit them all over point.
Unfortunately, falling to Rowan and Fitty with the Echo Beam. Pokester finds Love Palestine. Not. Lore gets whole hogged out into the middle of point where Rowan gets the free shoot as Rowan just not going behind the box he's already next to. Things look a little scrappy, but Pokester has finally noticed Conda plays on the off angle, and it's 99. Not really much they can do else. Lore comes back on a Tracer, but recall's already forced. And I mean, once people start locking on that Tracer, your touch goes away. Fitty dangerously low in the back line. Lore finally drops, but Hero is back on Doom as Robo finds the bingo in all this. But Hero finally goes down, and Fitty Party gets the cap.
Fitty Party, they get forced off point. Or, excuse me, not Fitty Party. Ska got forced off point. But that inside point, I don't think it's the best for them. This last point we're going to. Really good for ball. Hero going over to the Zarya. I like this comp a lot. Zarya you're able to bubble your ball in. Or bubble someone who gets hooked. I think I figured out the vision here. The diva, you're not playing independently. You're eating the Suzu with your Matrix when your hog hooks someone.
Back on the
Hero playing
over
the
to
Sigma instead,
now.
more of a traditional ball comp.
I like it. I was gonna say with the Zarya pick, I don't really like it without any speed. You just get locked up by Fitty and Rowan too hard without your bubble cooldown.
No, but a lot pokier on this point. Fitty already falling low. If you're low on HP, this comp, a ball and a Tracer, you get cleaned up instantly.
King Quan in a lot of trouble in the backline, but he's able to escape as Robro finds the bingo on point. Pokester just really back there trying to fish for that ball kill. Isn't able to find it, and Fitty in a lot of trouble too, getting forced out. Robro on the right angle trying to catch him out, and well, I mean, now that the angles have opened up, this looks a lot better for Ska.
I really like this comp from Ska.
Big stagger.
Humongous stagger. But you farm infinite rails off of the hog. Any hits, Lord, oh my god. But any hits that the diva tries to make, no diva anymore as Corolla goes over to the Sigma. I'm not sure if I like the carry with this comp still, but I do like this tank line.
Maybe you go Alari on it or something similar, just something with a bit more poke and able to mash angles that Lower and King Quan might be trying to take.
I'd like just to see something with like a bit more like pressure from Jin. Maybe a Bat, maybe an Ana, but it doesn't matter. if folks are just hitting humongous hook like that.
Finds two in the front line, hunting for more on point. Hook goes wide, but that doesn't really matter. They have all the space that they need, and that's Fitty Party getting capped for the first time.
They're chasing down here now. If I'm Fitty Party, oh, I was about to say this. They have to be careful with their ults. This is what loses them games in the past. They just throw ults out for no reason.
Whole hog committed.
That whole
not
hog
really.
was used for no reason.
Trying to try to catch that auto in the room with the knockback damage, but they don't really get it. And Laura, unfortunately, falling to Judgment.
No, but see, it doesn't matter because they're just gonna walk forward with OC. The Bingo doesn't quite have the beat. He might get taken out early.
Good hook on the hero, but is able to bail him out as Robro rips the OC with the nano in the it wasn't actually nano. I'm sorry. In the OC, in the Kitsu rush. I know I keep on saying OC. I'm very sorry, but Ska regain control of the point.
That fight from Scott really good. They only use the OC for both support ults plus a dupe. Robro knew what they were doing. They just chewed through that beat with the 150 OC. They killed the Curie. There's not much left to help Fitty Party stay alive.
Trying to hook hero, but the rock comes out just in time to save them from the hook. But the Pokester has to be really careful about trying to walk main. You have to have a bigger presence on the off angle, but King Quan finds the kill on the Corolla and the slam. Just Fitty Party taking too long to stage.
When you're playing Lucio Hog, you're not even gonna get touched. Nice shot from. But when you're playing the Lucio Hog like this, you have to run forward. You have to get a pick with the hook. You can't just poke. I'm gonna break your shoe. I'm gonna break your shoe. You have to run. You have to force an off angle and pull someone from their team. And they're just not doing that. They did that on second point, but they're not doing that on third, and that's why they lost.
We will be going to the next map in just a moment of this match. Stay tuned, folks. And we are back with Fitty Party versus Ska on Suravasa. I think this favors Fitty Party a bit more, especially with the Hog Orisa stuff. But it also works well for Ska, I think.
Ska, they played the Hazard before. Also Ball. I think Ball better than Hog this map. Just fundamentally, ignoring hero balance, if everything was even, I'd rather have a Ball than a Hog on this map.
I would agree.
There's so many like tight corridors you can hide in, lots of walls to slam off, and we are gonna see a Ball mirror. The main difference in this comp, outside of the Echo, is the tank here, Malga versus Hog. And I'm not sure if I like Malga with Ball.
Honestly, some people like this. Malga does counter Hog, but I feel like if you're good enough at Hog, you can circumvent most of the stuff that Malga can do. There's ways you can outplay.
Especially in 66, you have another tanking aggro for you. Double flex like coming out of Sky again. Almost same exact comp from both sides here. I'm gonna be looking at this Tracer here. I like the Tracer more than.
I agree, Caleb. The Tracer over the Echo is just a lot more versatility on this map. But Pokester hooks in hero on Malga. Shout is forced while King Quan is being focused back in the backline. Rowan fights Love Palestine, trying to care up here on Malga. The Bingo finds Robobro, and the rest of Fitty Party just cleaning up.
No, that fight, it looked messy at first. It had to start. Pokester walked all the way around. They put out a little bait. Look, a Roadhog all alone. They trick Ska, end up walking onto the low ground, and they give up the entire objective. And Fitty Party just gets to shoot at them from up high, only hits their heads. Hero swapping over to D.Va now, not liking the Malga look, and I like this look better.
A lot more divey. That's what the side you want to lead into. Pokester hooks in Hero. While King Quan trying to make space off the back of the hook, and the bingo falls while King Quan goes in the back line with Lore onto Rowan and Fitty. Wow, insta fight win from Ska.
Lore and King Quan, they just hit that back line, and I think if you're Fitty Party, you can't leave Lore unchecked because he's just gonna kill your entire team like he did that fight. Fitty looking really good on the Echo. I'd rather you just mirror the Tracer so you have someone to mark those angles.
Nade comes out from Conda Play 23 and really doesn't do anything but force the Suzu, which allows Lord to stick Rowan in the back line. That's the opening you're looking for. That's the go button. Fitty caught out of position here. Well, Pokester just trying to find a trade but can't find it. I mean, that nade was so important in forcing that Suzu that Lore was able to open up the fight really quickly.
No, I'm not sure if this Curie pick is something Jinbin is like a comfort pick, but it doesn't really matter because they forced dupe so early, and then OC's rip too. Oh my god!
Corolla finds 2 with the mines, but two balls, and Lore finds 2 in the back somehow. I mean, this is really winnable for Ska. They still have a little bit of time to play with. These mines offering up a nice barrier protection and allow Lore to walk forward. Hero finds Corolla with the bomb, and wow, Fitty Party is losing their control on this. Pokester finds Hero with the whole hog, but Beat gets popped out from the bingo, and Love Palestine mirrors it with a Kitsu. King Quan trying to just swing around point, trying to find as many opening picks as he can, but Corolla and Pokester just 2 rocks on the point, unable to move them as Rowan just rips off heads.
Railgun charge.
Lore, they found 2 that fight. That's what they're good for. But it was a little too late. You're a little too far from point. That by the time you're able to take another fight, you get the flip. But it doesn't matter because Fitty Party's already walking back. They have 0 ults available for either side now because of how expensive that fight was for everybody.
Rowan in a lot of trouble as King Quan dives, but is able to get off safely with the slide, and that's Ska taking control of the point, the space on the point. Pokester finds Love Palestine though. I mean, that's the kind of opening pick you're hoping for. You can stabilize with the Ana, but it'll take a lot longer, allowing Pokester to walk forward.
At the start of that fight, Lord, they got Corolla. It didn't really matter. Scott, they just kind of AFK. They let Pokester walk up, kill Roboboro. And now it's a mess. Hero, they traded out on Fitty, but it's a little bit too late. You gave up the flip. You're just wasting your time now. Giving up ult charge, you don't have to.
Unfortunately, Lab Palestine gets picked at the start of that fight, and though you can still stabilize with the Ana, it takes a lot longer. And that allows Pokester to be able to walk forward infinitely, just threatening range with his hook. Minefield comes out from King Quan, just trying to secure most of the starting area for this team to walk up. Pokester whole hogs King Quan off the map, but King Quan's mine still finds 2. Pokester in a lot of trouble as Lore and Hero just trying to remove him from the point, but he's naded, looking just in a lot of trouble. They commit the nano. No, I really don't think it was needed.
I don't think it was needed, but I don't hate it. It helps Hero stabilize. You force the cap flip. Lots of ults used from both sides. The bingo has the beat. Able to match the OC with this. I would have liked to see the nano save for that OC so you can shoot through the beat, get 1 kill. Fitty has a dupe. I'm not sure they're gonna go for this. Maybe ball. Folsom Lord goes wide. But
So much poke on the play to take just took it so much poking. King Quad and Corolla and Fiddy just able to just clean up that kill. Mira Kitsu's on point, but Fiddy rips the duplicate. Trying to find this OC on the... Bomb goes in the air trying to find someone, but Fiddy finds Love Palestine on the back of the Sojourn copy. OC for Fiddy, finds Hero. King Quan taking a lot of damage from the OC as well. This Bean should be able to clean up real early here, and Fiddy just great duplicate.
In the middle of that fight, Fiddy Party got the flip, so they don't even have to fight again. They just get to cap off that one fight. Big ults traded from both sides.
Hero mirroring Hog.
OC, though. Oh, I do like to see this stuff. Watch out for Rowan with the OC. 0 defensive ults available for Scott. They're just gonna have to crash it on him. Hope Hero hits a big hook. Maybe a big headshot from Love Palestine or Robro. But
I think
it's looking dire.
See, I still think Fiddy Party has the upper edge in this fight, but King Quan and Robo have really proven me just taking my words for granted into bingo DCs. But as I was gonna say, I think for someone like Pokester, who's a hard Hog player or an OTP, I think you really get favored in the Hog matchup. I think the little things about Hog that you learn just by playing from playtime is really important, but Hero just doesn't have to worry about the Ana.
Yeah. The bingo, they left. They lose the B charge. They weren't particularly close, so it doesn't really matter. Excuse me. It looks like Scott's gonna get the first flip on this point, and I do favor a Hog one trick in the Hog mirror compared to just like a regular tank player who's pretty good at Hog.
A lot of the hitbox manipulation that allows you to get hooked or not get hooked is so important for Hog, and if you really master that in the mirror, I speak from experience when I was playing against Ribber, who I hard gapped on Ilios, by the way. We don't talk about the rest of the maps, however. I mean, Ribber was so good at manipulating the hitboxes, and I just failed at that part. It's really hard to hook a Hog who knows how to play his LOS so hard.
And even if you consider yourself a good Hog player, you just kind of feel helpless. The Corolla brought super low. They are going to be able to live here. They have the minds to go onto this next point. And
look at this flank.
There's not very much cover on the ball.
Hook goes wide, and Lores recalls first early. Do they choose to chase this? I think so. And the bingo really trying to force the Tracer out. Ball's kind of dangerously low, but it's fine. Corolla gets slept and stuck. I mean, that's what you want to do to that ball. Yeah, genuinely. What a hook from Hero. I mean, holy, really just showing out his colors out here. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can with the pig pen. Ska still in control of this point.
Ska holds the point. Nasty hook coming out from Hero in that fight. Another nice one, getting his Hog gap. And if you want to play Hog, you have to have the sauce. Which is why most people shy away from the Hero. But I feel like Hero has the sauce on every character. They're just busting out on Hog, unexpected. I can roll dice for the touch.
So does Fiddy. Lore really checking these angles and making sure no one can escape through their fingers. Hero, I mean, really impressing me in the Hog so far. Doesn't have to worry about the Ana, but it gets a little more dangerous once you get to Hog OTP. But Corolla on the Mauga now.
On the Mauga, I'd rather just mirror the Hog ball. It's a good tank comp. It's been seen in the past. I don't really see what Hog and Mauga do for each. Maybe the old combo, but you don't want to be using 2 tank ults in a fight like that. It's
really expensive, especially for like. I guess Hog not so much because you get so much ult charge just from using your vape, but for the Mauga, it's just maybe not a sustainable plan. Fiddy gets the copy forced by Love Palestine, who's forced to TP back, and the OC is ripped from Robo Bro. And while Pixar finds 2, the frontline trade, Kitsu gets forced, and they find Pokester, but I think that's kind of an El Kitsu rush.
Oh, it's a bit of a waste of a Kitsune. You use Dupe and Kitsune, two really good ults, but Robo tried to use OC there, so it's not a complete detriment. 4 ults available for Scott coming back into this. The bingo, this beat has to be on point. Rowan has to find at least one with an OC if they want to win this fight.
Both teams kind of opting for the left side staging. Maybe not so much as Hero kind of fakes it out. Maybe looking for a hook on a nice cheeky angle, but King Quan harassing the backline on top of the high ground. Kitsu rush from left pass line down man. Hero taking a lot of damage and a lot of pokes. Sleep comes out onto Corolla, forced to run back, but doesn't get naded. Honestly, this is fightable. Pokester and Hero both find trades, but Hero goes down to Rowan. Debinko in a lot of trouble, but is able to narrowly avoid the sleep, and I mean, that's Fitty Party going 1-1 on Saravasa.
Fitty Party takes map 2. The score, it doesn't look particularly close, but I feel like this map was. Same with the first one. I think the series can go either way. I'm expecting 5 maps at this point.
Honestly, a bit of a showdown from last time too. The score didn't necessarily show it, but it was kind of a close one.
We are gonna go to a little break while players fix their systems, and we'll be back with map 3 soon.
And we're back with Fitty Party versus Ska. We're on King's Row, a very popular map. I mean, I guess ever since Overwatch 1, but a lot of teams choosing to go here. Very comfortable map for most players.
Yeah, very comfortable map, so people know how to play a lot of heroes on this. I think it's a bit more awkward for the Roadhog, and that's where Scott wants to force. They want to make Pokester, who looks like the best player on Fitty Party, they want to make him uncomfortable.
Also for Ska, Hero no longer in. Is now in for Hero. I guess not for Tank, I guess, but for Ana.
Conda plays stepping up, taking over the tank role. I don't have too much information on their new Ana player. Big question mark for me. Probably a big question mark for Fitty Party too. And Pokester not playing Roadhog.
Sometimes you gotta know when the fight's lost and to swap to another hero. I respect it quite a lot.
They're playing a Diva Orisa here. I like this. It's excuse me. It's pretty brawly, especially with new Orisa. Ball Rhyme for Ska, and this is some bullshit. I'll say it straight up.
This is you have 2 main tank players in ranked in Overwatch 1. So, Robo, try to find the pick out of spawn. Swaps back to Soj as Laura finds the mech on the poke. Big stickies in the small room, finding Junbin and Rowan, but Laura trades with his life. But it doesn't really seem to matter as the cap starts for Scott.
No, two ticks coming out. The weird comp for Scott doesn't seem to matter. When Laura's just Thanos on Echo, Robo cleaning up the other 3 picks that his DPS partner didn't get.
Poke maybe not so comfortable as they were on the Hog, and
Cybernetic innovation at its finest.
I mean Robo ripping Rowan's head off.
Laura finally mirroring the Echo, trying to show Fitty who's boss, getting too comfortable on this Mickey Mouse hero.
Very true. I mean, if you're looking at the ult charge, I mean they're kind of close, but by kind of close, I mean like 1 point away. But I mean, just so much more value Laura is getting with the picks and just the overall positioning.
Laura effectively got 3 kills if you include Limek. Fitty, his team just lost the point. All he did was some damage, and damage doesn't matter if. Speak of dying, Corolla dies first.
King Quan just making a lot of space as Pokester goes down as well, and so does Fitty. Duplicate online for Lore, but not for Fitty. I mean, this is the ult charge gap I was trying to talk about before Fiddy ruined my entire thing by getting more ult charge, but not this time, Swedish bastard. Corolla going to the Ram and Pokester going back on the Hog. Just trying for more familiar territory here.
The first step is accepted, and folks are accepted their Roadhog one. Watch out for this dupe from Lore. Maybe look for an Ana to get a big nade, but it doesn't need. You don't need a dupe if you just kill your counterpart.
Copy on the Ram. Shatter comes out on a poke, and 2 other in the back line. Annihilation online for Lore as it's marching forward. Just walking it down to their spawn.
They did that entire fight. Fiddy died so early, they didn't even build their own dupe. Double support ult available for both sides. Folks are going over to the Malga. It doesn't matter that Scott used so many ults that fight, because Robo picks the Mingo first, and Fiddy Party keeps swapping up their tank line.
I really don't like the Malga pick here. A giant Reinhardt shield that you really don't. I mean, you have the shield break for it, but I guess not enough. You won't be able to get that value. Nano came out onto Pokester, but he just forced to back up.
Corolla going ball probably just for touch.
Ray and Nano comes out from the bingo. Lore, just absolute Thanos in the back line. Absolute demon. Finds 4. And Pokester is the only one left. But Mines comes out and that's it. 4 minutes, 41 seconds on Kings. That is incredible.
That is insane. I compare a lot of players to Thanos, saying they're good. Lore snaps his fingers, half the enemy teams dies. I haven't seen someone do it more accurately.
I mean, Lore really showing what you can do on the Echo. Just simply incredible stuff. And for the OWL record for Kings, it was a similar time, I think. It was like 450 or something like that.
It's hard to get a much faster cap than this.
No, genuinely.
I would also like to say the sub A really surprised me on the Ana. I thought they did really good. Is stepping in ice cold from the bench. But
Not even from
we're
the
gonna
bench.
see them.
From the streets of OOL, dragged into the server and signed last minute.
I didn't realize a new free agent signing stepping in playing like this. That's nice. Fiddy Party, we're gonna see them swap back onto a more traditional comp from them. But I don't think they have an answer for Lore on this Echo. Looking way too good, killing anybody they want at the start of a fight.
This Ryan and a Hog matchup just so miserable for both sides. Just the most boring gameplay you can imagine. Oh my god, Pokester really opening up the fight with a 360 hook through the flank through Hotel. They just didn't think he would go so fast. Pigs usually don't move that fast. Honestly, I'd be surprised too, but no one marked the angle. And just what an opening fight.
No, I've got a lot of bets to cash in right now because this pig is flying, and it's gonna be an immediate first cap for Fiddy Party. Shades of the first Ska attack. Maybe neither team likes to defend this map.
It'd be a lot harder on the streets phase of Kings, but I still think it can get done. They can, if they get the ult cycling correct and find the right angles at the right time. It's looking very nice. Look at the ult charge gap between Lore and Fiddy again. A whole.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I've been focusing on that quite a lot, but every time I look over, I'm just my eyes they get opened up to the Lore Echo as the Lore Echo finds Pokester in the middle of main, going deeper for more, but decides to back off and just let the tanks do the work.
No. Lore. We talked at the beginning how good they are on the flex CPS, especially for a tournament like OOL. But they've really come out. They've shown it on what many consider more of a specialty flex CPS hero like Echo.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Getting copy from Lore on the OC. OC Shatter finds 3. I mean, he finds the Lucio and the hog and the ball. It's just unfortunate. OC gets ripped from Lord, not really choosing to peek further. As the fight's already kind of over. OC, I mean, copy from Fitty, just trying to play life. No, they're re-engaging with Kitsu, and the mines from Fitty almost online now. King Quan in a lot of dangers, but so is Corolla. The OC gets ripped from Robro, and they just have so much space to do these mines laid out from King Quan. Folks are still moving card though.
A Fitty party? They rip their dude. They take considerable. They lay down the rush, but it's not Robro just pulls out the OC, but they die late. Trade out Pokester. I think that's fine if you're Scott.
The bingo almost falling down has to be online if they so choose to use it. Mines from Corolla just trying to get the space back from the Rhine. A lot harder to take from the Rhine, especially once you get to this parts where like there's only like 3 lanes where you can go from. And Laura is just he's so good at marking these angles as well. Orbital comes out as Lore 2-taps Rowan in the middle of main. Oh, just beautiful. Whole hog from Pokester just trying to zone them out of the ray, and
Lore has another dupe available. Watch out for them in the backline, maybe duping a hog.
Suzu's Forest dupe on the hog, trying to hook Pokester out in the middle of the team so they can blow him up, but it doesn't really work. But Lore still finds the kill as Love Palestine finds Corolla in the backline.
Lore's still just walking around. No reduced health echo in this mode. Just walking around 700 health. Hook one-shot somebody. It's hard to match triple tank. But
You also get Whole Hog so fast from the healing.
So fast.
King Quan. Oh, beautiful slam. Humongous slam on both tanks. Humongous name in the backline, but really nothing to follow up on. But that's fine. They have this corner. They're in control of most of the space that you would want.
Fitty has the dupe. I'd like to see him to break this open. You gotta try to find Diana, get a big nade off. They don't have a Fury anymore. It's gonna be detrimental, especially if you can walk forward and hit a slam with this Malga to bring that shield. And Poacher off the hog again. I don't like this. Get back on your one.
Huge mines from King Quan, just locking up Corolla in the middle of main. Can't really walk anywhere, and thus also locking up the backline. So Pokester falls due to the lack of resources, and just Lore free shooting, but still gets traded.
And in the middle of all that, Fitty, they use their dupe. They swap over to Genji now. First time we've seen them off Echo this match. They did dupe Diana. They got their trade, but dude immediately burned. A waste of an ult. And now all they have to walk forward with is this OC, which is incredibly hard to do when you have Ray.
Ray gets popped. So does Shatter, and finds Pokester in the middle of main. Very dangerous position. Left open to be naded as Corolla tries to get out, but still they're in a lot of damage. They're taking a lot of damage on the walkout. Just so much damage you take from the Soj and the Echo. Just so much poke. But King Quan maybe getting a little overzealous in their spawn, but still lives.
No. There's like a fight or two left. They have Nano OC and another dupe plus mines to win this out. I don't see a way the Fitty party wins. That's a game.
Annihilation comes out in the back line. Pokester finding 3 with the Annihilation. Still one more fight left to go with 40 seconds left on the clock. This could still go to third point, but I mean, look at the ults online.
Corolla gonna have to come up big with this cage. They have good ults, but I don't see how you're supposed to fight into this advantage. Kind of plays they're gonna build a shatter mid fight if they live. This cage, it has to be big. Rowan gives up the OC Tracer. I hate that. You just threw the map.
I happen to agree. You don't really need the touch either. Lore finds Fitty. Nano on the dupe as the blade comes out. Gets booped back from the bingo, but it's just not enough. Cage comes out, but it's not gonna be enough. As the cart still pushes forward, but it's just the bingo.
It's just a bingo. Fitty party, the tournament life, it's down to one map. Rowan, I think that's all on you. Listen to your coaches. Stay sojourned. You're good at sojourn.
Pokester still kind of showing out pretty well on the ram, finding 3 with the Annihilation in the back line. Maybe on this map, it's just rough for a Hog player. Just so many angles that we take it in just so long range.
But we're not coaches. We're not players. We're gonna go to a little break. Let Fitty Party discuss it as they try to come back and stay in this tournament.
And we're back with Freddy Party versus Ska on Route 66. It's gonna be a lot harder for Pokester to play the Hog on this map than King's Row, I would think. Maybe you see the D.Va come back out?
Maybe, but this is such an odd pick from Fitty Party, especially when your tournament life is on the line. You'd think you'd want to go to a map where Hog, or there's like strategies where you force a Hog. But here it's just I think this is a mid Hog map.
I mean, Hog can work on this map. I've certainly forced it a few times in my lifetime, but it's really hard once they get the proper technology to deal with you. Especially on second point where like everything's so open, everyone knows where you are almost at all times. Hero's back in, and so is well, Canada. New sub for Ska.
Lore is sticking the Echo. They look really good on it. On excuse me, on Kings. But Domingo playing Alari maybe gonna try to act like an A when there's not much of a hit scan presence on Fitty Party.
Hog and Sig coming out with the Alari Kiri. Sure, I don't hate it.
No,
Looking for the grapple out of spawn, but Lore finds Rowan immediately.
like, someone's gotta check this guy.
Someone needs to check his PC or console.
Check his feet. I'm convinced he's on the secret Mr. Beast serum that makes it impossible for you to make shots. Hero cleaned up the fight with 2 final to his slash.
The Mr. Beast serum.
It's
The black market Mr. Beast potion at 3 AM. Stay tuned, folks. This one's definitely a nail biter, but you see Fitty going up point, trying to contest. Lore just force him off for a while, but is forced to blink back as King Kwan and Hero just kill everything.
no. Fitty finally giving up the Echo Mirror is saying, "Okay, King Lore, you're better than me." Going over to Trace, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. I think Lore's too good on the Echo. If the Bingo or Rowan doesn't just swat him out of the air, the fight's lost.
King Kwan knocking people off high ground, hitting a slam in main, allowing Fitty to clean up the Ana. But something tells me you'd just be better off on a ball here. But maybe Corolla is just proving me wrong, finding Robro in the middle of the fight. As Pokester trying to find some extra cleanup. Maybe looking for a stomp.
This is a Seeker strategy called fuck the high ground. They're gonna sit on card, they're gonna jerk off on these big fat ground tanks, and Fitty Party's not gonna know what to do because ball doesn't do enough damage to root those tanks off the point. Unless they just walk around and kill the backline like it looks like they want to do.
Pokester falling dangerously low in the downpour. Barely misses him, but Junbin gets hit. No real threat to their life, but Lore in Canada find too as Fitty finds the pulse bomb and Corolla and Pokester just clean up.
No, but Fitty used the pulse in that fight. Rowan swapping over to his. Gotta try to hack the ball in these engages, but there's nothing for the ball to engage on. I'm not sure if I'd like this. I'd rather just see a cast or something to be able to shoot the bad guys and keep Lore in check. Now Lore able to free fly, do nothing, and Robo rips the OC.
I mean, just chunking down Corolla's HP bar. Pokester in a lot of damage, in a lot of trouble, but a Captive Sun gets ripped from the bingo, finding Robro and dueling out Lore, forcing the copy, but Hero is already on top of it, and the bingo gets quartered and taken care of quite quickly. But King Quan just on point, trying to remove the Tracer, and the cart pushes forward.
Fitty Party, they trade both their support roles. The bingo going over to Zen now. I don't like this. Just play Ana. Just play Ana Kiri like regular people. Look at the other team. But they traded both their support roles for DPS ults. And that's again, that's like an infinite money glitch. They have to walk into this Kitsune and a nano boost.
Pokester finds Canada, but he quickly gets traded, and Fitty finds Lore and all the trouble, but it's just too little, too late.
Look at the DPS for Scott. They gotta do whatever they want because there's no Soj to contest him anymore. Robro, nobody's dueling a Soj. You just build your rail, you sit on high ground wherever you want. Lore, you fly around wherever you want because there's no rail guy to protect you.
There's also just no tanks taking angles for Fitty Party. I mean, they both just sit down main, and once you get it to a team comp, that just doesn't allow that to happen very well. Things get dicey.
Well, there's no tanks for Fitty Party because they keep dying one after another. Pokester respawns. Corolla dead already. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pokester dead again before Corolla walks out of spawn.
Cage gets dropped from Pokester, just trying to get Hero out of the game. Pokester teabagging a Hero. And Corolla just fighting for their lives from Lore, but it's just, the beam is just doing so much damage, but it's looking a little dicey. Never mind.
Oh, see, look. Corolla dies, Pokester back out of spawn, Pokester about to die again, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Corolla right back in the fight after.
It's like a Pokemon rotation, Caleb. The one falls, the other one comes in. Downpour, 100 Pokester. Hero getting his leg back.
Here comes
Corolla's
on
back.
the point, okay?
Yup. No, they're actually like Pokemon. One faints, the other one comes out.
We're revive spamming when we're on match point in losers bracket. That's not something you want to do. It's got caps with 2.5 minutes. It's looking dicey.
Something tells me that Pokester isn't really taking this all too seriously, as he typed, "I'm too drunk for this" in team chat. As we look at the scoreboards here, I mean, look at Heroes KD. Holy shit!
That's a little bit high. Look at everybody's KD.
Yeah.
The worst one being your Kiriko. But still they're 14-2. That's a bit excessive.
Anyway, you're seeing some more Mhoga Hog with a Torb Cass. Really just saying fuck you to Hero and King Quan. We don't really want you near our backline, but Lore is now on Venture.
They hate to die. Fitty swapping over to Ash, giving up the flex DPS lifestyle. Once again, bowing down to Big King Lore. But I'm not sure if this is gonna work because they're not gonna be able to push the card. They're just gonna get shot by this backline that likes to sit on high ground instead of getting shot by the flex DPS who likes to walk behind them.
Forward positioning from Hero, falling dangerously low. Someone help Hero! Oh, what a bait from from Hero and King Quan, getting him instantly 30% ult charge.
No, Fitty finally does kill Hero, but Lore kills Hero and this fight's done.
I mean, you're gonna see the Venture trade come out a lot often than you would sound like a Hero than Echo, but Pokester finding the on cart, that's kind of big. But Corolla, one falls, the other one comes out. It's actually revive spamming.
They finally they decide to back up. They say, you know, it might be good to walk with 2 tanks, and it looks like that's what they're gonna do. As Fitty just rips off Robo's head.
But King Quan is there to maybe get the lick back, but isn't able to happen as not enough follow. I hate speaking.
Follow.
Yeah. Lore finally just having to back up as King Quan finds a slam, has the mines. Pokester trying to inch his way on the high ground, but isn't able to quite find it quite yet. Mines comes out in the back of main. Not really finding anybody, but keeping Junbin in a small corner. Excavation, fucking. God, I'm so dumb. I forget what this ult called. Tectonic Shock, that's what it's called. Corolla finds 2, humongous stomp, but it's just not enough.
See, Corolla traded out the backline. Both of these slower heroes, it's they're not gonna be able to be set up properly. If if a Fitty party decide to go fast, they have double support ult. If you nano Corolla, they hit a big stun, they build that cage instantly.
Do they know?
They might not know. Lord, it
Humongous
doesn't matter
nade.
if his corpse is just dead. Where was he? He was jaywalking.
Burrowing further in the backline, couldn't find the dash out as Lore hits the scaffolding on the bridge. But it doesn't really seem to matter as King Quan and Hero are just cleaning up.
Corolla brought. Are they gonna die?
Flux and Spawn
Oh, they got the Flux.
hooked in whole hogged off the map. That's an ult trade I would take any day of the week, to be honest.
Yeah, but the trade I don't take is your Torb Malga for a Sigma. Robo killed everybody in that fight. Low Palisade cleans up the bingo. There's nobody left for Pity Party in this fight. There's 1 minute left for them to cap this first point. And
Pokester just
it's looking dire.
taking a nap in main as Lore and King Quan are in their backline, just absolutely slamming them. Lore giving his life for the cause every time, but that's what you kind of do on Venture already. Maybe hopefully you try to live as much as you can, but just not gonna happen. King Quan hooked in by Pokester, but doesn't really seem to matter. 33 seconds left on the time bank and both DPS ults online.
And Lord dying, I don't think it matters because they kill 2 every time.
This ends
It's actually a miracle. Watch Robo with his OCs.
Couldn't quite find the kill confirmation on the slept target in main, but that's okay. They're getting a lot of space and kicking down the time clock. Oh, Pokes are just stuck in gas station. Just not able to really do much.
And look at that, Lord kills 2 in a trade. Corolla trades back 2 though, 4v4. Sneak peek at Overwatch 3.
Robo finally finds Corolla, puts the menace down, but there's a lot of point pressure on the point. Torbolt comes out, not really able to find much, but Hero finds Jump in the back line, and that just seems to be like it.
I'm unstoppable.
Fady touches the last time, but gets rocked and quickly dispersed of, and that is the 3-1 match of Ska versus Fady Party.
I was expecting more from Fitty Party. They looked good before, but maybe that loss to Rad Esports earlier today, it was a little bit too much for them. They didn't really want to play anymore, and I understand that.
And we'll be back with the final match of the day. Gabe Deutsch versus Phoenix Arizona's. Sorry. And we're back with the final match of the day. Phoenix Arizona's versus GDH. Well, we saw GDH earlier today, and I'll say that just looked like they gave up, to be honest, and didn't really want to play. I'm sure they'll have a better time if they actually want to play this match.
That match, it was sad, but also I'm thinking maybe they were saving their energy and like actually trying for a team they think they can beat. Unlucky they match up with what some people think are the best team at the tournament, She-Her Dragons. So sometimes it's better you just accept a loss, you go down to, and you say, I'm gonna beat this team who I know is worse than me.
The map we're on is Nepal. A bit of a different look from the usual Ilios that we usually get. A bit more of a brawly centered control map. But Phoenix plays a lot of Rhine, so this is a bit of a comfort pick for most Rhine players. A lot of point pressure can just be had, especially on Village, by just anchoring point and just sustaining throughout all the poke and the angles like we take it on you. I'm expecting to see a Mei Sim with the Rhine, potentially. Maybe an old classic.
I'm expecting Mei Soj, personally. GDFC, we haven't really seen them play a brawl, so I wonder what they want to play here. But in the spawn rooms right now, it looks like we're getting tricked. We're seeing a Wrecking Ball. Okay, now we see the Reinhardt. Cast Sim. I wonder if that's a mistake. Maybe it's just a TP out of spawn, going off to the Mei. I don't really like the ball with this though. I'd rather just see it D.Va if you want dive pressure.
Let's get this done.
I happen to agree. A lot more peeling that can be done with D.Va as well, but both teams walking up, the flopper taking a lot of space, just getting in there, large and in charge, just trying to force as much players out, make them go main, and as they can gain control of the high ground. Yang looking for the roll through, poops off Zedong, but Smokey just punishes Yang for getting a little too overzealous, and Zedong is just living the flopper, and Jags trade to in the backline as Lamp is forced, but it's just too little too late. They couldn't find the trade on the Zedong, who got booped in the middle of their main.
I don't think GDFC they were properly set up. They had an awkward rotation for us, and again I'm not sure if I like the Kiri here. I'd rather maybe see an Ana. I think sleeps out Ryan when he runs at you, and then you get a nade on this backline. They don't have a Kiri.
Their Ryan is holding point for right now. Jags and Pi dive in the backline as Sad, just so similar in their name, is sadly taken out with the high noon as Yang just finds Smokey. Maybe a bit more scrappier than you would hope for the Phoenix Arizonas, but they still are in control.
Yeah, they got Amnesia's mech, and they still have this baby D.Va. They're holding her hostage right now. She's trying to cap. They finally kill her, but it's late. And we're gonna see this point take up even more for the Phoenix Arizonas. A dominant first round coming out for them, and look how many ults they have to hold this. They only used the high noon that last fight, but Pyro has swapped over into the Sombra, trying to weasel their way back into this backside, force a pick, or any kind of mistake really.
The flopper just taken out by the pulse bomb as he overextended in the back line, missing the pin. Yang trying to find more opportunities to dive, but Jags and Pi already in the back line way before Yang could even get anything done. Mines are deployed, and Pyro and Sad are good for their 2 though. Pyro taking the duel with JCal, finds no lamp available for JCal, so he unfortunately falls, and Shatter is committed onto Amnesia, but the Suzu's there to keep the pin damage from coming through. Honestly, sure, you don't want to see that Shatter come out there, but it gets them 99, and you still have a lot of time to build another one.
I think they would have gotten 99 if they just shielded in the corner of point, turtle up. But
I agree.
That's okay. Shatter, it builds really. You're walking in, you have high noon, you have mine. You have a lot of space creating tools. You just have to be careful of this EMP and double support ult. You don't have a beat to match any of this.
Mines comes out from Jags, and EMPs comes out to counter the mines, but actually I don't think it was to counter the mines. The mines are on point. Flip comes through as everybody just runs into him. Jax needs to live now, just greedily trying to take as much time, make as much time for his team as possible, but is able to get out in the end.
I think Keely there, Jags got the flip with their mines, and that was the only ult they used. High now, they have a pulse, and their pulse is gonna walk main with the speed high noon.
Ball swings through on their first rotation, so does the Kitsu rush. Pulse bomb goes wide on to Smokey, and Smokey finds two with a high noon. Pyro and Sad didn't really expect him to be able to walk up so easily. But Amnesia DMing the high noon. Yang falling really low. J Call able to find the final blow. Still not enough space. No tanks online for Phoenix
Arizona's here.
And Window gets popped on a man. The Flopper comes back on the Rhine. That's what you want to see. I mean, a lot of point presence. The Rhine can just sit there, beat. Doesn't really accomplish much in the end. But Minefield comes out from Yang.
It keeps the flip from coming out, which is key, I think. Pulse goes a little wide as the Phoenix Arizona's forced to flip. Smokey finds Sad and all the madness, and they have another. You said at the start of the fight, they did so much damage, they built another one.
I mean, Smokey just doing so well at keeping the DPS line of Game Douche Fan Club at bay.
Chad Holmgren inviting us to a group right now. He needs our help in the finals. Everyone, exclamation point, Thunder and chat to give Chet your blessings. But at that point, the Ryan team, I don't think they were ever going to lose Village. The next 2 points, I think it's a bit more even. A little bit of stick drift coming out from Sad. I hate to see that for him. But
Pyro also had it, if you also noticed in the last match, which I did.
Just tragic for GDFC, especially from your DPS. You want them to be on point. If their controller's fighting them, that's bad. Scoreboard, it looks close. Same comp.
Love Flopper is 4-4, but not really able to get kills. The Ryan is there just purely for space-making reasons.
Look at this backline though, where we're seeing the Overwatch 1 Classic. This was played for like 4 years towards the end. The Zen Brig, I like it personally.
I don't know if the Flopper can get onto that backline. They can't kite so easily, and it makes it really hard. Especially since Jag is in here too, just immediately smoking Kylo. With the ball tracer, I just don't know how they're gonna live that long, even if LaFlopper doesn't get to them.
Kylo goes over to Yana now. I don't like this as much. The Brig, I think, just need to play further back.
Wait, Sad just hard got high. Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Ooh, yo, Jax is a nutcase. With a clean double boop onto the tracer. Oh, but Yang gets LaFlopper into the Sanctum pit. Smokey hacked in a lot of trouble, but the lamp comes out late, and honestly, just good set of 1v1s taken from Gabe Do Sim Club.
I do like the Onyx pick here. A little bit less shield break than you'd like against the line. But that's okay. If you can lob a nade over, they don't have a tier to cleanse. They have a bath. Very susceptible to they. But yeah, he gets stuck. He dies. The trade Smokey, but I don't think that's enough.
Pulse bomb goes wide, but you're still forcing cooldowns with that pulse bomb. Pyro with the EMP still turnable, rips the EMP, and the Flopper just flops over the floor. Jags finds Kylo though.
This Sanctum point. This is the GDFC I want to see. Sad dies a little late. That's okay.
Oh, nice shatter from LaFlopper.
Flopper.
Nice shatter from LaFlopper. Ability to trade Yang, but not quite the Brig, who was also hit by the shatter. Just getting booped around the point. Can't really do much. Amnesia finds Smokey on an off angle. LaFlopper pinning the point, trying to find the Brig. Isn't able to get it. Just takes too much damage. And still 5 ults online for Gabe Douche. Oh, Yang it deploys the mines, but also I don't think it was needed.
No, the mines go on point. The flip goes the way the Phoenix Arizona's, but I'd rather keep those mines. Phoenix Arizona's swapping over to a more traditional dive comp.
Jax has the sauce on ball, but does he have it on the Winston?
It's so hard. You're walking to 4 ults here, and they're just dumping them all, trying to make this final fight.
Not only the Pyro to help him build that EMP faster, but doesn't really find anything but Smokey. And in the mech, but it's quite okay. You still have a little bit of time to restabilize. Someone needs to go to point though. Kylo, or sorry, J-Cal need to live, and Little Smokey finds Yang, or Smokey, sorry.
But Leviah tries to stabilize this with the rally. It looks like they're going to. They're going to hold him in this choke.
Touch comes through
And-
as Leviah goes down, but Jags trades his life for it. Both Divas online, and J-Cal so close to that nano. Very turnable. Pyro falling really low in the due to Pi. Bomb comes out, but probably won't find anybody. But recall, forced, and Mines on a point by Yang. Yang finds Pi, and these mines are giving them so much point pressure.
This fight, it's so messy. And Sword gets another high noon. He opened his fight with one.
That was also a nano high noon, if you didn't notice that much. Almost gets whipped off the map, but finds his footing quite quickly. And that's
Kylo and
point
Lucio.
turn. Yo, Kylo! Maybe a little too much momentum, too much speed. Pyro immediately sniffs out Pies in that corner. Dive to the top from Jags, but it's immediately moved back to the hack, but can't help to think that's a bit of a waste of a hack as he's pooped out, but kind of helps him. Gives him better positioning. Parvo comes out. Kylo in a lot of trouble, but his HP bar is quickly diminishing, and the flopper also demacked. I think this is it.
No, I think that's it. They full him it in trying to kill Kylo in his final fight. You can't win without an Ana. But the care from Leviah was good. The Matrix was good. And it doesn't matter what trades they get because you have no tanks.
B comes out stable on point, but Jags is almost back. Pyro comes out with the EMP soon. If the fight goes out that long, this is looking real dicey, but Pi trying to find a trade in the back line. Can't quite find it quite yet, but Pyro almost back with that EMP. Nade comes out to point, only finds Kylo. EMP comes out, and that seems to be the cleanup for Sanctum.
See, that at that point, really scrappy. Especially when Phoenix Arizona they went to mirror the, which is what GDFC looks the most comfortable on. Shrine the final point, really good ball point, but also a really good line point. I wonder if we'll see them go back to that, or if they'll stick with this Diva Winston look that they took it to 99.99 on.
I personally think into this comp, you want to stay the Winston here. It's just a lot harder than Ryan when this comp just takes infinite angles and really makes your day really sad when you can't swing your hammer because there's no one in reach.
A little bit of a faster backline to Kiri Lucio for the Phoenix Arizonas too. Probably gonna try to dodge that EMP more. Pyro's got so much value just shooting the slow ass onto the slow ass map, and there's not much they can do. Kiri, you gotta be careful of that 2-tap.
Both teams taking the appropriate positioning on point as Jags is holding up the backline, but Yang moving back to Peel, but Smokey gets traded, but both backliners really low as Jags commits further. Yang just pooping people about the place, but Yang and Sad just are tearing shit up. Jags finds Kylo though, but he needs to live. He cannot be traded here. LaFlopper trying to help out his fellow tank player in the escape, but Pi flops and Pi dies and LaFlopper gets demacked.
See, Yang took the shield perk again, which makes me start to think that's not a misclick. He just hates killing people with his slam. That's okay though, because you're winning the map right now. As the Phoenix Arizonas, they're trying to walk out of this top left door, set up their backline for something good.
Jags really close to that primal rage. We can get a hold of that backline. That's what you really want. LaFlopper finally back in mech. Now things can start moving forward. Dive into the backline, and Leviah goes down, and so does Kylo. You don't even need the primal rage at this point. Someone help J-Cal. Oh, no one helped J-Cal. He'll just 2-tap Sad.
See, that's the advantage of a Curie here. You're able just to 2-tap the squishy DPS like this, and it looks like Amnesia's gonna get staggered out, which is fine. But still said, you want to be able to fight as soon as possible, prevent them from closing that lead anymore.
EMP online for Pyro. Zaydong really needs to be careful about his positioning and not to get caught in that EMP. I mean, Nano Diva and the EMP,
J-Cal has to
that's
be on
very
point
bad.
with the Suzu. Watch out high with this pulse bomb too.
EMP onto the diving Winston. I actually like this choice from Pyro quite a lot, but the flopper,
Kill themselves?
I guess. But Jags in the back line just absolutely manhandling the break, but Rally gets, and he's not very happy about that. Just comes back around and hit him with the fucking 1-2 like he's Iron Mike, and down goes Leviah.
But GDFC got the flip. They're taking a percentage now. They're forcing even more ults out of the Phoenix Arizonas. They're probably just gonna win this fight straight up.
I think the Kitsune Rush might just be enough, but the bubble breaks and the blade gets come out. Almost a squish onto Smokey. I think the squish went through, but the blade healing caught him up in the end. Bomb coming out from the flopper, going up straight in the air, the Sanctum, just making a space to let them restabilize. Yang is back though. The fight's not quite over. Jags dives backline, and Yang just goes back to Peel, giving them shields. Maybe making use of that perk. Doesn't seem to really work that much though, to be honest.
No, it doesn't. That fight's so messy. Phoenix Arizona's win in the end. But that flip, an extra 30%. Look, this would be final fight territory if Phoenix Arizona is they give them the flip.
Pyro should have the CFT in 2 fights right, so it's looking really dangerous.
Watch side with the close new moves. He's gonna be good with the 4.
Jags so close to the final, really up in the kitchen here. Cooking the primal so fast, like a restaurant. But sad for Pyro, like TT's the mind, dies for Pyro as no find the song, and things now looking for worse to even worse.
They gave him the flip again.
Oh my god, wait, Jags, you're a freak. Maybe Jags is part Chinese or Korean. Who knows at this point? Just trying everything in his power to bring this one back from the brinks. But Pi comes out for the touch, and so is Zedong. But Yang is back, just booping people around. And we really need Jags back soon. Zedong goes under stat, and Pi finally falls. But Smokey is here, gets booped back, and there's no touch.
No, the Phoenix Arizonas, I'd say most of that shrine point they were winning, but they 4-man commit onto the backline. GDFC, they say, I don't care about my backline, I don't need healing, I'm on Wrecking Ball. They go, they take the point, they take up 30% for free. And that's why the Phoenix Arizonas lost, because they hate the objective. And I gotta say, I hate the objective too. I love killing bad guys.
We will be back with the next map of Phoenix Arizonas versus GDH. And we're back with Phoenix Arizona's versus Gabe Douche Fan Club. We're on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Looking for more of the dive look. Trying to keep the flopper away from the Rhine, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we'll see. This is Phoenix Arizona's map pick because they lost, and that's what confuses me is if you show you're more comfortable brawl, why go for something like Gibraltar where brawl frankly it's impossible to play.
I don't know about you, but Jags on that Winston was making me feel some things. Maybe really so like confident in Jags' ability to play Winston, and the flopper showing a Roadhog look. But maybe over
a
the
little
ball
tease
instead.
Before they go over to the Wrecking Ball. Both characters with the hook. Yang instead playing the Reinhardt, where we're gonna see another bullshit jerk off on point comp.
That's right, big man.
And
It's the
Phoenix
18
Arizonas,
seconds all over.
they're not as strong as a team as She-Her Dragons. So I'm not sure they're gonna be able to figure out that if you shoot them from the high ground, you'll win.
Gang also with stick drift. Who on this team does not have stick drift? Raise your hand.
It's it's a very small group. If anybody does have a working control in this comp, and like we saw against She-Her Dragons, they're just gonna sit on card. They're gonna jerk off. They're forcing Jags out already.
No, Jags. I really like that starting spot. That's how you know that's the mark of a smart Winston player. Just knowing when it's your job to force cart and when it's your job to force backline. But Jags just doing really good at dismantling this comp so far. Not a lot of follow up from the DPS, but he's making all the right moves.
See, what can Jags do when the cart and the backline are the same place? You don't have a decision to make. You just go shoot the cart, but it doesn't matter. Carlos dead.
They still need a touch. Jag goes down, but it's without that BAP, they don't have the sustain. Nate comes out. Smokey finds Sad, and Yang just really just going away, just playing life, and that's the kind of response you want from a dive into this comp. Just slowly picking apart, slowly forcing resources. Yang is suiciding on point, and just
I
for the
fuck with that
reset.
heavy. but
Surely
but
it's
look.
better to go back to your spawn, but I guess
No,
not.
no. See, this is why your rank is green. His rank, it's pink. Yang, he's my main tank goat. And look how much card progress they got from, realistically, they did nothing. Yeah, and Amnesia just kills Smokey out of nowhere.
That doesn't mean the fight's over, but Pyro is forcing point humongous nade into the back line, allowing Jags to get the nano, kills Levia, but he needs to come back to point, deals with these tanks, bubble on point, and Pi finds Pyro with with the fucking pulse bomb as Anisha fluxes, but doesn't really find anybody. High Noon gets forced, but the rest of Gabe Douche are not looking so happy or so healthy. Sad, walking onto point, maybe looking for an IC9, but can't get it.
But both fights, they were so close to capping. But a little lapse, your backline gets caught out at the start each time. And I'm not sure if that's a miscommunication or just good plays coming out from the team. But they have a heavy ult advantage. Nothing really to stop this Shatter coming out on point and getting a free kill.
Jags just contesting backline for the current moment. Primal online as Yang is able to help his backline by pinning back and just threatening the chance of getting pinned. Jags just trying to hold him as high ground to get as much value out of the Primal as he possibly can. Pyro TPing on high ground. Maybe finally trying to go contest the backline as they've been sitting there the entire game. Smokey, High Noon, finds Sad. Window up top from Kilo, and but only finds Smokey. Knife gets forced and Kylo's on the brink of death. And Shatter comes out onto no one?
I'm not sure about you. I saw 6 people get shattered. And
Whole lobby. I saw 12.
whole lobby was down. My house even shook from that shatter. Kylo moving over to the Ana now. We're seeing a much better comp look for Gibraltar for this final
Still
fight.
Reaper,
DDFC saying,
for whatever
I want to win,
reason.
I want to make it day 3. Reaper, Pyro has ult. They're going to find 3 with it. And Jax will load. They might find 1.
The nade, very good at keeping Sad away from the kill. Nano forced onto Jags, but has to sit back for a while. Still good Nano, I think, as Jags sets up for the next dive. Amnesia dives up alone and insta explodes. Pyro with the he had Blossom, but he just died so fast.
Score 0.
And Yang quit.
Yang?
Switching sides.
I guess the Joe Biden DDoS rays are still affecting his house.
The ass cancer.
Reportedly, the game crashed.
The
But
ass cancer taking over his Xbox, transmuted from Joe Biden through communications, through the technology, as Yang's game crashes on the same map as the crashing problems happened in the She-Her Dragons game.
now, assuming Yang was lagging and wasn't just playing like a silver player that map, I'm curious to see if they'll be able to return to, or if it's just gonna go 1-1 and they'll have to regroup on map 3.
I mean, they trolled a lot of that first point just by sitting cart. I mean, a much more advanced team are going to be able to pick apart these sit on cart comps just by taking angles and shooting their guns a lot, you know? And it seems like Phoenix Arizona just their dive. It's just really good. I mean, Jags just on this Winston. I can't stop glazing.
No, the promos, the yo-yoing from it's looked really really good. But I'm curious to see if GDFC they play a proper dive comp like they did on Nepal. If they'll just be able to strong arm this map.
We're seeing a more of a pokier backline in the Bap Alari, but still a dive look. I don't like this at all. How is this Winston gonna get consistent healing at all? But I guess the ball and the Tracer don't really need all that.
No, they have this secret tech called a pylon. Pylon can't miss no matter how fast you're going. Ignore how much heals it does. And more look at the backline here. They're gonna want to TP across high ground. And
The flopper. That's powerful stuff.
They're gonna be TPing with a Rhine. Much harder to out than if it's just an auto brick by themselves.
Pinning in. Oh my god. Pinning in. Just making himself known, LaFlopper, as Jags takes out Levia. Wasn't really going back to spawn. That's so much aura. I really can't emphasize that enough. Getting the pin and going back to spawn.
I've got goosebumps as the flopper plays the diva now. My voice is dying. I've been talking about too much bullshit. Speaking of bullshit, Amnesia's in and dead.
Amnesia ints by themselves with no follow-up whatsoever and dies instantly. Humongous nade on the back line. Lamp deployed, but not enough to save Pyro as Jags just cleaning up all these kills. Oh my, beautiful.
See, it seems that GDFC, they forgot that they just won on a brick. They forgot that they can play on a brick. And instead they're playing BAP with this for whatever reason. Kylo, you're good at BAP. Don't play BAP here.
Which is odd. We saw an Ana pick on Nepal. The flopper finding two in the back line as Smokey cleans up point, and that's Gibraltar.
Yeah, we're going 1-1. We saw this with the Fitty Party game, where Fitty Party they look good map 2, and they just kind of disappear on map 3 and 4. And I'm curious to see if we'll be able to stick around and win more than one map. Maybe, hopefully even the match.
And we will be right back with the next map of the final match of today. And we're back with Phoenix Arizona's versus Gabe Douche fan club. The map pick is Coliseo, and honestly, last map was ugly. I'll say it. It's very ugly from Gabe Douche. Just very bad comps that fell over easily to a good dive.
Yeah, a bit more one-sided there, I'd say. But Coliseo, more interesting map. You're able to play more. I think GDFC, they're gonna want to stick with like a ball look. Like they've been playing, hopefully auto break because they've looked really good on that. And they might be baiting the Phoenix Arizonas into playing a Rhine here. It's so tempting. I see LaFlopper wanting to pick it.
It's in the blood. It's in the brain of every maintaining player to pick that fucking awful hero, even though he's not that very fun anymore. I guess if you wanted to play Rhine at this point, there are a few ways you can go about it. I think Rhine's best backline is probably Judo Brig. But we're seeing LaFlopper not on Rhine and Jags instead.
We're seeing a double speed comp still. Smokey on the cast. I'd rather see either of these players on a Mei, maybe just something with a bit more than shooting your gun. Bastion, they don't know the enemy comp, but there's not really anything to chunk down with the turret form. Okay, here's the Tracer.
I like this a lot more, to be honest. Though you do shred bubble really fast with Bastion, it's not that important in the end. Pyro immediately caught out by the Flopper, but the mech might get traded as the Flopper went a little deep. Bit of a bad trade, but you get so much space in the main point of the map that maybe Phoenix can do something with this.
I take it for a Somber any day, but it's a huge brawl here, and it looks like Phoenix Arizona is winning out on this exchange because they have a big fat Reinhardt with 5 million HP.
It seems as Jag watched the Derpy Reinhardt video, or maybe he's just that naturally talented of the hero, that diving just pinning back at the dive is just the most optimal play to do most of the time. Just disrupting, see how many people you can trade out as your backline tries to live. Zedong and LaFlopper come back and try Kilo and Pyro, but things are still looking a little dicey as Zedong is so low in that lamp, but is able to get out.
This fight is so messy. I thought it was going either way so many times, and we're just neutral back 6v6 in the middle. Very 1 meter lead for the Phoenix Arizonas.
Zedong with the beat very soon, but sad has the pulse bomb. Pi finds Kilo in the backline, but no supports online for Phoenix Arizonas, and Jags falls shortly after, and that seems to be the first card push for
It's sad. He made me happy that fight. We saw it for about 2 minutes. He goes in, so I'm gonna kill 4. Whips out the broom, and he still held on to the pulse. He did that all with his guns.
Zedong getting so much beat charge that fight. I mean, that's what you really want. You want to maybe people take the beat push here. Maybe just save it for something else, like the EMP. But High Noon from Smokey trying to just force them out of main, get their space for their Rhine. As oh my God, LaFlopper, the goat eats the pulse bomb from Sad, just waiting. Maybe a pre-planned thing to High Noon and have Sad come up and try to pulse.
Pyro getting so close to the EMP though. They have a lead. They're gonna engage with the rush instead. Now playing patient and all.
Pyro EMP online. Maybe looking to use it. Oh, EMP on the window, and Yang's mines just clean up.
That fight, GDFC, they win it. They're probably gonna get checkpoint off it. But it was so expensive. Only have the beat left. They use everything else. They have nothing but to shatter. Zedong has a free beacon gauge now. It's dire at this point.
It's not dire when Sad's in the lobby. Finding a pick on the Smokey, but Pyro is quickly traded after. Shatter comes out, finding so many. I mean, finding Kilo and Amnesia. And those are 2 critical members of your team, and once your tank goes down, you only have the ball online for a little while.
They won that fight just off the shatter. They didn't give up checkpoint, and Smokey building back up to a High Noon. For some reason, they always find 2. GDFC, they don't know what a wall is. But Pyro and Yang, they're running the 2-man in this backline, hunting down for Pop.
Beat comes out from Kylo, and Beat comes exchanged from Zedong. A big brawl in this small room where you want the Reinhardt to be. Big slam in the backline, but no one's really there but Sad. Pulse bomb online they want, but Smokey rips the High Noon looking for some space. Amnesia in a lot of trouble. Smokey, oh, so consistently good. Lights come out from Yang, but he eventually falls. Pi finds Amnesia, and that seems to be the win for Arizona.
The win. I think crucially there, J-Cal got traded, so no BAP available for when GDFC comes to reset, and the flopper falls so low.
The flopper so low, but the big pin onto Yang, humongous.
No, but
only Amnesia online.
They killed the ball, but they gave up so much space for it. There's not really any fight happening right now. GDFC, they could just wait it out unless they kill him.
Jags finding the critical pins when you really need them. Has Shatter online now. Maybe trying to just really close this one out, but it's booped up high. Humongous
It's all
EMP.
six.
J Call falls, but Zaydog so close to the beat, and Shatter gets ripped. Bomb from the Flopper finds nothing, but Jags in a lot of trouble. Beat in response, trying to keep his Reinhardt alive. Humongous kite from Phoenix, but Jags still gets stuck. It's all of them stuck in a small room with so much damage coming through from the Kitsu rush. It's bad news bears, Caleb, and that seems to be the fight win for Gabe Douche.
Yeah, no, that fight, I'd say overall, the Phoenix Arizona's played better. They should have won that fight, but JCal died first, and this comp, you're not gonna win anything if you don't have your bad Pyro and excuse me, Yang. They're set up in the backline. They want to get this pick. Probably gonna try to find JCal and get the BAP so vulnerable.
Pyro going deeper in the back line. Wait, did Kylo just get pinned out of his beat?
Oh my god.
Jax is an absolute freak. Jax is an absolute freak. That is insane.
Jags, shades of 2019 Super, I'd say. They look so good on all these main picks they're playing, but they're getting Giga Gas.
Pinning a Lucio out of beat is incredible. Jags choosing to enter in the bubble, trying to out-brawl the Winston, forcing Primal, but high noon from Smokey, trying to just keep the Winston away from primaling his backline. Finds a place from Yang, but the Flopper goes down. Jags shield bashing onto point into 8 bajillion mines and dying.
They really don't want to give up this checkpoint, but they finally do. And JCal dies so late.
Honestly, Caleb, I think if you're on the Juno break here, this goes a lot more in your favor. Bap Lucio just so outdated at this point.
Yeah. JCal and Smokey, they died late, but because they just got the checkpoint, they get instant respawn. JCal been holding on for this window for 18 minutes, it feels. And they're not gonna get to use it. They died at EMP. No, Jax hits it with the pin.
Jags hitting the critical pins when they matter when they kind of matter the most, but isn't able to find the trade, and the Flopper choosing to keep hold of the bomb for the next fight and just stalling as much as possible. I think, Caleb, it's been a full 6 minutes since we've seen another window. Just scared of that EMP, I think.
That stall, it looked good, but I think all it did was stagger you and your Tracer. They're gonna get a few extra meters than if you just like ran in and died immediately.
Shatter online.
Watch out for Sad with his pulse.
A lot of ults online. Actually, almost every ult online, except for Smokey, who just swapped to the Torb. Shatter comes. Unfortunate as Amnesia puts the bubble, forces the Rhine to turn. Beat comes out, and the Kitsu gets traded down main. The Flopper going on to Levia as Sad and Pi are finding. Ugh. Whatever. Sad just popping off. And wow, that was all of their ults.
See, they always get a trade out when they int in, but GDFC, they're approaching the punch checkpoint. They always kill JCal first. Guys taking a note as they get the
Bomb finds itself right in the middle of the bubble, but space has been made. Jax is now over the Winston. Maybe a more real hero on this map, you know? Jags immediately proving that the Winston, the better pick here, immediately finding Pyro, but Yang still here, able to set up dives with a slam as Smokey's just harassed constantly. Amnesia rips the Primal, which I don't think is really needed. I think you just take the L and come back another day. Jags finds Yang in the backline. Kylo finds Smokey, but Jags falling so dangerously low. The Flopper there to back him up, but the fight's not over. EMP online for Pyro.
Incredible. Yeah, Pyro has EMP. I'm looking for it. Is it right here? Yes.
Zaydog, just nothing you can do there. Carry TP's away, but Jags good for his one on Levia. The Flopper, you just need to live here. But Pyro's on the case already, and I don't think they're gonna get touched. They stop moving bot, but LaFlopper does get the touch, but Kitsu gets put down from JCal. It's actually incredible how fast he built that. Amnesia goes down, and LaFlopper is demacked and instantly killed. But beat from Kylo. Zedong still holding on to one. Not quite there yet. Oh, doesn't even get it off. Jax Primal, just for time. But it's looking real dire. This Pyro kills them both. And Pi is the only one left remaining. Recall's force looking very dire. Just needs someone to get back. Zedong still has that beat, but isn't able to touch the point.
I think the biggest gap here, DPS side, Pyro and Sad, they always find a miracle pick, or if they don't, they're dragging someone so far out of position that the rest of the team just gets to walk in, kill Jake out for free. And there's no help for this map against a 5-man dive.
And we'll be right back with map 3, or actually map 4, right? Of
Map 4.
of Gay Douche versus Phoenix Arizona's.
And we're back. We're going to New Junk City for map 4. Phoenix Arizona, they're gonna try to strong arm a brawl look again. I think New Junk City, not really a map where you can play a traditional dive, but I still think the Ball Diva can look good here if GDFC wants to play that.
Maybe they play the zombie comp they're showing us on Ilios. Very good for this map. Maybe you see Jags play maybe a different thing other than the Rhine or the Winston, or maybe traditional main tanks. Maybe you see a Overwatch 2 hero.
Oh.
No, it's looking like a zombie mirror, kind of, for both teams. Amnesia, not quite sure what to pick yet, but...
Yeah. Moira for GDFC, I think that's better in this comp. You sustain a little bit more. Queen Orisa, I'm not sure if I like that.
I think Queen is very bad in 6v6. Just her stats just aren't up to the rest of the standard that she really needs. She's a character that really just gets hard poked out half the time if you're not careful, and you need that extra HP. But
I do think if there's a comp for Queen, it's gonna be this. You especially against a zombie look, like we're seeing. No real burst damage. You just shout. You walk forward. You see, it's Jags insane.
Jags jumping, trying to split the tank line with the bubble, but oh my god, Yang is so split. Find what they really need. Yang just kiting the wrong way, and you see Sad trade out J-Cal. That's kind of the disadvantage of not having the Moira here. Just sure the Curie has TP, but there's no one really TP too. You're all kind of just walking down the same angles.
The Moira is so survivable. Amnesia kind of forgets to back up, stands in a Winston bubble, and take down 2. They're trying to trade out there. This fight, it's so mad.
Sad, the absolute demon of the backline, just trades 3.
Gotta go.
Actually, insane performance from Sad that fight.
So good. They found what felt like a million picks, like they have every other map. Amnesia going over to the Diva now. Diva Queen. I like it less than over Queen. I'll keep it real. But that doesn't matter if Sad has a pulse bomb. If you have less than 400 HP on Phoenix Arizona's, you have to quake in your boots.
Gang looking for the axe swing early as Zedong falls. And they're really not trying to push out further, but Smokey gets caught with the translocator, forcing J-Cal TP back on his Winston. Not really much you can do here. I mean, this zombie comp that they have, they're just... I think it's just really bad without the Moira.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad without the Moira. I think the Curie's bad in it. Is if they walk at you, you have nowhere to go. You just go back to your team where the bad guys are. We're seeing a Ryan Diva look now. Jags onto the Thanos hero. That kills the dog immediately.
That EMP is going to be enough to cap the point as well. Psst, Pi. Oh, so close to getting the touch. The flopper. Whoa. Finds Kylo and Sad with the remake. Now that's quite depressing. If you you ask me.
2 ults, 2 kills. That's economical.
Oh, Levia, Pi just not able to hit the shots he needs to 1v1 that Moira, unfortunately.
That fight, it's a little bit nonsense though, because the point's not gonna open until they re-engage. Pyro only used EMP that fight. They're gonna be having to walk into a Cole Queen ult. Even if Queen herself isn't very good in 66, Rampage, it's impossible to make that ult bad.
No, genuinely, the only counter in the game is Suzu and Beat, but EMP comes out from Smokey, and the pulse bomb comes out from Pi, and quite able to find the target he needs to, but Yang falls to Jags in the pin. Like, Jags so good at hitting these pins, and Zedong overextends, but Smokey contesting this high ground with the D.Va is not really able to take too much pressure on the D.Va. Forcing the bomb though, that's humongous. They still have point for capture, but Sad, always good for his one. As Pi trades Levia, and Smokey finds Kilo, and Shatter whipped out, but Rampage in return hits 3, and that's the power of the Queen ult, but they still get 67 on the point, and they draw so many ults.
So that fight, it was so long. It felt like 30 ults for you. Yang finally closes it out with a Rampage, but 70% on the point for just running around doing some bullshit. I take that if I'm the Phoenix Arizona's. Pi has a pulse, no Suzu available for GDFC, so if you get stuck, you're probably dead.
Sad has the pulse on the line, but of course they have a Suzu, so there's many ways you can fuck this pulse bomb up. Jax is walking down main as Kilo and Pyro are on the back line, just trying to get some EMP charge, maybe find a kill. Chiang just fucking walked on and instantly crumbled. That's the unfortunate part of the Queen. She only has like 275 HP, just not enough. The 4 line swings just is enough to kill him.
No, and the Phoenix Arizona's, they're gonna take this point for only the price of a pulse bomb. Final fight, if GDFC even have a touch, it's gonna be a rough one if they do.
Yeah, actually, Pyro or Sad.
So this fight will be good if they're able to get touch.
Pyro's looking like he has to be the one to touch, but EMP comes out first from Smokey. But EMP is exchanged as Jags falls, and there's a cap going on. Sad on point, just trying to force the flip. Flip comes through, but Kitsu rush for use from JCal. What you really need to just get massive amount of point pressure as Kilo goes down, and Sad and Amnesia just trying to tick as much as they can, but it looks like this is over for them.
Sad gotta try to slow this down a little more. The Phoenix Arizona's, they just had a tank available for that final confrontation. Amnesia got demagged during the EMP fight, and they weren't able to match the D.Va like they wanted to, especially when there's a rush on the field.
Cole and Bomb.
Cole, though.
Cole,
I
B,
think that's gonna be
and
a
Bomb
fun one.
online. Only B and Shatter online for Phoenix. So maybe they just try to get. Maybe they use an ult. Hopefully they use a B or something. But Jags really just finds Pyro and finds the Cole. They both stack support ults. It's really bad for Game Douche. Stacking support ults in this comp is really just a fight loser.
They stacked their support ults, and they lost the fight for it. They lost to only a Shatter. That ult, it's so cheap. You get it at the dollar store.
You just
swing on moving over
Yang
to
and
Theory now.
Yang and Amnesia is just really easy to hit with Ryan if they get in your face, and Pi taking this duel with Pyro, making sure he's not in that backline, forcing EMP charge. Sad comes out with a pulse bomb, but it's instantly cleansed by JCal. Bomb and Rampage still online though.
Yeah, this Rampage is gonna be big. I'd rather just see Yang play the Wrecking Ball again though. Just roll through, you get steamrolled, you farm mines instantly.
Look at the Ryan's ult charge already. Rampage comes out, but it's instantly Suzu'd as he just took too long to go with that ult, as Sad probably forcing the pulse bomb early for the Suzu, but getting double vision here. both DPS trade the same heroes, I think, as Amnesia is just the last one over, getting hard staggered.
Is Smokey farming up to their own EMP? Pyro, only 80% of theirs. It's they're not even gonna get a touch here, and then the Phoenix Arizonas, they're probably gonna get first cap just because they have an unmatched EMP.
The ult cycling from Phoenix is just so good. They know when to hold them and when to use them. It's really done them a huge favor on this map.
I do gotta say, GDFC, they look a little lost in a brawl when they can't play ball comp. But I think they're being tricked by propaganda saying they can't play ball here. I say just go for it anyway.
Sure, Summer counters ball and some small. Wow, Smokey, that was brave. But of course, you have Jags out here getting the pin onto Yang, just making so much space. Kitsune Rush comes out, not really finding anything but space. Good pin onto the Amnesia.
Watch his shatter when they drop.
Jags just hits no one with that shatter, I think. You'll farm another one anyway, who cares? Just throw him out there. Pyro has EMP, but so does Smokey. This fight's still a little scrappy, but Zedong falls, and finally the cap comes over to Gabe Douche.
Sad, so clean that fight, finding so many kills when it mattered. We were talking about the ult advantage, but Smokey died so early to Yang. The Pyro was able to close the gap. EMP pulls for both sides, but GDFC, they held on to both their support ults.
Sad, trying to find the one clip early on. Can't really find it. Recall first, and still they have a pulse bomb online.
They hold the pulse. He finds Zedong!
Even though it missed, but EMP is good for Pyro.
The pulse missed. Zedong got stuck in that very awkward hallway. They died. They didn't have the beat to be able to sustain through the EMP. That's 2 DPS ults, forcing final fight here, and they have to walk into a queen ult. It's gonna be so hard unless Smokey is able to hack him out of it, or there's a huge Suzu in play.
There's no pulse bomb online to just force the Suzu for them either.
They're not gonna touch even though they kill Pyro. They're just gonna go play for last.
Next flashpoint refined.
I don't think they could have touched anyway, to be honest, but.
No.
They're up a player in this fight.
Smokey, though. They've been holding this for almost 2 points now.
EMP comes out, hits
And they hit 2
2.
people.
Didn't hit the Lucia, but the beat force here is really important as Zedong can meet with a better beat. And Rampage comes out, hitting Jags only, I think. Pulse bomb goes wide, but the bomb sure doesn't. Flashpoint unlocked as LaFlopper and Pi just try to clear point. Unfortunately, LaFlopper is demeched. Amnesia finds Smokey in a trade, and that's it. But Kylo just probably shouldn't have touched there. He just get traded for free, gets killed for free now. As LaFlopper able to get the mech back.
Kitsune is available for both sides. Pyro and Sad both very close to their ult. They're gonna build them in a mid fight. But we have to watch out for Jags with this shatter. Nothing to block it on the side of. If they hit one person in that rush, the fight's done. They're dead.
Kitsune Rush on to point. Kitsune Rush mirror, and Jags just trying to really build this shatter so quick. But Amnesia so low. Meat grinder for Jags, just laying in that cleave damage. That's really good for Phoenix Arizona's here.
They hold on to the shatter. They're gonna be able to stagger Amnesia. Yang finally swaps over to the ball. Touch. Pyro has an EMP for this final fight, but I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to have a good one.
It's gonna be a bit
still has the shatter, and Smokey is so close to their own EMP.
It's gonna be a bit of a choppy one, Caleb. But I think Shatter, he just goes for the Shatter right here, to be honest. Oh my god!
Oh.
Wait, the ultimate power play, that's so humongous. No EMP online and they don't touch!
Oh.
Jag, you are the fucking GOAT! Like...
Jags, I've made a mess everywhere. It's so bad. We're gonna have to take a little break before we go to map 5. Oh my god.
And we're back with Phoenix Arizona's versus Gabe Douche Zim fan club, formerly Zim Club. But now we're in Hollywood. This series so far has been so close, going back and forth. And honestly, I really like Phoenix and their dive. They just look so consistent on everything around. Just a really good team overall.
Yeah, I like them in the dive, which is what I expect to see on Hollywood. The ball, which GDFC seem to have the advantage on, is still a good pick, but I think just gonna get out sustained, especially with all these times. But it will depend if Phoenix Arizona decide to play a real backline like Deanna Brigg they played on Chip.
Ready for battle.
Maybe you see more of the ball look come out from Gabe Douche again. Something that's really worked well with them in the past is Yang on this ball. But Phoenix Arizona going their classical, just traditional dive that they've looked so good on so far, and I honestly like that a lot more than this ball comp. It's a lot more stable, and it just looks a lot more dependable.
You know, it's gonna be hard to play ball into the Ana Brig cast. So many stuns, you just get knocked around like you're a pinball, honestly. But who I'm looking for, Pyro on this Widow. Are they gonna stick it? No, they're probably over their Soldier. No, Sombra. I got tricked twice. Shame on me. But the Curie Lucio ball that they've been winning on, I like this look. Maybe a repeat of Coliseum.
Sad immediately kills Pi. It's allowed to stroll through main as Engages fan club finds so much space as Jags was forced out really early. The flop finds Yang though. That's gonna lose them a lot of that space immediately as they try to force out, but Jags just maybe getting too a little overzealous as the Zong drops, and the DPS line of Gabe Douche is able to clean up. But Pi finds the trade on the carry. And Amnesia, holy fuck, this is so winnable. The flopper on Pyro's case, Pyro falling really low, and they might give up the second tick, but they don't give up the entire point.
And unless they just forget to touch, which I hope they don't do, that would be... They don't, the flopper finds Kylo into Chaos, and comes back, dies again. And that's gonna be a good stabilization coming up from the Phoenix Arizonas. Jake out even building the nano in the middle of all this.
Pi, I mean, really making up for the first pick that happened. Immediately coming back and killing 2. That's so important.
No, watch out for Nano Monkey here. Oh my god.
Wow, Smokey just tore apart Sad in the backline. Yang just getting hard CC'd as Amnesia tries to come up there and try to back them up, but it just ultimately gets them demacked.
And Amnesia getting staggered here. There's no ledge at all on this map to kill yourself on. So you just have to wait. Eventually Pi does pull the trigger. But you've lost another minute off the clock. 1 minute for fight at this point. You have 2 left. Watch out for Pyro with this EMP though. They've been so good with them this entire series.
A lot of ults online for Phoenix Arizona's EMP for Pyro, but he's being forced out real early, and he really just can't find that spot where he can get to the EMP. Jags forced all the way back, falling dangerously low, but it's a EMP hit, comes out on top, and the rally just isn't enough to keep a lot of the players alive.
No, that EMP, it was good. You hit the motion point, took the nano off the board. Jags trying to clutch this out with the nano, but
can't really get it done as they all slowly falter on point. But Spy always good for his 1.
Pi trades out on Leviah, but GDFC, they get the point. They trade EMP for what? High Noon, Riley, and Primal. That's so valuable. Now they're just gonna be able to walk forward. They have a free Kitsune, nothing to help them stabilize.
I mean, he's just trying to take control of high ground, but it isn't able to happen as LaFlopper eats Sad's pulse bomb for the second time this match. Honestly, it's Nano going on the brig just to keep him alive. Sleep goes wide, but that's okay. As they slowly stabilize, Kitsune for Nano, I take that trade. Beat from Kylo trying, but it doesn't hit Yang, and Amnesia doesn't also. I don't think Amnesia got the beat.
No, and something I just noticed, Yang it did swap over to Winston. No more wrecking ball for. And I don't think we've seen them play the Winston yet.
Usually it's a different player on Winston for this team, but Pyro trying to build that EMP as fast as possible. And he has the bomb on the line, but I don't really think they'll find much value into this comp. Just so many characters are able to escape it. Jags just trying to hold on to this forward positioning, is slowly being pushed out though, as the small DPS duel happens on cart between Pi and Sad. High Noon from Smokey, just trying to get out of this bubble, trying to find something, but breaks the bubble, forces the Primal. Yang still low, half HP in the Primal, still choosing to commit as Smokey gets knocked off high ground and Yang goes even deeper. Bomb from Amnesia, finds nothing, but is able to get the remake. Actually finds LaPopper's mech.
No, this entire time though, GDFC they've been pushing the cart, and the Phoenix Arizonas they just get wise to it. But look how much progress they have. There's like one fight left on this second point.
They forced the Primal out of Jags as well at the end of that fight, but Pyro has the EMP online, so does Sad. Sad has the pulse. Pi and Sad just taking the duel on cart.
These EMP engages have been so good. Here it is. It hits the backline. They get Smokey off of it. Can they get Zedong? No, he gets carried out, but they also get the mech.
Nano, Winston online as the pulse bomb hits Zedong, but Jags just absolutely ripping and tearing to the backline, forcing the TP so very low. No Suzu online, but the rest of Phoenix goes down.
No, it's a humongous source trade. Jags lighting up the kill feed, but I think it's a little too late. Smoke's over to Reaper now, but they just give up the point. I'm not sure if I like this Reaper at all. I much prefer the Cass.
Not as much dueling potential as you have on the Reaper, but also just less pressure on the Winston. You just break the bubble so much faster on Cass.
I'd even rather see a Sombra mirror come, so you're able to trade EMPs even if this backline's more mobile. Here comes a Pogo Bomb. Will it find any? No.
No, but Pyro's in so much trouble, just instantly getting scouted by Jags, jumping back. And oh my god! Jags, Shade of Korean. Oh my god! This guy's a freak.
Yo,
this guy is an absolute monster.
Who is this guy?
Almost traded out, but is able to get back to the hacked health back.
They got
for
back
Pyro.
Oh, these EMP engages have been crazy. I'm watching this right now. And they find 3, they get Smokey off it immediately.
Jags also falls. Zedong able to trade the Sombra, but falls quickly after, and this is final fight territory, Caleb. Primal online for Yang, and Bomb and Beat for Kilo.
I think this is hard. JKL has his double nano available. You're gonna have to find a big nade off that. You can't just rely on Jags.
I think you have to nano your Reaper here, or your Winston. You have to let that Blossom be able to find some value. Nano to Winston though, as Rally gets ripped. Just Bomb finds some, but finds Pi, but the Death Blossom so finds Kilo, and Smokey falls shortly after that. They got a lot of space, but Pyro is really low, TPing into the flopper. J-Call finds Yang in the backline. Pi is harassing and sticking Sad, sticking J-Cal as Sad just rips and tears, but he eventually falls to Jags. Jags has the problem in mind. Final fight territory, and doesn't look like they'll be able to cap.
No, they're not gonna get the full cap up. The ults are just too much from the Phoenix Arizonas, but they had such a good push. And honestly, this map, Phoenix, they've looked shaky. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get to be able to challenge for the map win.
Score 0-2.
The Reaper's showing out like how important it is once a lot of cooldowns are forced and like the D.Va's not in mech, just gets to walk around just bullying tanks and taking duels that maybe wouldn't be so favorable if the cooldowns were up.
The one thing I am worried about for GDFC, this is their final defense potentially of the tournament, and I think the Curie Lucio is gonna struggle a lot.
You'd prefer to see an Ana Brig look here.
They've looked good on the Ana Brig before, but it'll depend. Still the Curie Lucio. I don't completely hate Smokey starting on the Reaper, which I do. I think missing out on a hit scan on his first point, it makes it way harder than it has to be. And Smokey, they're good at cast. We've seen them play cast.
I guess the reasoning might be behind like Gabe Dish have no hit scan online for them. No pressure just to poke the Reaper out early. Maybe you TP through alley and jump on when your Winston is. But I think Yang on the ball is on defense is just not the best look for first. Winston just so much easier to just hold space.
But Yang, we've seen them be good at the ball, especially when they're playing the slower backline. You're able to tie them up and choke. There's no help for your front line when they try to go cafe or anywhere else to take advantage of the point.
Yang just setting up for the early dive with the slam above. The flopper immediately takes out Pyra. That's very bad. He's just losing out so much EMP charge that helps you out in the long fights. And Phoenix Arizona is already on point.
It looks like they're gonna get taken maybe two before the Amnesia's still alive. I don't know why they don't put. There she.
Jags on the high ground, just trying not to die, but Sad immediately finds him outside, just begging for healing. But Yang falling dangerously low to Pi. Two tank trades, but Amnesia finds JKL in the back line. But two ticks comes out. Pi finds the Curie in the back end, while Amnesia falling so low. Mech's traded, but Smokey is down. But I don't think this is still really winnable for Phoenix. I think as long as they stabilize.
They're setting up. JKL didn't build much of the nano. That fight with how long it went, I would expect them to have it by now. Go. The fight. It looks like they're gonna have the Curie out sooner. And Pyro, that first pick, it didn't matter as they catch MP charge.
Kitsu almost online for Levia, but it's really easily kiteable in this comp, I think. Wait, Kilo taking the ego duel of the fucking century at 1 HP against a Tracer with recall. Doesn't really get punished for it. JKL falls. So does Pi, as he's hounded in the back line. JKL with that nano online soon.
They use their Curio, and now they're gonna be able to rotate that back in. They go fast with the EMP. Look at Pyro. He's set up here. He wants it. He's calling for it. Come EMP, EMP. 3, 2, 1.
Be EMP engage. Just to keep people alive from the nano Winston dive. Smokey finds Levia and all of it, but Pyro falling dangerously low, and Pi able to find Pyro in the back end.
The beat from Kylo was also forced. I'm not sure if I liked it. I would have just liked fight. Doesn't matter. They win though, and the flopper kept out of mech. They get it back. 97 a bomb, and they use the nano and all of that.
Still three ults online. Pretty important ults too, as Sad is looking for the pulse.
Just did a big ass slap for no reason. I respect it, and they missed the pulse.
Rally comes out and responds at the bomb as Smokey finds the kill on the Amnesia out of the mech, and the flopper finds Yang with the bomb. And the entire map is flipped on these guys.
They
Objective lost.
they got too big for their bridges. They walked up to try to use ults. They just missed. The Phoenix Arizonas are gonna be able to take this point. They're swapping over to Akira Lucio now. I like this mirror, especially against the Sombra that has been ripping you apart this entire map. And then again, watch Jags out with this primal. They've looked like Fushui today.
Jump up top, just trying to maybe find some extra damage before they force to rip the primal. Jumps on the Kiri, just trying to force the TP before they go. TP's out, and both backline are really extremely low. Don't even need the primal, but Zedong falls to Amnesia, but it doesn't really matter. Primal ripped anyway. Amnesia just tearing apart this backline, but Pyro is dead in the end, and it doesn't really mean anything. And that Amnesia traded those two.
No. Yang got the mech at the very end, and Zed gets Smokey at the end. Huge stagger. They're gonna be able to have a good re-engage for GDFC.
No
with
Wraith
the
for
Kitsune.
Smokey there,
No.
which is really unfortunate.
Watch this Kitsune. No beat available yet, and no Brig anymore to help stabilize.
Kitsune down main, Leviah falling so low still. Kylo and Yang, or Kylo and Sad just wiping people out, and LaFlopper crunched by the mech.
At the start of that fight, both teams, they had baby divas. It's effectively an Overwatch 2 fight. And it's hard to win in a Kitsu when you don't have it. Kylo gonna have the beat for J-Cal's Kitsune.
Pyro
Smoky
so close to
mirrors
that
the Sombra.
EMP.
Oh.
Early dive from Yang, instantly hacked, but Pyro just forced out too. EMP's up top.
Oh my god.
It's quite a perfect EMP to be honest.
So that EMP, that was beautiful. TPing back up, you see the vision. It wasn't set up, and that's what you need when you want to win map 5. You need someone who has vision just to make play.
I don't know if Smokey's able to get this EMP online quick enough. Maybe it's just too little too late.
J-Cal's still holding on to this Kitsune. Pi gonna have pulse. Watch out for that. Not really a pulse target. Gonna have to find Kylo and force the beat with it, but Yang has the mines. He's gonna zone the fuck out of them here.
Zedong finds a pick on the Pyro as Yang lays out the mines, just trying to keep people away. As J-Cal falls, not able to use that Kitsu rush. But Pi and LaFlopper on cart, pushing it forward. 30 seconds on the clock. They need to die fast or something, or get out. No, LaFlopper.
Oh. See, even if they're dying right now, they're gonna have a bad touch. If they get one at all, J-Cal, they've been holding on to the Kitsune for what feels like 18 years. And Kylo going aggro with the beat.
Jags forced to jump in at so low HP. Zedong beats only LaFlopper, but it's this stall's gonna be legendary. Proper LaFlop High and Zedong fall, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
That's the GDFC. Oh wait, it's not done yet. They're back in.
Jags with the
Jags
primal
versus
finds Kilo. Someone needs to stay on point though as he chases the backline. Slam finds or Pi, and Jags eventually falls with J-Call. Almost doable for Phoenix.
It's done for real this time. And like I was saying, that's the GDFC I want to see going into day 3. Hopefully they can make grands like they did. They've gotten first or second in every tournament they've played in, and it'd suck to see that streak end.
I think Jags got to be the MVP of this match. I mean, win or lose, that guy's an absolute fucking demon.
That was an insane Winston performance. Get that man some help next time.
Absolutely. So that's GDFC. They're gonna move on to be in our top 4. That's Rad Esports and She Her Dragons in the winners bracket, and our losers bracket game you just saw, GDFC moves on, and they're going to be playing SCA. All those games will be tomorrow. Thanks to the 4 teams that did get eliminated today. Pumpkins Apostles, Phoenix Arizona, as we just saw, Doroboto Chop Squad, and Fitty Party. They had a good run through the tournament. They ended up getting within the top 8, and you can't ask for anything better than that, you know? I think we'll give a special thanks to everyone that helped today. We had Caster as P, Selena, Caleb, and Catboy. Special thanks to all the teams for making sure that they got in, and special thanks to everyone watching. Really appreciate it. Do you guys got anything to say?
Yeah, I do actually. Me and Caleb will also be casting for CC. So if you really like us and our casting, make sure to check us out at the CC Twitch channel when the games eventually start.
That's console contenders for those not in the know.
Yeah.
I think with that, we can call it a day. Again, we'll be live tomorrow, starting at the same time. That's 1 p.m. EST. We will have 4 matches. Rad Esports versus She-Her Dragons first to determine who's going to be playing in our grand finals. And then we'll run through the losers bracket until we end up with 2 competitors ready to take the win. I think we're good. We'll raid someone. Again, thank everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. Again, I wouldn't be able to do a lot of this shit without people actually watching and supporting. I think that's all. We'll close it off and raid someone. I think that's it. Thank you.
Bye bye.